sign.
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, down, down. It's going down, 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 down.
Told her, is this the thing that I missed for so long? Can't remember what it's like, just remember I need it. Even if I'm on the train I thought I'm on wasn't the right one. Gotta trust a God, yeah, no matter what happens. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you.
They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with, I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, yeah. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to boss, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the high life, what a view. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate, yeah.
Game time. Game time. I'm the main attraction. Game time. Game time. Game time. Game time.
It's going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, It's going down. It's going It's going It's going
told her, is this the thing that I missed for so long? Can't remember what it's like, just remember I need it. Even if I'm on the train I thought I'm on wasn't the right one. Got a trust to God, yeah, no matter what happens. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. You got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling for you.
wanna be like us, and now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the toot to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
excited to play the tournament.
Being here, it feels amazing actually.
This is the biggest esports event in the world.
Backward, gone down to the zone, getting close and comfortable. Knight now, bombed down, it's the duo.
Hey Fortnite fans, our journey began during DreamHack San Diego, where our first 10 teams would punch their ticket to the largest gaming festival in the world here in Riyadh. Over the next 2 months, 2 more DreamHacks would find 20 more teams that would find their spot in the stage. Joined by our 5 teams qualifying through the Middle Eastern qualifiers and our 9 teams that have been invited to the tournament, we have the 44 best duos in the world competing in zero builds over 18 games, fighting for that $2 million prize pool and title of Gamers8 champion. Before we get to the games, let's check out 2 of my favorite people in the world. It's 11-2K and Shia Wager.
Thank you so much, Kelly. It's Shia Wager, Level 2K. We are inside the venue here in Riyadh. All the players getting ready, dialed in.
Yeah, you can see the approach from different players as well. Some players, you know, very much just sort of getting ready to warm up, cranking in creative. Other players, though, sort of looking around, trying to get a feel for the moment. Some players were here last year, they're ready for that moment. Other players, it's your first big LAN, really big pressure.
It's amazing. The atmosphere might be a little bit dark overall, but the energy is electric, and I can't wait for these games.
Hey, let's get right into it. I know the players want to, we want to. Back to Adam.
Mahaba and welcome into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. It is fantastic to have you here. My name is Adam Savage. It is a pleasure to be your desk host of the next 3 days of Zero Builds action, the biggest competition in Zero Builds the world has ever seen. And our pre-show is brought to you by Savvy Games. 44 duos have drifted in from across the globe here to compete, to battle it out for a share of that $2 million prize pool. But who will go all the way? We're about to find out. It's very, very exciting. You've met some of the cast of stars. They're as bright as those in the Arabian night sky already. And I'm joined right now as well by Toe Carter and, of course, Emad. Fellas, game time is imminent. It was so close to this right now. But let me ask you first and foremost, Riyadh, how has your time been here so far?
Look, it's been amazing. The atmosphere, beautiful. The food has been delicious. We got a little teaser, too, of what we're going to be seeing today in the qualifiers yesterday. But look, Emad, we used to be competitors before, but now we're like a team. We got a trio here on the desk. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great, and I'm loving Riyadh. I'm really loving it. The community is amazing. The food's amazing, and everyone's having a good time on the boulevard, smiling, playing games, and having a great time.
We're having a great time, and you guys are in for a great time too, because there is so much to look forward to over the next 3 days of Fortnite here. Let's actually take a look at our format of the show to catch you up to speed at exactly what is going to unfold here at Gamers8. So Carter, let's have a look and see 3 days we have for our fabulous viewers at home, the players taking part, what's in store for them.
Yeah, so this is actually the first time we've seen a format in Fortnite history like this. It's zero build, 3 days of competition, 18 matches with a total of 44 duos, where 35 of them have qualified and 9 were invited.
It is a point-based system, and it's all on the PC platform as well. It's going to be exciting. And the qualified players, they had to fight their way to get here. Unlike the invitees, which are already absolutely amazing players, but the qualified players are going to be, just so hungry to get to the top.
Exactly right. You got, they qualified via DreamHack, via, obviously via Invited as well. Invites also yesterday's Middle Eastern qualifiers as well here, so they're all ready and raring to go. Let's take a look as well at what's coming your way for the rest of the course of the day, should I say here as well. Today's matchups, they kick off very soon. So Carter, this is how they unfold.
Yeah, so it's going to be 6 total matches today. The pressure will be on, but remember, like we said before, 3 days of competition, 6 matches every day for a total of 18. So we're just going to get started here, Emad.
And I wanted to add that every single day there's a 25% increase of points for the victory points, the placement points, and the elimination points. That's really important to know, because the last day, that's going to be the highest points possible that you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pricing as well is absolutely out of this world. I mean, there's all to play for here. It's really just dawned on me as well that we're here in Riyadh for this competition. We haven't done this for so long, and it's finally here. This is our prize pool here. So, Carter, whatever happens, you take home at least $10,000 in this competition.
Oh, yeah. This is actually the largest prize pool we've seen in a zero build competition in Fortnite history. $2 million, $500,000 for the first place spot. And like you said, Adam, you can sit in a bush all game and you still get 10K.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Nobody is a loser here. Nobody.
No one. Everyone here is in for a whale of a time. I mean, that's one of the greatest things about this competition here. Is you got a chance to meet with the players, you know, spend time with them in the players' lounge, get to see them practicing and spending time with each other as well. And I think everyone just feels like it's very much, I mean, Gamers8 goes across the next 6 or 7 weeks as well. So there's so many people here in the esports, in the gaming community, just, they're living the dream right now.
They really are. I mean, the atmosphere, we saw it in the players' lounge even before prepping for this tournament. I'm excited to see what these players have prepared and the show that we're going to get today.
I was actually on the bus coming to the venue with the players, and it was a different type of atmosphere. Everyone was ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see points here on the screen as well. Points are going to change each day, as Emad mentioned, with there being 125% tomorrow, then 150% on the final day. You can see 12 points per elimination here as well, Takata.
Yeah, so you'll have to get around 16 to 17 eliminations to get the equivalent of a victory royale, which you can see is that first place, 200 points for the VR. So, you know, it's a little more placement heavy than the qualifier format and the DreamHack format, but it's still pretty balanced.
Yeah, I think everyone is going to play for placement because now, unlike the qualifiers, you know, there were maybe some names you didn't notice, but now it's all known players that are just like so experienced that it's going to be hard to fight them and hard to eliminate them. So everyone's playing for placement. It's going to be a lot of Storm Surge, and it's going to be many players in the last zones.
You're hyping me up here, boys. You're hyping me up here. Interestingly as well, the players have been briefed on this with our points. 6 games per day, so 6 games today, then tomorrow the next day. What we'll be doing is counting the 5 best results, the best points from each of those days, and that'll be their cumulative score come Sunday. So you play 6 games, your best 5 games on that particular day. Those are the points taken to your final score on that last day. So it's really, really exciting to see here. Excitement in general here. I think players, we mentioned how hyped they are to be in this competition. Mentioned biggest zero builds competition there's ever been before as well. And so many nationalities represented.
Yeah, there's 22 nationalities competing here today. It's going to be insane. I mean, a lot of them, actually, I believe 33 of the duos are coming back from last year's Gamers8 event. We have the previous zero build champs, Pink and Anas. We have the standard battle royale champs, Epic Whale, Malabuka, even though they're playing with different duos this time around, but still, you know, they're going to make something happen.
I actually got a chance to interview Malabuka in the players lounge, and he is dangerous because he was so calm during the interview, and I was like, wow, not many people are calm like during an interview. He was so calm, and when they're calm and quiet, that's when you need to look out for them.
That's what, okay, when they're composed, that means danger. That means big time danger.
Be careful.
We've also got ourselves an opening ceremony coming our way as well. If you tuned in yesterday, you would have seen a fantastic opportunity to see our stage all lit up, but you are in for a roller coaster ride very soon when we actually have our opening ceremony. There's a timer on screen very soon, you'll see, I'm sure, which actually indicates when that's going to happen, and boy, it's going to be fantastic. There's a live audience here as well. You know, obviously, players, friends, families, spectators, fans, everyone's come together. You mentioned community being a real key word here as well, all to celebrate this fantastic scene and fantastic game that is Fortnite.
Look, yeah, I mean, a lot of the players here, like Emad mentioned earlier, are veterans in Fortnite competitive. They're used to playing in these high-stakes, big tournaments. I mean, it is the largest zero-build event we've had in Fortnite history, but, you know, when you're a veteran, you should have it a bit down, but also when you have that live audience, that crowd, those lights, the giant stage that you're playing on, it can get a bit nerve-wracking.
That is true, especially for the players that have never played at an event in person. It would be a little nerve-wracking, but I did notice some OGs like Mr. Savage, and I got to talk to them in the players' lounge, and it's just so good to see that people that I've never seen in, like, I haven't seen in 3 years, 4 years, seeing their faces again, see how they changed and how they've grown. It's really amazing to see everybody.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well, kind of finding out where players might be dropping, like POIs, where they'll be focusing as well, and whether yesterday's Middle Eastern qualifiers have changed things up, made their thought process different as well here. It's very, very exciting indeed here. Also is another element to this competition, Gamers8 here, the Club Awards. This will be taking place throughout the course of Gamers8, and here's a little something to tell you a bit more about what that is.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
All right. $5 million for that. I mean, that's extraordinary. I mean, it's fantastic. So we've seen some players representing different orgs, different teams in this competition as well. So that prize to play for as well come the end of the summer. I mean, that's so lucrative as well.
Yeah, a lot of recent signings actually become legends. Is back in Fortnite now. 3 players signed. SRG2 picked up Thomas HD. I mean, a lot of names are getting signed for this event.
Yeah, so now you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your team, your organization that you're representing. And it's going to be like a hard thing to just push to that top spot since there's so many good duos on the leaderboard. It's good. It's going to be exciting.
We should have sorted out our own trio, like kind of jerseys and whatnot, our own to enter the competition too. I don't think we can do that. But on that note, we have got lots more in store for you all throughout the course of this. We're going to break down loads of what's about to come your way, the teams, the gameplay, the metas, etc. as well. Do not go anywhere. A short break from us here on Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, but we're right back just after this. welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. During the break, Emad was saying well done on my Arabic there, my pronunciation during the break. I thought I did a fantastic job. But thank you. It's actually really important because during our time here in Saudi Arabia, we've got our stage where there's like an Arabic broadcast as well. It's fantastic to see a multilingual competition as well, which is just awesome. We should talk about Fortnite. That's what we're here for. We should talk about Fortnite, right? Let's talk about some of the kind of the meta changes, but perhaps this season, new things that our players will be employing into their game as well over the course of the next 18, these next 3 days. Let's start with a new addition. Let's talk about something very tasty, ice cream cones. Coolers and ice cream cones. Tell us how they're going to affect things, Tokata.
Yeah, so there's these new ice cream cones that have been added to the game. There's a spicy one, a frozen ice cream cone, and a guzzling ice cream cone. The frozen one will give you those icy feet. The spicy one will give you like a chili pepper effect where you can run quicker. And there's a Little Whip special serve, Emad, and that one, it's dangerous.
Yeah, that is definitely dangerous, but something I have to emphasize even more about is the porta bunkers, because this is no build. You cannot build, like, no matter what situation you are. So throwing that porta bunker down, getting somewhere to hide, just heal up while you can and rotate to the next spot is going to be really important.
Yeah, I mean, you see the porta bunkers we're going to get to in a moment, but first, look at this beautiful ice cream just here, which is looking delicious. I mean, that's really interesting as well. It's rare that you see kind of heals or shields in the game with an instantaneous buff to health.
Yeah, I mean, the Little Whip special serve, the legendary version of these ice cream cones will actually heal you 100 HP and 100 shield instantly. So, you know, you had those legendary slurp juices before that will heal over time a good amount of HP and shield, but now being able to do that instantly, Emad, I mean, it can get you out of some dangerous situations.
Yeah, it actually helps players stay in Storm a lot longer so they can loot up, get in a better position, and just go around the map more comfortably rather than getting tagged all around going straight into the zone.
Yeah, we saw Bloomy, one of our competitors who qualified from yesterday, kind of really holding on to those legendary little whips right to the very end and using those effectively. So we'll see much more of that, I'm sure, later on today. Let's also look at porta bunkers. You mentioned them already. Let's take a look exactly how these will be utilized in the map as well. We had ourselves quite the square off with tons of them being thrown down left, right, center, back to front, all over the shop. Big Kev. We can see here they're being laid down. How pivotal is it to use these effectively in game?
Look, without having shield bubbles anymore in zero builds, your main use of cover are these porta bunkers. Now, it's crucial to be able to conserve some of them for the late game, because that is when you're going to have to use them as much as possible. So you might have to use them in the early game rotates, but if you're able to conserve them, they can be super useful.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how from porta forts to porta bunkers, all the way from 2018, as you're an OG yourself, Tokata, the porta forts were so much bigger and, you know, give you so much cover, but now porta bunkers, small space that you can just like only get inside and use to peek just a little bit.
Yeah, great area to res teammates as well when they're down, kind of get, you know, in the nooks and crannies of them as well. It makes a massive difference. One thing as well to talk about, Rift Island, been a big factor in competitions like this. That height is huge when it comes to zero builds. How will it be used in this kind of competition, and any particular teams you think may be trying to use it the most?
Yeah, so zero build competitive Fortnite, it's all about getting into high elevated positions. It's about map control, being able to have a good amount of vision on your opponents, either rotating in or just in your surroundings. And this Rift Island is a perfect way to get that high elevated position, especially if you have an item like the Cybertron cannon. That can be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, positioning is important, but the loot up there is so much that you can just rotate for whatever you want with the launch pads. You can take the rifts right under the Rift Island as well. So even if you're not above, being around the Rift Island is really important.
Yeah, it really is important. I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens there. The battle unfolding in the skies above everybody else is going to be fantastic. One not to miss. Also, obviously it's very warm outside. It's nice to have an ice cold drink from time to time, but also slurps in Fortnite, very, very important as well.
Right, we talked about the Little Whip special serve, the instant 100 HP, 100 shield, but the legendary slurp juices, these have been in for a while now. They heal you actually more than 100 HP and shield, but they regenerate that HP and shield over time. So it's a incredibly useful item. The con of them is you can't stack as many of them as you can with the Little Whip special serve, but it's still incredibly useful.
Yeah, I've seen many pros pop a slurp actually before rotating, even like while they're not injured, because they know they're going to get tagged just from the few AR shots. So that slurp will keep going even after they're tagged, just to get them back to that 200 HP.
Interesting. Love to see it. One thing I also absolutely love seeing here on Gamers8 is a chance to catch up with players. We'll see some of them go to their stations soon, but right now, the Banksmeister extraordinaire is on stage with one of our players. I believe it's Hero. Let's check in and see what's up.
Welcome to the main stage where tensions are high in anticipation for our first map of the day, and I am joined by the absolute legend of yesterday's Middle Eastern qualifier. It is, of course, Hero. Hero coming into this competition today. It's the start. It's day one of the official global tournament. How's your confidence from yesterday's performance?
I mean, yesterday it was a good day. We did a great job winning 3 out of 6, but I think today we're hungry to win the main event. So we're confident for today.
I like that. And speaking of what you just said, you know, you won 3 out of the 6 victory royales. If the points format was what it is today, yesterday, you would have dominated the entire scoring system. So, you know, that's got to give you that additional boost of confidence coming into today. Do you feel like you can do the same?
Yeah, honestly, there's a different drop spot than yesterday, but we have practiced for it, we prepared for it, and we're gonna get some wins today, hopefully.
Are you confident about your drop zone? Like, do you know who's going to be dropping around you? Like, does it cause for any nerves?
No, we're confident. We prepared everything. We know who's between us and everything around us, so it's gonna be fine.
I have a quick question for you that the desk want to know, okay? They nudged me earlier and they said, you know, do you have any pre-match rituals? Now, there are some people I've spoken to in the past, you know, they wear special socks. They have to drink a certain drink before they play. Even had one that has 3 cats, okay? And he had to stroke his favorite cat before he played a game. It was like a lucky charm for him. Do you have any?
I mean, yesterday and other LAN event, I used to wear a trophy socks that has a trophy emoji on it. So, yeah, maybe I will wear it on the last day of the event.
I like that. Trophy socks. That's exactly the kind of thing that we like to learn here. And I imagine the studio, we're going to absolutely lap that one up. That's the best. That's it. From us over here. Thank you so much for joining me at the main stage. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to the studio.
Petting cats and trophy socks. Who knew that was the difference maker in competitive Fortnite? How about, I mean, you both competed in different tournaments and such as well. Anything you used to do ritualistically? Looking at you, Big Kev.
Look, I don't want to leak my strats, okay? Because they can be a little too useful, but I take a cold shower right before any tournament I was going to play.
I was actually about to say something very similar. I would hop in the pool. You know the pool jumps. I would always hop in the pool.
Emad living the dream, hopping in his pool. I mean, come on, man, the big time, Emad. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, I kind of get that. You kind of, you know, getting refreshed, you know, feeling good going into game, focusing. That's what it's all about, really. And our players, I'm sure, are very, very focused as well here. Let's actually recap about yesterday. If you didn't join us for the Middle Eastern qualifiers, really, really intense stuff using that DreamHack point system we mentioned before. 6 games. That's all they had to try and qualify. 5 positions to try and join today's competition and make up the rest of the 44 in total. What did we see yesterday? What do you think was kind of really poignant and kind of big moments, big highlights for you?
Yeah, we saw a lot, Adam. I'll tell you that. We saw a lot. The winners of the qualifiers ended up being Cal and NM7, but the interview with Fahad and Hero, they actually ended up winning 50% of the matches, Emad. That's crazy.
Yeah, they won 3 matches, and that is catastrophic, especially for today when placement points are huge. I think they're going to be like on top of the leaderboards today and throughout the entire tournament, since their placement in the zones are top-notch, and they already have practice from yesterday, so they'll be comfortable playing for today.
Yeah, because yesterday we saw a lot of southern turning zones, didn't we? A lot of storms going to the south. That obviously impacts players immensely when they're prepping and POIs and such, and that's going to affect it with rotations as well. Do you think today as well, with likes of the storm and where that's going to be, that obviously plays an important factor when you're trying to get into the end game?
Look, it always plays an important factor, but what was key from the interview with Fahad and Hero there is that you heard it from themselves that they prepped on what's happening in their surroundings, where the opponents are dropping, but also where they're going to be rotating from. Because once you have that information, which, you know, will get built on as the days goes on, as the matches go on, you know where you can rotate to take the least amount of damage, but also to get to the location you want to get to as quickly as possible.
Yeah, game sense is important in this tournament because the storm does so much damage nearing the end of the match that you have to rotate early, or you're just going to be caught right at the edge of zone, struggling to get in and everyone looking at you. It's tough to get into zone.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be, not just for the standing points as well, but that kind of end game, we saw it yesterday, when you get into the kind of the final circle with the last remaining players, there is a lot of opportunity there to get those eliminations, to score massive points, because there are so many players in a really confined space. I mean, it gives you real chance to, I think we saw Swifty getting 9 eliminations in one game, which was just absolutely monstrous, just dominating the area and really making themselves, as a team, elevate up that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that's why it's so crucial to be able to conserve as many as porta bunkers, shockwave grenades as you possibly can, even the little whip special serve, slurp juices. You need to have these items in the late game, and that's because when a lot of people don't manage to conserve these items, they don't have any cover, they don't have any mobility, and they will end up getting eliminated. So a lot of those eliminations, you know, come from the late game.
Yeah, something we didn't speak about too much is vehicles. Vehicles are very, very crucial for rotating because you get across a long way really quickly. However, it could also be a disadvantage to you if they manage to, you know, shoot the vehicle enough and get it to low HP. It could damage you when trying to get out of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the reactions of these players, just you can see what it means to them as well. Just getting a victory royale at any capacity, or getting into the kind of last kind of final teams in every one of these games is such a big difference when you think about the overall scoreboard yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And adding on to that, I mean, yesterday in the qualifiers, we did see a lot of duos choosing to rotate a little late into zone, using the Storm as kind of like another teammate in a sense, as you don't find as many players there. But with a lobby of this caliber, so many veterans, so many players that know how to play zero build competitive Fortnite in a tier 1 level, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of strategies being used from all these players, and it might be even more difficult than, you know, they've had it before in the DreamHack qualifiers.
Yeah, since this is the biggest gaming event of the year, they've been practicing for months and months. You already know it. So they know where to loot, how long they have to loot, when to rotate, and how to rotate to the zone, because every single second matters in this crucial elimination points and placement points.
Yeah, one small move to the wrong side, one stray left, right, that can be such a big difference between making yourself get loads of points and kind of getting right up there and otherwise not. So we're going to see lots of that today, and our team's rotating. And you mentioned big names. There are so many we're going to get onto as well, because there are massive winners of huge competitions from multiple different regions from across the world, you know, which is really exciting to see as well. We talked about Middle Eastern qualifiers yesterday, but today that stacked lobby is just, it's going to be, every single winner will be some form of winner or champion of some respect.
Look, we have so many big names. I talked about it earlier. Pink and Anosh, the previous Gamers8 champions in the zero build game mode when Malabuka and Epic Whale were playing together, the standard Battle Royale champions from the previous Gamers8. We have Thomas HD and Malabuka, first place in the DreamHack Dallas qualifiers. I mean, there are so many big names competing here today.
Yeah, look at the players just walking in, calm, collected, not worried, just staying next to their duos as well, because that builds it builds a relationship, it builds trust, and that's really important when playing with so much money on the line.
It really is. Just some of the names you can see there, the likes of Threats and Kanada, and we've also got like Booger in the mix there, Tayson, these huge players who have such a kind of a following online in terms of their own kind of like fan base too. You can see them hanging out here, the likes of Cease and Blake will be playing together as well. I mean, great duos, as mentioned as well. Some have kind of flip-flopped and got different partners, kind of different teammates. Trippin we can see, I think there's Quanti, there's Zemi there. I mean, so many star Fortnite players in the house.
It's crazy. It is going to be an insane 3-day event. As a reminder, we have never seen an event like this in Fortnite competitive. 18 straight matches. That opens up a lot of opportunity for these duos, for these players to put that extra work in preparing not only before the tournament starts, but also after each tournament day. They can see how the drops changed, how their opponents rotated during that first day or second day, or even halfway through the tournament, and making those micro adjustments could be crucial to coming out on top.
Yeah, Adam, as you gave shoutouts to the big players, I actually got a chance to talk with the underdogs, like as Vert, Rich Homie Quinn, Baka, coming all the way from the other side of the world. Baka's duo is Pars, and they seem so calm and collected. Even though they might not be as famous or as well known as the other players as you mentioned, I feel like they have a really good chance to be on top of the leaderboards today.
They really do. I mean, other players as well. I mean, I've been chatting to Source's dad loads as well. Like, you know, fascinating guy, and learning loads about the kind of competitive Fortnite space as well. Here we mentioned friends, families watching on, players getting set up here now as well. The likes of Clicks there in the house. certainly because his partner Duke there as well. That'll be an interesting duo to watch as well. That southern side, we mentioned some really stacked players. Queasy and Venno, we haven't really talked about. I mean, there's loads, we'll get onto those. But I think the experience as well, being here, like everyone, I think we kind of caught up with the players just after they'd seen the stage yesterday. And you could feel they were just in awe of the scale of this thing.
I mean, I could literally look at a drop map of this event, close my eyes, just pick a random dot, and whatever player it lands on, that player has a history in Fortnite competitive. They've made a name for themselves just being here today.
Yeah, we also can't forget about Dubs and Accept. Dubs has been playing for so long, and when you saw him in the lobby, when I was playing against him, I would turn the other way and run as far as I can because he attacks anything and everything that moves. He is dangerous. Today in the game, he's gonna pop off.
I think every player, right, will be kind of more than aware that anyone they manage to tag, any eliminations they get is going to be one of the best of the best. You can see all of them on the screen here, the different attending duos that are taking part in this competition, and every single name as mentioned is just an absolute whale, a behemoth of a player.
Yeah, what's interesting too is there being 44 duos competing today. There's actually not a lot of contested teams on the map. I believe there's only a couple contested teams, so we'll have to see kind of the early game strategies for a lot of these duos as they'll have the time, you know, to follow their loot path that they would have practiced beforehand, get as much loot as possible, and kind of begin their rotate. So hopefully all these players have put in that prep work, and I'm curious to see how it kind of plays out.
Me too. I think we're all we're on bated breath here. We can't wait to see what happens, and very, very soon we'll have that kind of opening ceremony. It's all going to kick off, and you get to see the first 6 games of this competition. For now, though, you've seen some of the players. Let's chat to some of the players. I believe we have ourselves some fabulous interviews on stage with Banks.
Hello, I'm Malibuka and I was born in Russia. I had a brother and he just told me that there is some game, Fortnite. He plays it with his friends, so maybe I should try it out as well. And that's how I started to play it in chapter 1. Then I just played it a lot and became good. So I like sports a lot, and my favorite game is basketball probably. I mean, I played with him from the start of the year, so we already have the best chemistry. This is gonna be easier for sure, because last year we played Epic Whale first tournament. We haven't played a single game before the tournament. I think we have the highest chances to win, but hopefully I don't jinx that. And I think the team that can also win is Resgard and ZND, as it's the perfect meta for them as well. I mean, we will just do smart rotates, we will just not miss a single bullet, we will just do everything without mistakes.
Great to hear from some of our players there. I mean, Malibuka kind of, saying that last year, not much practice going into that with his duo. Managed to first place. I mean, not bad. I mean, that's pretty good. But also, I mean, confidence, doesn't want to kind of say, want to jinx it, obviously. But after the performances this season, the likes of FNCS, DreamHacks as well, this duo seem that they are dangerous.
No, they are incredibly dangerous. You were saying calm, collected danger. That's what I think of when I see Thomas HD and Malibuka landing in the racetrack uncontested. First place in the DreamHack Dallas qualifiers, and then now Epic Whale, the ex-duo from Malibuka. I mean, he said he played first game together, first place in the standard Battle Royale builds tournament, but now Epic Whale is going to be playing with Acorn in Mega City. So we'll see how it goes for Epic Whale. We'll see how it goes for Thomas HD Malibuka.
I'm very glad you brought up those players, because we're going to hear from Epic Whale right now as well.
My name's Shane Cotton. Online I go by Epic Whale, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. My journey in Fortnite started just playing for fun when I was probably 15 or 16. And then they started doing a lot of online open qualifiers, and I played them and I realized I was like good, but not the best. And then I just kept on grinding, and eventually I just made it to where I was now. Outside of Fortnite, I just like, going to the gym, hanging out with friends. We've been playing basketball a little bit recently. The most fun Fortnite season was probably Stark season. I think it was chapter 2 season, like 4 or 5 or something. That was definitely my most fun season, because Starks was just like the best POI to land at. You can just like land there, get a spaz instantly, and just like drop 20 bombs. I'd say my favorite weapon of all time would just be the spaz, because I don't know, just like it hits super hard, it can 200, and like the sound of it's just like satisfying, Me and Acorn, even though we just started playing together recently, we've like known each other and been friends for a while. So I feel like playing together is like coming natural for us, and yeah, I'm excited. I'd say staying consistent is all about not being too confident, like always wanting to grind and never getting too comfortable, I guess is a better word. Because once you get comfortable, then you stop like putting in as much effort, and then that's when people start to like fall off and stuff. I think we have a good chance at winning. Obviously, it's no build, so it's a little RNG, but I think we have a good chance at winning, and I'd say our greatest rivals, Malibuca and Thomas HD.
That's what it's all about. He is a damage dealer, Epic Whale. I'm sure we're going to see lots of that happening today as well. Opening ceremony is imminent, but let's very quickly ask you both. Just tell me, who do you think is going to win this thing? Go first, Imad, go.
I think Hero and Fahad are taking first place.
Okay.
Thomas HD, Malibuca. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we'll have to see what happens here. Queasy Venno, we're going to jump in right now to our opening ceremony and kick this thing off in style. It is time for Gamers8. Let's head on over to that main stage and see exactly what it has in store for us.
For years, the esports industry has taken the world by storm. Millions of dollars worth of prize money, selling out arenas and fan bases that stretch across continents.
لسنوات عديدة مجال الرياضات الإلكترونية عصف بالعالم. ملايين التذاكر بيعت وملايين الدولارات من الجوائز، ومحبين المجال تعددوا من جميع قارات العالم.
Over the next 2 months, this arena will become home to some of the biggest and boldest tournaments the world has ever seen, with an accumulative prize pool of $45 million. Welcome to Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, and welcome to Gamers8 2023, the land of heroes. My name is Banks, and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is none other than my co-host, Fancy.
خلال الشهرين القادمة هذا المسرح راح يشهد أحد أكبر وأشرس البطولات التي تشهدها العالم. الفرق المنافسة سيحصلون على فرصة لكسب حصة من الجائزة في موسم جيمرز 8 المقدرة ب$45 مليون. أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، حياكم الله معنا في الرياض عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية، وحياكم الله معنا في موسم الجيمرز أرض الأبطال. معكم عبد العزيز الرشيد أو فانسي، ويكون معكم في التقديم أيضا بارني بانكس في تغطية هذا الحدث.
It is now time to introduce our competitors to the main stage to begin Gamers8 featuring Fortnite.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين حان الوقت لتقديم جميع المنافسين معنا في هذه البطولة. First up, qualifying from DreamHack San Diego, we have Canada and Aegis. متأهلين في المركز السادس من دريم هاك سمر بليك and سيز. They absolutely dominated the Middle Eastern qualifier that took place yesterday. Please welcome Cal and Nama. متأهلين من المركز السابع من دريم هاك سان دييغو بامب and تراشي. Claiming their place by qualifying at DreamHack San Diego, we have Trippin and Quanti. متأهلين من المركز الرابع في تصفيات الشرق الأوسط بالأمس، رحبوا معنا ببلومي ولاردي. Managing to claim 7th place at DreamHack Summer. Please welcome to the Gamers8 Arena, Nikov and Andilex. متأهلين في المركز الثاني عشر من دريم هاك سمر، رحبوا معنا ببلاست ونوا جي جي. Once again, claiming their spot at DreamHack Summer, we have Bad Sniper and X-Sweeps. في المركز السادس من دريم هاك دالاس حصلوا على دعوتهم إلى جيمرز 8، رحبوا معنا بإكسبت ودوبس. A former Gamers8 champion from last year. Please welcome to the stage, we have Epic Whale and Acorn.
Let's get it.
Thank you, Epic Whale and Acorn. How does it feel to be back here on the stage at Gamers8?
It feels good. I'm excited to take the dub today.
We've got the new duo now in Acorn. You know, we've got the Major 1 FNCS champion as well. How are you feeling now that you're here? You know, back on the Gamers8 stage, you're competing once again with a new partner.
Feeling amazing, man. Gonna be better.
Nice, I like it, a man of few words. Now, Epic Well, before I let you go, because you've got to go and, you know, sit in your spot and get ready for the first map, is there a little announcement that you would like to make to the rest of the world?
Yeah, I got a little announcement to make about my new org.
Off comes the shirt. Ooh, I'm gonna just like build up the tension a little bit. Please welcome to the stage. It is FaZe Epic Whale. Thank you so much, guys. Please make your way to your places so that we can carry on with our next wave of teams. والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين رحبوا معنا في الحاصلين على المركز الأول في بطولة دريم هاك دالاس، وأيضا المركز الأول في بطولة دريم هاك سمر ماليبوكا and توماس اتش دي.
Qualifying in yesterday's Middle Eastern qualifier, please welcome the youngsters. It is Satam and Smikey.
من دريم هاك سان دييغو حصلوا على المركز الثامن. رحبوا معنا بتاك أنمو.
Please welcome our local invited team from Saudi Arabia. We have Shong and Messi.
في المركز الثالث من دريم هاك سان دييغو رحبوا معنا بأوبت أند فلوجر.
Claiming 7th place at DreamHack Dallas. Please welcome to the Gamers8 stage, Baka and Pars.
تأهلوا من تصفيات الشرق الأوسط بالأمس بحصولهم على المركز الخامس والأخير. رحبوا معنا بدرافتل ديكسيفاي.
Claiming 4th place at DreamHack San Diego, please welcome to the stage Axe Force and Vortexers.
المركز الثالث من دريم هاك سمر رحبوا معنا برابسكار زياندي.
Next up, a duo that managed to claim their spot from DreamHack San Diego. Please welcome Bully and Muzz.
رحبوا معنا بأحد المدعوين مباشرة إلى حدث Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite زيمي and InPen.
We made it. We made it to the front. Check us out. Zemi, it's your first time here in Riyadh competing here at Gamers8. What's it been like since you got here? Has it met your expectations?
It's been great. It's been a great time so far. We've been spending a lot of time practicing, preparing, and it's game day. We're ready.
You know what? Speaking of being ready, your focus is predominantly zero build. So do you feel like that gives you an edge, over the rest of the competitors here that also compete, in things like FNCS?
Definitely, definitely. I've been playing zero build since it came out, both, just regular games and both tournaments. So having that experience is definitely going to be something that's going to give me an edge over everyone else.
سألنا زمي بعض الأسئلة اللي كانت مجهزين له. كان السؤال التركيز على هل تجهيزاته في هذا الحدث كافية أنه بتخليه يقدر يجيب أحد المراكز العليا، لكن يقولون أنا خبرتي في البطولات هذه جدا كثيرة، فأنا متأكد أن هالشيء هذا بيعطينا أدفانتج على كل المشاركين معنا في هذا الحدث.
Zemi, InPen, thank you so much for joining us on stage. I know it was brief, but you've got to go and get to your spots because we need to crack on and begin map number 1. Thank you so much. Our third wave of competitors begins with Pablo Wingu and Bevies, qualifying from DreamHack Dallas.
والآن رحبوا معنا من أقوى الأسماء في عالم فورتنايت واللي حصل على دعوة مباشرة إلى الحدث الرئيسي بوغا أند ثريت.
Claiming 3 of the 6 victory royales in yesterday's Middle Eastern qualifier, please welcome Hero and Fahad.
أحد من المدعوين إلى الحدث الرئيسي. رحبوا معنا بستي تيسن.
Claiming 6th place at DreamHack San Diego, we have Robab and Wox.
حاصلين على المركز الثامن في دريم هاك سمر. رحبوا معنا بأسكتر أند جنتل.
Our next duo invited to compete at Gamers8 this year, all the way from Argentina, we have King and Phaser.
رحب في المسرح الآن الحاصلين على المركز الثامن في دريم هاك دالاس، كيكا أند كنزو.
More of the same, claiming their prize at DreamHack Dallas and qualifying for Gamers8 is Paper and Iomzo.
في المركز التاسع من دريم هاك سان دييغو، رحبوا معنا بنات أند ثور.
And now a duo that dominated FNCS. Can they repeat this in zero build? Please welcome Venno and Queasy. Thank you, Venno. How's it going, buddy? You well?
I'm all right.
Good. Yeah, you seem extremely chilled. I like it. You know, you both played in different duos last year, and you know, you both shone in the standard battle royale mode. So, you know, zero build wasn't particularly the results you were hoping for, but what have you been working on between last year and now in order to make that change?
I think just us playing together a lot, to be honest, because of course we didn't play last time. Just like grinding a lot. I've been playing a lot of Zero Build before this event. I'm actually starting to enjoy it a lot more, opposed to build, but I think we're ready to win.
سألنا فينو عن كويزي، هل تجهيزاتهم للبطولة هذه بتكون صعبة شوي بحكم أنهم كانوا يلعبون في السنة الماضية مع دوز مختلفين عن بعض، لكن قالوا لا بالعكس لعبنا كثير مع بعض الفترة الأخيرة، بالعكس أنا الآن ساير ألعب الزيرو بيلد مود أكثر من النورمال مود وقاعد أستمتع فيه بشكل أكبر، وأنا متحمس إني أجيب المهارة هذه إلى هذه البطولة.
When I talk with the desk and the casters about who they're expecting to do big things here in Gamers8 this year, you know, your names always come up. So do you feel like that adds any pressure? Do you feel high expectations coming into this?
This isn't my first LAN event.
Fair play.
سألنا فينو كويزي أيضا أنه كثير من الناس متوقعين منهم أشياء كثيرة بتواجدهم في هذه البطولة، هل الشيء هذا ممكن يعطيهم أو يحط عليهم ضغط جدا كبير، ممكن ما يدون أداء كويس في البطولة، لكن قالوا لا هذا مو أول مرة أنا أجي فيه في LAN event.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Please go and take your seats and get ready for your first map of the day.
أحد المتأهلين إلى الحدث الرئيسي في Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite، رحبوا معنا مستر سافجن بديل.
Qualifying in 5th place at DreamHack Dallas, please welcome to the stage Bert and Quinn.
حصلوا على المركز الخامس في دريم هاك سان دييغو، رحبوا معنا بأليكس أند سونز.
claiming their spot by competing once again in DreamHack Dallas. Please welcome Casca and Reciprocal.
نرحب في المسرح أحد المدعوين مباشرة إلى الحدث الرئيسي. رحبوا معنا بعمار and Reason.
The duo that claims DreamHack Summer, 4th place, Blatcher and Nixon.
من المركز الرابع في دريم هاك دالاس إلى عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض، رحبوا معنا ديجن and Lucky.
Qualifying through DreamHack Dallas and claiming their spot for Gamers8, please welcome Japco and Cami.
من المركز العاشر في بطولة دريم هاك سمر، رحبوا معنا بكارمي and فانياك.
Our last invited duo to Gamers8 hails from the United States. It is, of course, Clicks and Jukes.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بالحاصلين على المركز الأول في بطولة زيرو بيلد من السنة الماضية لجيمرز 8، أنس and Pink.
The reigning Gamers8 champions. How does that feel to have that said before the tournament starts right here on the stage?
It was beautiful.
Nice. It does feel beautiful, doesn't it?
سألنا أنس بينك إذا وش الشعور اللي أنت حسيت فيه بمجرد أنه أنت دخلت على المسرح كان قال عنك أنك أنت بطل السنة الماضية لجيمرز 8 زيرو بيلد، يقول شعور حلو.
You know, a cheeky little question that I wanted to ask. You know, Anas, let's come to you. Out of all the duos that are competing here, which one do you think is going to give you the most trouble during this tournament?
I think Thomas and Malibuga are definitely the best. They went back-to-back DreamHack, and yeah, they're good.
سألنا أنس أيضا أنه مين اللاعبين الاثنين الدوز اللي ممكن يواجهون أكثر صعوبة في مواجهتهم داخل الجيم. كان جوابه أنه ماليبوكا وتوماس اتش دي هم أكثر ناس صعب التعامل معهم لأنهم حصلوا على الباك تو باك المركز الأول في دريم هاك مرتين على التوالي هذه السنة.
So Pink, you're the reigning champs and you're back on the stage here at Gamers8 a year later. The expectations are high, of course. Do you feel the pressure?
Not really. What are diamonds made of? Or what?
Pot, man. Pot.
Well. Pressure creates...
GG's.
Creates diamonds. Yeah, that's what we were going for, I think. Yep. But it's all good.
Yeah,
you know what,
good.
Fancy? I think we should start the show. Now, can you please go take your seats before we begin our Zero Build tournament? That was fun, wasn't it, Fancy? I liked it.
It was fun.
It was good, wasn't it? 44 duos step into the arena. We have 3 days of competition and 18 matches to play, but only one duo will walk away with the incredible $500,000 first prize.
44 فريق سيشارك معنا في ميدان المنافسة أعزائي المشاهدين، وبعد 18 مباراة و3 أيام وعدد لا يحصى من الإقصاءات، فقط فريق واحد سيظفر بجائزة $500,000 في المركز الأول.
Well, our first map is on the horizon, and all of our players are almost prepped and ready to go, and they are the best duos from all over the world, trust me. So, who has what it takes to hold their nerve on the main stage? Who will etch their name into the history books in the land of heroes? There's only one way to find out. Let's head over to our casters who can break everything down before we dive into our first map of the day.
أعزائي المشاهدين، الماب الأول يلوح في الأفق. أفضل اللاعبين عالمياً مستعدين على هذا المسرح. من لديه الجرأة والقدرة على الصمود في المنافسة الرئيسية، ومن سيكتب اسمه في كتاب أساطير أرض الأبطال. خلونا نروح لما المعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن المباراة، ونبدأ في أول ماب معنا في بطولة Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite.
We're here, it's time, Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, 88 of the best duels in the world, and a lot of pressure on the line for a lot of players.
Look, the biggest competition we have seen when it comes to zero builds. And I promise you, the players are very much feeling the pressure as they get ready to go. But of course, like we know, pressure does make diamonds, but it also can burst pipes. And so we'll see who can handle and withstand that pressure. Taking a look, all the names, all the different players, you saw them all walking out, Shayo. Very exciting time. So many of the best players in this zero build mode competing here today.
Yeah, they're locked in. Levin, me and you actually got to inspect these locks. We walked around the stage a little bit while the players were prepping up. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Anyone who was more confident than anyone else?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I thought when walking around, it was like cool seeing the different players who were like, some were just like cranking, warming up, right? Like actively playing as much as possible. And others were sort of like, I don't want to overheat, right? I want to just stay cool. Like, I'm not really going to like get into game and play too much. Let me just chill for a bit. That sort of different dynamic is cool to see. But for the most part, man, I think, to be fair, even though there are some players here who are playing in like their very first big LAN or whatnot, a lot of them like are used to being on stage now, right? We've had a couple years now where they have had the chance to play in a LAN environment. So I think a lot of these guys should be good at handling their nerves.
Yeah, and when it comes to nerves in this stage specifically, at least walking around it, a lot of isolation for you in your booth. A lot of times when it comes to Fortnite specifically, it can be a little bit more pressurizing being able to see the crowd in front of you, having so much space behind you in general. But every player has their own little box to be able to play from. Gamers8 so far this year, I mean, still got 88 big duels rocking in. A lot of the players coming in from yesterday, some contesting some big duels who are playing today too. So it's a nice mix up this first day of official no build competition.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Of course, we're going to be able to see in that first game just exactly where everyone's going. I think from some of the drop maps that have been made and whatnot, it looks like, there's not actually as much contesting going on. But then you also look at the map and you look at all the different players landing at different spots and you're like, there's no way this can go peacefully. Right? Like, someone's going to have to, start fighting and getting on with some action. So I'm sure we'll see that. Of course, it's zero build. Bunch of third-party fights always seem to take place. You always end up getting cleaned up at some point. So, the players will be used to it, I'm sure.
Yeah, match one's just all about when will that happen? How much speed are we going to watch everything just absolutely disintegrate in just, in terms of the south side? You're talking about some of the places on the map. Mega City looking crazy with so many duels in the business. There's just some mid-map pressure with a lot of people are kind of spread out, but anything can happen at any moment. Players already inside the lobby, just getting warmed up, about a minute away from the battle bus.
Yeah, you can see these two here, Thomas and Malabuka, the biggest favorites, right? When you win 2 of the qualifiers to make it to this event, you are going to be considered the best team. I think if you ask anybody who are they predicting as the top 5 or top 3, most people will have Thomas and Malabuka in there.
Yeah, if you ask all the players, which we did, while you see these interviews, the answer was Thomas and Malabuka for every single one, most feared.
Yeah, look, Anas and Pink, the reigning champions, and they are, worried about how those guys are going to do. I think you look at those guys, what makes them so powerful, not just the fact that they are 2 of the best players individually, but they have one of the best spots as well on the map, sort of landing in that racetrack area, right? It is nice and easy for them. They know how to play that spot. But look, we got a lot of games. That's a big difference, right? A lot of these people used to come, 6-game competitions, even 12-game competitions. But we got 18 games, Shia.
3 days back to back. The big thing too to note for a lot of these players, each and every day, your best 5 games are going to be the ones counted towards your score overall. So if you have a disconnect that still rolls through within the game, if you have issues off spawn or just a bad game in general, it's not the end of the world. You'll still be able to have a match set that's up to par with the people who are playing peak on the day, 6 out of 6 games. So it'll be easy and fun to see exactly how that turns out as we go across the entire day. Of course, the first 5 games will still be the first 5 games in leaderboards. That very last one will wait a little bit to see exactly who finishes on top on the day.
And of course, right, if you are the players, it is important to know that with a format where there are so many games and so many changes over the course of the days, right, in terms of just increases and whatnot, like you have to be very cognizant of keeping your mental in check and adjusting, right? Day 1 is going to look very different to day 2, which is also going to look very different to day 3. We are going to see 3 different metas take place throughout this tournament. What effective strategies happen in day 1 won't be the same effective strategies in day 2. We saw that last year in the zero build competition when it came down to it, right? Day 1, Lucian and Steno dominated that day. They looked like the best team. They were blowing everyone out of the water. day 2 comes around, it's a bit different. The strat's not as effective, right? People adjust, and so we are definitely going to see that over the course of these 3 days.
Absolutely. The macro as well from game to game on the map. A lot of the times you're looking at build competitions. It doesn't really matter where you go overall in the zone, but when it comes to zero build, it can really change the way you're playing the game. I think last year and this one as well, when we were just watching the qualifiers, lots of south side prioritization in terms of the randomness of where the zone's going. That's one of the best and most easiest ways to play zero build, but as soon as we go towards Bastion, towards the north side of the map, towards where there's very even fields, even the best game plan ever from the toppest team of all time is not going to be enough to really stop shots in front of you. So that's going to be absolutely crazy to watch. So far though, many other players are just getting ready to rock it in. Good to see how Bloomy's going to handle the pressure and not even planning to play all 4 days, but qualified and now he's here.
Oh man, I'm so happy for Bloomy. You know, of course, to fly all the way here from the UK, not a guarantee that you're going to get the chance to play, right? And then you play in the qualifiers, you qualify through. That is, you know, absolutely surreal. He was on top of the world. You know, he doesn't actually have his flight back home booked yet, because he's like, I didn't know when I was going to have to leave. I could have had to leave today. I would have to leave, you know, on Monday or something. So he wasn't too sure there, but, you know, things worked out in the end. And look, Bloomy's a player who very much understands the zero build meta, and so I'm sure he will be, you know, fancying his chances, but it's tough for him, right? Yeah. Because the lobby and the map was established. So he's come in and he's sort of scrambling, going, where are we going to land? Like, everyone's landing, has their spots established. Where do we go that, you know, provides an effective platform to be able to perform?
Has to pick somewhere good. At the same time, the confidence for him just being here in sort of not the most lackadaisical fashion, but just this entertaining type of qualifying format where you just do well on average. It should be easy for him to land on his feet. The big thing too, not just qualifiers that are coming through, organizations that are popping up left and right. We saw the BL signings, very flashy jerseys, but then the most recent one, which I feel like everyone's talking about, Epic Whale on FaZe.
Yeah, what a way to announce it. And that proper caught me off guard. I'm sitting there in the background, oh, whoa, what's he doing? He's taking off his top and, you know, FaZe jersey sitting under there. So big ups to him, big congratulations. Of course, you know, a winner here last year, right? Obviously, you know, in a different mode, it was builds, but Epic was a top player and representing FaZe. I'm sure he'll be very, very excited to you know, perform for those guys. So we'll see whether or not it was a good signing for FaZe after day 3, right? That will be when we really determine whether it was worth it. But a bunch of them as well, right? You know, G2 picked up Thomas, of course, and that's a big pickup because, you know, when you get to pick up one of the players that's the favorite, you know, for the tournament, I'm sure they'll be very, very excited at their chances.
Lots of pressure at the same time. G2 usually when it comes to esports and other categories end up being the villains who end up winning so much you want to see them fall. So that might be something that everyone's looking at Thomas HD to do. But this man, just when it comes to shots, unrivaled and honestly unprecedented half the time when we're watching competitions, the stuff that he ends up coming up with. Everyone though that's ready to go has been feeding all day. We're talking about it earlier. Practice, no practice. They've been at the setup. They've been in this position just thinking about things for the last like 3-4 hours, Levin.
Yeah, you see Mixon here on us. He's very much thinking. He's like in the zone. You know, he's very much thinking. He was another one that was picked up, right? Picked up for BL for this event. BL, Become Legends, making a return, right, to compared to Fortnite for this event. So everybody looking to get involved, clearly, and you know, will be rewarded for that. Right? Of course, we saw, right, the whole club system that's going on this time round should be fun.
Yeah, I saw lots of fun for the players too, you know, outside of just what's going down, just overall around the venue, there's so much to do, and even on stage, people are having a good time.
Yeah, I think the players are like whispering each other in game, like messaging each other as players are waiting. Of course, everybody wants to get into the game. We are ready and raring to go. We will get there eventually. Restguard here on our screens, Restguard and Ziandi. This is a team that I think could surprise a lot of people in that they are a team that when you speak to a lot of, you know, players, you know, in the scene, people thinking, look, these guys could be good. Watch out for them. They are definitely a contender.
Yeah, the big thing that you always never really end up looking at, whenever you ask someone their top 5 and third place is the same team over and over again. You know, Zandy, Restguard, they're in the business. That never changes, everyone else does. That's something you have to look out for because if they're the most constant, they're kind of first place.
Yeah, right. They are that common denominator a lot of the time in these predictions. So I think, you know, they certainly have something about them. Of course, the people watching and waiting for the games to begin. I'm ready to see whether or not, you know, the Falcon fans show up like they did last year.
Yeah, I mean,
that was all we heard last year, man.
No, there was something new this year too, right? Yeah. And a brand new org having their own flag raised and their players playing so well in the qualifiers as well. I'm looking at, you know, one big team from the quals, Dexify and Draftel. These guys were really good at third partying and actually controlling an entire lobby, getting good average points, staying on top of the boards. Should be fun to see. the entire dynamic of them and everyone else on screen, on stage, but you can see the flashing lights. You can see exactly what's going down all these roads. These players getting ready for game one, getting ready to leave their mark on the boards.
And as all the players look to land at their spots, we begin a long journey towards crowning a champion at the end of this event. And I think we all have our eyes on different players, but ultimately it's about what you do here in the server. And I think initially, right, we'll have a couple different off-spawn fights, but I think oftentimes we've seen a lot of slow starts here in the zero build competitions, right? Players just very much prioritizing getting good loot, which can be hard to acquire here.
Yeah, lots of footsies back and forth as well as you test other duels around you. Very easy to get those tags over shields being dropped. Is not going to be an issue for a lot of players. Rumble Ruins completely, absolutely individual. There's no one even in the middle of the map. I was looking at a little bit of the drop map. There should be a lot more contention towards the center, but not going to be the case over at Mega City. This is where the action's happening. Epic Will, Acorn looking to see what's up.
Good to see all these different players, right? Ready. Yeah. Mega City can often be one of those places where, as the tournament evolves, fights break out, right? People have an understanding of what buildings they want to land at. Eventually you start stepping on people's toes. Maybe somebody's, standing in an open window for a bit too long. You're like, look, I'm gonna shoot you, buddy. If you're not gonna be aware, I'm gonna take advantage.
You gotta be careful. Sizz and Dijon already interrupted on their rotation. Not sure if this is planned for Mixon, but he's found himself in this position and he's actually reaping so many rewards. Dijon already down. Sizz gotta be absolutely furious for this one.
This is not the kind of start you want to have. Mixon, very, very prepared for this one. Takes both players out with ease. Doesn't take any damage at all.
That's wild. After that, 2 Acorn over at Mega City up against Vanyak. And Vanyak actually going down.
It's not a thing you see often, right? I'm used to Vanyak dominating games and, and being the player who are, calling for these highlight plays, but up against a very, very good player in Acorn. That's going to be something to watch out for throughout the day over at Mega.
Optum Fluger also looking for their chances to find a few shots. Vanyak now finally down. One big thing to talk about just this specific meta of no builds is the flare gun, giving these players the absolute advantage and edge on taking shots on rotations, knowing where everyone is, but they also kind of know where you are. Bittersweet curse for the whole game, but it makes shots that much easier to land.
Yeah, and I think with the ability to sometimes go invisible, it's good to have something that allows you to locate people and see where they are. But the flare gun, really, really powerful, really strong. I think we'll see a lot of players look to carry that throughout the day.
We'll see unexpected drops as well from the start of the day. Blake and Cease looking fine on Bastion, happy, confident in their abilities on what to do. Suddenly you watch the Middle East qualifiers, you got Smicky in the business, and suddenly it's a 50-50.
Yeah, it was weird, right? But I don't want to say weird, but Smicky, he was dominating here at Brutal. Like, they were claiming it. Smicky and Saturn, that north side, will loot it up, and then, well, actually, they were landing towards the south side, so they've had to switch it up a bit in their approach, and we'll see whether or not that actually affects their power here at that spot, but they were looking really good during the qualifiers over at Brutal.
Clicks and Duke as well, lots of expectations here for this duo. They're watching Bully kind of walk around. Crowd a little bit hype on the stage, too. The move through Steamy. Looks like the zone will be pulling towards that south side. No surprise. But that means for people at Brutal, for people near that snowy portion of the map, it's time to move. Over here, stalemates for days.
Yeah, and that's what you often get, right? A lot of those kind of stalemates where players are very worried because you just leave yourself so exposed in this mode. And so if you aren't aware of what's going on, there's a good chance you could get caught out.
Kanada 2 just getting car up. I was about to say some metal, but
he's getting some metal. I don't think this is the mode for him to get some metal.
Old habits,
That's me, man. Whenever I play any zero build, like, I'm always just going into rooms and like farming every single thing, and I'm just wasting time.
Oh wait, I was like looking for like the metal thing. How much is that worth? I'm like, oh, what's going on? The UI is disabled? Nah. Surely not. Kanada, though, confidence. It could be his name change if you wanted it to be this event. Every time I've seen this man just walking around, happy as can be, ready to go. and knows that he's just basically winning the whole event.
Yeah, like Canada's like just like very brutally honest.
Yeah.
You know, he's the kind of guy where like he will say, look, it's not looking good for us. But if things are looking good, he's gonna let you know they're looking good, right? So often can be a barometer for what's going on. Opt and Fluger, players will have our eyes on. I think very much players who are familiar more so with zero build than they would be with build, and so they're always going to feel confident even up against the best of the best pros in the game.
I want to see if we can focus on Mega City specifically as the zone starts to close. As it is at the very edge of the circle on the right side, a lot of the teams will be coming into the zone and stopping there. There's already 4 teams in that spot, and they don't really have to move, right? Surge might end up being a thing overall inside this format too. I mean, 88 of the best players, at some point, they're going to stop going down. Vagan Parzo, you can see them on screen too, focused, rocking in. And is this man a surgeon or a Fortnite player?
He's precise with it, right?
Yeah, not shaky at all. Oh, I thought they were teammates the way they were walking
We're
up.
just standing right next to each other. Yeah, no, that's not his teammate. Definitely not his teammate. That's actually Bully who's playing with Muzz, and Muzz is trying to return, but it's Draftel that picks him up. We've got 3 different teams all in the midst of a battle right now. Clicks on the other side, was able to get away. Right now it's Dexafight and Draftel that will be happy with picking up that one onto Muzz. Are they going to start to push towards Clicks? They use the flare, so they know he's not there. But now there's another team coming into the fray. It's Yakpo and Cammy.
Just a pit stop, though. They're gone. I don't see Duke either, so I think Clicks was... that might have been the end of a very long battle.
Yeah, there's a good chance he got taken down. So Clicks will have to try and reboot. Clicks one of the many players who's actually streaming as well, so streaming his POV, so I'm sure you'll be able to see just how things went down with him and his actual reactions to that. Ooh, what do we have here in the zone? You're used to seeing Queasy and Vino here in the zone in this area of the map. Up against Source and Notch. That's not a battle that they'll be used to taking.
Welcome to the West style, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We'll see how they handle things, though. I think one side of the party's definitely going to be more confident about their chances than the other. But nevertheless, both teams will know what they're doing.
No, it's just planned by Vino Queasy. They're the ones just holding these 2 back. They understand the game plan. Meanwhile, all the way on the bottom left side, right be tuning in with them after this map goes away. There's a huge rotation in what I assume to be a boat.
That's like old school dead side rotations, you know?
I mean, Emad's here now. That's like this man was doing this across all regions for 16 hours.
Arab's here as well.
True.
I don't think Arab's not playing, but he's watching somewhere, so I'm sure he'll appreciate that one. Queasy and Vino, they've moved on now. Not going to take that fight. But they will start to look towards getting to zone. And Kami's actually gliding right in front of them. They'll be well aware of where he is. We'll see how they react to that.
So the comms from Vino there as they're moving through some treacherous territory in the sky. Meanwhile, Canada Agers. Easy for them to get the next spot. It's Creaky Compound. Not really claimed just yet towards the north side. Should be a lot busier towards the south. That'll be the theme of this game. Duke's back. Probably picking up some food, and Dexafight does not care.
Oh, no.
See a car blow up a car and take a few more shots. They're not going to really land, but Fergan will let these guys just play exactly how they were playing yesterday.
Yeah.
Complete confidence.
Very aggressive. Clearly not letting the lobby affect them, right? Some players in this kind of situation where they're thrown into a more difficult lobby would have a bit too much respect, right? Be a bit worried, like, okay, look, we're just a qualifier team. Let's take it easy, take what we can get. Now these guys are fighting for everything that they want. And they're claiming space, they're claiming good positions, and it might just pay off for them.
Oh, it's really nice. They remind me of the needle in a compass. With how loud they are and how much aggression they're dropping down, everyone's kind of revolving and moving around them. Clicks and Duke included. But they're shaking up from that last fight too. Want to make sure that ammo utility is all up. Just a few shockwaves, 1 bunker on each player. Not going to really be enough to really push you towards the end of the game. I think they were relying on that car to really get around, but 1 Cybertron cannon shot, and that's down.
Yeah. like we said, like Draftel's just not gonna let you have that. He's gonna see that card. He's gonna say, nope, nope, nope. That's a threat to me later down the line, and he has what it takes to deal with it appropriately.
Well, the question is, how do they get out? I guess it's just go towards the north, but that top hill has so much sight. Hard to break away. Hero Fahad, though. These guys look so strong on that first day. 3 wins in total, right?
Yeah, they were so impressive. Clearly had a game plan that worked. But again, it's always going to be a question with some of these teams that qualified yesterday. Will they still have the same kind of impact in these lobbies? Does it still apply? Does it still translate? Because it's a whole different lobby.
Yeah. Short answer, no. I mean, I feel like it's a curse winning that first day. You're so confident. How do you throw away a 3-win day game plan, you know? That's a hard thing to do, but hopefully they can adapt to this lobby. Pump and Trashy just trying to hide. This is just hunter and prey right now, right? Anyone that has a high spot at the moment, just looking for shots. Everyone else just hiding in bushes, waiting for the zones to really take over.
Yeah, and in a tournament where oftentimes you see players playing with, you know, teammates who they don't typically play with, right? In some of the regular, you know, build modes. It's good to see those two, you know, sticking by each other, right? Zero build, it doesn't matter. They're going to play together and they're going to do well.
We just go a little bit more to the left. That boat team at the bottom, good rotation. The goat team in the bush. Should be fun to see what they do next.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because overall, this team, I think when you look at their style and builds, a lot of the time things are quite free-flowing, you know, can be often very reactive. And typically, like, you don't expect that to translate, like, to build where you're almost more punished for that. Like, you know, you think they need to be a bit more methodical, a bit slower pace. You don't think that, you know, is in line with what you see typically with Thomas and Malabuka. Yet they've just been, like, the best of everyone, you know? Like, it is very much, of all of, like, the elite players, they were the ones who I thought probably they would struggle the most, you know, with zero build competition, but they've been better than everybody else. So just goes to show how, you know, much better that they are than we can even quantify at times.
It'll be fun to see when they actually just choose to fully start popping off. And it's interesting to see the util kind of links we're looking at for all teams. You get a little bit closer to Creaky, you can ditch cars, go for the bulbs, and big jumps. Source is going to be with Knock next to Queasy the whole, I guess, game and the whole 3 days, unless they switch something up.
Well, yeah, it's a long rotation to make, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily in terms of just like the raw distance. They're still here on the south side of the map, but where you sort of have to go through a lot of different choke points, right? So you almost have to move through a lot slower. All the different hills blocking you.
Ooh.
This is interesting.
Danger in Paradise. Nice dodge there overall. Instant shockwave knowing the car's blowing up. Dodges the Cybertron cannon. Malabuka would have gone down. Sadi, Tayson. Might be an injury in real life, but they're making that translate to in-game.
Yeah, for the people that don't know, Seti busted his head open a couple of days ago. I was there when it happened. It was a very scary sight. He's all bandaged up. I'm sure we'll see him on camera at some point. Playing this competition with Tayson. And things are looking good. They're scaring off one of the best and scariest duos in the lobby, and Malabuka and Thomas. They're really giving them a tough time here. But like you said, Shayo, even with the injury, Seti's still battling on.
Yeah. What's the nickname they're giving him now?
I don't know, man. They're calling him everything, man. I think he likes like Kobe.
Yeah.
You know, like he's fighting through the injury.
Yeah.
He at least thinks he's Kobe. Huh? We'll see.
Allegedly. Well, job's not finished or even started just yet. Queasy Vino, I mean, this is a duo they didn't even expect to fight. I think 4 Cybertron cannon shots have been shot over their way. Look at their HP. That's not normally.
Exafat and Draftel, they go down, and look, we talked about their aggression continuing. We finally ran them into a brick wall, and they're punished for it. Queasy and Vino now going to look to try and get into zone, but how can we players waiting for them as they go in?
Kenzo, so much loot to use. I wonder, like, you know, when there's so many players come through, they have other players' names, and they're actually on land, and they see and meet that player. Like, what happens there, you know? Is it like a... What type of interaction is that? I'm thinking of Batman Boog, I'm thinking of Kenzo, like...
We got to ask. I don't know. Barney's got to ask them.
Yeah?
You know what I'm saying? Barney's got to go up to Booga and say, what do you think of all these people trying to beat you? Like, how does that make you feel?
Bagapars, lots of fans for them as well. Watching. This is one of the spots where they're going to have control for just a little bit.
I like that spot as well, just on the rock, just sort of pivoting, peeking around. He knows someone's down there. He clearly has that idea. And when Fahad and Hero eventually show themselves, he's going to be in the perfect position just to hold them and stop them from moving up the hill.
Next to his bad sniper, Refsguard, Zandy. Side by side. Meanwhile, a little bit deeper into the slabs, there's even a few more teams. Cybertron charge after charge from 2 different teams. I don't know who started it, but Blash is not going to be happy it's ending.
Oh, that's tough. M-Pen finishing business. Zemi's down, and so he doesn't have his teammate there to help out, and he needs to cover quickly. You see him just trying to heal up, prioritizing staying alive. But oh, that's so hard. The squeeze and bad sniper. Hitting shots like a laser there. That was really clean from them. Didn't quite clean him up, so M-Pen will get up to 100 HP again.
Zemi's crawling. He's almost there. It's a literal trench. These guys are at war. Meanwhile, King and Kami up in the business. These guys so confident and down.
No, Phaser and King go down. And it's actually really, really tough for them. Tax and Moo the ones to clean them up.
Yeah, gonna be fine for them to just pick things up and still go through. It's hype all around the world right now. This broadcast in many different languages as well. And tournaments running side by side too.
Yeah, there's a bunch. Gamers8 is popping right now, man. It's lit out here. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on. I know they got the Tekken stuff going on, right, as well. At the same time, FIFA's got their whole World Cup stuff going on. So, you know, competition all around. Competition to be inspired by if you're some of the players competing, right? If you're seeing players in other games having success, you want to get a taste of that as well. So, of course, you want to be watching Fortnite.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone want to keep their eyes on Fortnite. Yeah, priority number 1. Keep your eyes on Fortnite. A lot of big names been going down in the feeds. I think that's the, you know, nature of this tournament with all the big names in it. You're always going to be seeing big names going down, but the likes of Queasy and Vino going down. I think I saw Pink just go down there, second right there. Rain and Champ, so there's a lot of pressure on them to try and replicate last year's success.
It's 3 days of games. They'll have the time. And they were a day 2 team last time too, so. Big Chilling. Sub going through, and it's such a long haul walk for all these teams. The zone's really moving super fast. Can barely even keep up. All the way towards Zandy, Bad Sniper. Fluger's gonna find the best path of attack here. They still gotta go. I mean, eating so much of the storm.
Yeah, just trying to find his way in. See some bandages there that will help. Looking around for a bit more as well. If anything sticks out, Zandy, Refsguard. They're in the zone, but they're looking like in a much more comfortable state. Fighting Fluger here, stopping him from getting in. That's a really nice find for Zandy and Refsguard.
got the slurp swapping too. Zandy making sure that his shield's all the way up towards 100. Bad Sniper might not expect this, but that duo might end up coming in from the storm behind them. Yeah, there they are. There's the beam, squeeze. Instantly almost down, hanging on by a thread.
That was really nicely done. And that's the problem. You have to be cautious of those players playing in the zone. Always got to be watching your back. Frets and Booga, one of the teams that I very much will have my eyes on. I think these guys have the potential to be absolutely finishing the competition in first place. Frets obviously won DreamHack San Diego. That's how he secured his spot and playing with Booga. Now, back then he was playing with Quanti, but now playing with Booga. Some might consider that an upgrade. I think Conti would disagree.
Absolutely.
But still, 2 very top players.
No, it's all about just finding that synergy here in this first game. Epic Acorn just saw them actually deliberating on what to do back and forth. Ideas tossed side by side. They've made a decision. They're walking. Japco's had that car for so long, him and Cammy just seeing every single duo possible on the server.
Finally
still alive, yep. 6 shocks. So high. They're fine.
For a moment, I thought it was all over for him. I thought there was no shot he stayed alive. But he does get in. We'll see if Kenzo can get in as well.
Bunker might have an angle towards the bottom, but see how many ones are just popping off left and right. Zandy actually making a little bit of a wave to get forward, maybe get some free loots.
Ooh.
Kika actually down towards the back, and Austin Pink up and alive and looking good.
Yeah, it's good. Clearly Pink was able to be picked back up, and so Anis and Pink continue their journey. And again, we talked about the big pressure on them. F-Guard and Ziandi, we're seeing at this point in the game where it becomes bunker wars. Everybody just playing around with their bunkers. If you don't have one, you're gonna struggle. And that's why, because the players in the bunkers are already hitting Anas. He's going crazy right now. Pink goes down again, but Anas is gonna keep the fight going. Zemi taken out. M-Pen needs to be careful. Zemi just on a sliver of an HP, but it's M-Pen fighting and fighting well. 5 elims so far. Zemi has 3. These guys are on a tear right now.
How did they even survive that? Getting hit by a Cybertron charge, fighting 2 players at the same time. Zemi never went down.
Zemi was so low. I thought he was down. Right? You can barely see his HP. But still, both of those guys. And they'll get a moment to heal as well and keep going. Xweez, though, he might not have another moment because Cammy is chasing him down. You can see for a moment he's lost him, but we'll eventually find him in the zone there. And he's going to look to reload, go right back at it and take him out.
Push the car forward too. Max Shockwave's available for Cammy as well as he pops one of the slips to just trade it over for a Cybertron cannon. Gets his affairs in order, now he's gone. More shots on the side. That's just crazy. Not expected for anyone that was in that bunker. There was a third player towards the bottom, and everyone ends up just spread. Bunker towards the right. It's Acorn and Epic Wheel at the center. Keeping quiet for now. Quad bunkers down around them. They have so much room to play with.
This is really nice. You can see everybody just peeking up over their bunkers. All different sides of the zone. The next pool is going to be so critical in who sits in the best position. And Pendo, he's trying to create that position. The Cybertron cannon causing so much manic. And he has just turned their world upside down.
He got both. He got both down. Didn't even have land the Cybertron onto one of the players. Just takes him up. Straight guns blazing. Caster reciprocal. Actually pushing back Acorn 2. Might maybe almost pick him up. This is tough to left. That slivers, no shields at all. This is the most crucial shot of Epic Wheel's game so far. It doesn't actually land it on anyone's HP.
But he needs to be careful. If he peeks too much, there's players on the other side of the zone that might just be able to take him out. You can see him there. Just has to play it like an aim trainer, hitting everything he can. But if he runs in this direction, it's going to be M-Pen and Zemi that they run into, but they found themselves in a fight as well. Everybody now trying to time things perfectly.
Castro has one combo. He can't fly to the sky and beam, but he also has no HP. There it is. Towards the top. Reciprocal goes down. Epic Wheels found it. The best position to be in for the moment, and they're actually diving straight towards the next zone. Shockwave towards the left side. Epic Wheel can't actually land. It's Baka towards the right. What option is it? Is it a cannon? Is it the shots? No one else left towards the right. Baka with a big jump, but Acorn denies him the space. Now it's a 2v1.
It's all about this final shot. Gaska's down below, and all they have to do is connect. He's just going to keep hiding. I don't even think he has any heals. He's just trying to stay alive in the game for the moment, but they know they can sniff him out. The zone's going to force him out, and so it's all about the final seconds. They won't even have to do any damage. The zone will do it all, and it's Epic Will and Acorn who start the day with a win.
They don't even need bills this time. Epic Will, Acorn looking so good on day one. You love to see it. Back to back, just, you know, deliberating everything, looking so good. What a way to get that first game.
Announces himself in FaZe on the stage and then wins the first game. FaZe up for sure right now. That is insane. And of course, Acorn as well, putting in that work there. These two are a duo to watch out for. The combination of their brains put together clearly is going to take them far in this tournament.
Absolutely. What a beautiful first game overall for everyone that we watched so far on stream. You just love to see 11.
So many different pop-offs. Of course, we'll talk about the winners, Epic Will and Acorn, but M-Pen and Zemi were going crazy. I want to see more from those guys. And of course, so many other different teams in this tournament. So many more games to prove yourself, Shayo.
Absolutely. So many people just kind of caught in the fray back to back. You thought things would go one way, they went absolutely the other. Even in the start of the game, right? Middle East qualifiers coming in, taking out Legends.
It was crazy. We have so much more action though on the cards. That was just game one. We have 5 more today. We're going to take it to a quick break and we'll be right back.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Hello there and welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Game 1 is done and dusted and we have ourselves a win courtesy of Epic Whale and Acorn. What a fantastic Game 1 it was though. We wanted heated back and forth. I can't even speak. I'm so entranced by what just happened there. We had back and forth from our players, you know, trying to dominate certain areas, rotating in late there, and NPen as well, popping off with Zemi. It was fantastic to see.
Yeah, one of the invited duos, Zemi and NPen. I love to see them popping off there in the late game. Epic and Acorn did end up getting the VR, but, you know, the common saying, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. 3 days of competition, 18 total matches where 15 of those will be counted. I mean, this is just the start, Emad.
Yeah, Acorn and Epic were actually low HP the entire endgame. I was like, they have to be finished. They have to be finished. And every time I said that, they would get another elimination, rotate early, throw a bunker down, and get in a better position than everybody else had.
You're certainly right. Our analysis as well is brought to you by STC. And we've got so much to break down for you as well, because we expected with rotations, those kind of late kind of movements in towards the storm. We kind of thought, you know, it might shift slightly southernly, and it starts to go way out towards the west side there. Interesting to see how late our players as well were trying to get inside, but it made all the difference when it came to the final few moments there, where with some of our teams, as we predicted, getting an enormous amount of eliminations with just a few players left in the lobby.
Yeah, there was actually a moment in the match where they opened up the map and you could see on the east side how many duos were actually inside of the storm during those rotations, and it just kind of shows you that the zero build meta can be a little different.
Yeah, I know a thing or two about the storm because I've lived in the storm playing Fortnite, and the storm can actually help you because you expect nobody to be there, but now since I counted 26 people in the storm at one point. Wow. So the storm is not even safe anymore. You can encounter anybody and it can surprise you at any time.
Love seeing Epic Whale there and Acorn enjoying themselves there. Not really expecting Casca to be eliminated to the storm, but it happened, and these things do happen in Fortnite there. I'm really excited to see the leaderboard as well, because I think things will really be interesting. Some of our bigger players going out slightly earlier. It was interesting to see our Middle Eastern duo as well, taking on Clix and Duke, them really pinning them down, waiting for them to move through into Vision and trying to get those eliminations. Didn't quite work out, but great to see that some players did play more aggressively than others this early on in the competition.
Yeah, and speaking about aggression, there was actually a drop spot switch up. DGen and Sizzlucky, who were originally going to drop North Brutal Bastion, ended up contesting Blotcha and Mixin in the early game. It didn't really go to their favor, but that was just game one, so we will have those early game engagements.
Anytime you land at a new spot, it's tough. You don't know exactly where you are. The terrain is different from what you're used to, so switching a spot, especially on tournament day, it just never goes well, really.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's brave. It's gutsy. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it does not, though. Speaking of zones again, we'll take a look at something here, highlight-wise, when it comes to zones, because the map here really kind of illustrates exactly where our players are at any given time. You can see as the storm starts to shift, players still way far out east there, rotating super duper late.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. In a standard Battle Royale format, you would not expect these many players to be inside of the zone as you're rotating, but you can even look on the far north, far south side of the map here. There's not that many duos, and that could be a very good uncongested side rotate.
Yeah, so about the Storm, they don't have to use their mobility. They can use their slurps and their heals, but their mobility, they're saving it just for the end game. And that's the most important thing in zero builds. The mobility is crucial to save it for the later of the game. When you're in a tough situation, you can't get away from that edge of the zone that's right on your back. You use that mobility, you throw the shockwave down, and you get right to the other side while the other people are just scrambling to get towards the zone.
I saw a fantastic moment there as well with the shockwaves. Anas throws onto the floor, and while in the air, propelled into the air, brings out the Cybertron. Kind of love seeing that animation anyway, but then wreaking havoc up on these bunkers too, which is great to see here. Actually, a poll was run as well for you guys watching at home here, asking which player should have been at Gamers8. He'll have some results pop up on the screen very shortly here, interestingly, because the lobby, as you mentioned, is so stacked. There it is. The community vote is there. Which player should have been at Gamers8 Fortnite? Of course, you can share everything online, socials-wise with us as well. We'll try and read as many of those as possible. Love having you as part of the show here. We've talked about some of the fantastic players, the caliber of them here, but there are of course some that didn't make it here. Oh, we actually have the results as well. Mustache there, 53%. Mustache obviously yesterday in our Middle Eastern qualifiers there, but you can see the percentages there. Thank you all for voting at home. Some big names that couldn't quite make it through to Gamers8.
Yeah, speaking about big names too, during the match we actually saw Seti and Tayson hunting down Malabuka and Thomas HD, but something happened there as the tables did get turned and Thomas HD and Malabuka ended up taking out Seti and Tayson, but it was kind of like a clash of the titans.
Yeah, their HP was so low, I thought they were done for, and then you just see on the feed that they were actually the ones taking them out. It was like it was unexpected. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, the highs and lows of the terrain as well. We saw some kind of the jungle biome. We saw some mountains, hillsides. With the Storm and Zero builds, I think it's really interesting because I'm sure there's many new players watching this as well to Zero builds, and even Fortnite potentially as well. The highs and lows of the environment around you is so pivotal in any one of these games because you can't build as you usually would do in traditional building meta. You have to kind of utilize what is around you and what you can get behind trees, whatever it might be, the bunkers. That's what we use so much as well here. You can see when it kind of the storm shifts and there's an open expanse, everything just breaks loose. It's just basically the last person standing. And it's difficult to manage those situations. We talked about adapting all the time here on Fortnite kind of competitive broadcasts, but you really do have to do that. And when you have a lobby like this with these kind of players, I mean, it's that every single person, a slight mistake you make is really going to cost you.
Right. I mean, you have the items like the porta bunkers that can help you kind of build that cover, but it's also very important to know how the natural mobility works along the map. And that's actually what Thomas HD and Malabuka excelled at as they were running away from Seti and Tayson. You have the mushrooms in the jungle biome that can help you balance. You have the ground rails, the vines, Rift Island when it appears with the rifts under it. There's so much you can use in the environment.
Yeah, you have to be careful when using those though, because the aim from these players is insane. They've been training for years and years. Aiming is second nature to them. So when you take a rift, when you put a shockwave and go straight up, they track you to the T, and they know exactly how fast you're gonna land, how far you're going to go, and when you're gliding, they know how long it takes to get to the ground. So when using that mobility, you just have to be careful.
I'll be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, seeing our players wreaking havoc with the MK Alpha as well, though. I mean, just beaming players out of the sky, and if you've got to be those rotates as well, you're kind of always vulnerable when you're in the sky. You're trying to land as quickly as you can, so you get tagged whilst they're kind of airborne. I'm interested to see exactly what's going to happen in game number 2, which is coming soon. But first things first, we actually have ourselves an interview. So let's head over to the Banksmeister extraordinaire and see what he has in store for us.
Welcome back to the main stage where I'm joined by Epic Whale and Acorn right here, your first Victory Royale claimers. Acorn, I'm going to come to you first. We have a saying in the UK, start as you mean to go on. How does it feel to now have this many points this early on the board?
Feels good, man. Starting off with a win, that's the best way you could start.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly. Now, Epic Whale, was there a moment during that map where you thought, we've got this in the bag, and you're not allowed to say the last elimination? Okay.
Yeah, I knew we got it in the bag, like right when we dropped out of the bus.
It's just too free.
He joins FaZe, and then look at this ego on this guy. Look. Okay, finally, have you enjoyed your experience here compared to like last year? You competed on the stage already, both of you, but I'll come to you, Acorn. You've been here before, but this is kind of different. It's a bit bigger, it's a bit bolder. How has the experience been compared to last year?
Amazing. Like, I didn't think they could up it, and they did. So it was just even better.
They upped it. You heard it here first. I'm going to go back over to the studio, but thank you guys for joining me here on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Barney. We're so used to seeing Epic Whale and Acorn in winning situations, seeing them together as well. You've got FaZe, you've got Dignitas coming together there, and they managed that game spectacularly well. And that was what's really important there. But any of the duos that really stuck out to you? Anyone else want to highlight ahead of game number 2?
Yeah, look, they didn't make it to the late game, but I saw them popping off shortly beforehand, and it's actually Refsguard and Z Andy landing uncontested in Shady Stilts. I was actually eating with Refsguard the other day, and I was hearing how confident they actually are. I mean, coming from qualifying in DreamHack Sweden, they know this meta to the T, and it kind of showcased in the last match. They got a really good amount of eliminations. They didn't make it top 5, but I believe they were top 10 there. So if they can consistently keep racking up those placements, racking up those elims, then they can definitely make something happen.
Yeah, as you said, confidence is key, and I actually spoke to a player, Baka. It's crazy how we can speak to the players.
I love it.
It's amazing, really. And Baka made it to top 5 that game. I'm not sure exactly what place he got, but I saw his name because there was so much commotion happening, I couldn't even keep track. But Baka and Pars landed all the way north of the map, and they still made it to that end game, and he still was able to place all those placement points, which was amazing to see. They were focused on the rotation, and it's just nice to see some new names pop up.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we saw some interviews there prior to the actual match one taking place. I loved hearing from Zemi as well. Similar kind of situation there, kind of catching up with players. Zemi and I just kicking back, having a coffee together, just like talking about kind of like his life in Fortnite. Interesting, kind of coming up through the ranks in Zero Builds as well, playing with the likes of Tfue along the way, and kind of really getting to know the ins and outs of the kind of meta of Zero Builds. And you can see where it really counted there. And I think Zemi and Empen really impressive. Obviously, Empen taken out by our winners, Epic Whale and Acorn there, but still managed to kind of survive as long as possible. We obviously know standing points are so pivotal in this particular format as well. And when you have to last and clutch up as long and as fast as you can, and Empen getting those eliminations as well, a great teammate to have.
I mean, you said Empen got taken out, but it was not without a fight. I mean, the amount of eliminations Empen and Zemi were racking up in those last moments. It's what you love to see from a duo like this. I mean, Zemi as well, having so much Zero Build experience. I mean, that's like Zemi's main game mode, and it's showcasing here from how well not only they're playing as a duo, but just how well they're dominating this format.
Yeah, I saw them in the elimination feed early, them getting knocked, but they got each other back up, which was crazy, because in no builds, that's hard to do. You're usually in a bad situation, in a bad spot when you get knocked, and you get finished instantly, but they got each other up, they made it to the end game, they got so many eliminations, they popped off.
They really did. You can see match 2 is imminent here as well. I mean, going into match 2 as well, fellas, you've had the first opportunity here to kind of ease yourself in. You've been out there on the stage. You've had yourself the audience cheering you on. What's going into match 2? I know it's coming real thick and fast now, but very quickly, how do you think this one's going to play out?
Look, for Epic Whale and Acorn, I know they're going to be feeling good. They're going to be feeling excited, the crowd cheering them on. And look, if you didn't have too great of a match, not only is it 18 total matches, but remember, your 5 best matches are going to be counted towards your points. So if you had a terrible match, like maybe DGen and Sizzlucky's match where they got 0 points because they got elimed off spawn, that match most likely won't even count. If they can continue to get good matches for the next 5 matches, then they're good to go.
Yeah, that's what I love about this format. No matter what you do, you always have a chance. And I think this game is going to go to Booga and Threats. I don't know why. I just have that feeling. I just have that feeling.
Well, we saw there not too many eliminations, I think, in the last game, but managed to survive for a long time. But let's head over to our casters right now. It's back to Levin and Shire for game number 2.
Game number 2 is here. The players are already leaving the battle bus, not getting on it. They're already off it. And they are ready to go right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, exits, no entrances. The question is, what does Emad know? Booga Threats called out to win this game. Interesting revelations. And what are the adjustments right now? I'm seeing a few more people at Rumble Ruins, Creaky getting a few more players. So maybe some of the qualifiers switching things up in game 2.
Yeah, I think, oftentimes, right, we always have this conversation about, of course it's still early doors, but like, it is just ever more so early doors when you have 18 games of competition. Game 2, you're like, okay, like, does it even matter kind of thing? But of course it does, because, you have to sort of set motion. You can't allow yourself to fall back behind too far. But for sure, game 2, I expect to see much more of the same from game 1 in terms of just, again, people trying to fill things out for the lobby. If you are in a situation where you're contested, you want to try and establish, you know, yourself as a dominant party there. Pablo Wingu, unfortunately, going down here, and his teammate isn't anywhere really in sight. That's Pars that takes him out from afar. So it's not even Pump and Trashy who are right beneath him, dealing that damage.
They're going to hear that, Elam, though. They're going to walk around a little bit. So much time to be able to just keep zooming through zone. Look at a few of these early fights breaking down. Not going to happen this game too fast just yet.
Yeah, and I think Pump's one elim probably is an elim onto Bevy's, right? And so Bevy's got cleaned up by him, and then it was a pass to take down Pablo Wingu. So unfortunate for that duo. That's one of the few sort of Osborne contested fights we see.
But I'd still be up. Only one player down so far, so could be a thing. I wonder who he took out then. Was it a reboot?
Oh, maybe. I'm silly.
He knocked him.
He knocked him, but
yeah.
Pars finished him.
Respects.
And then, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Fortnite.
Battle Royale. Vanyak, Karmi, Epic Whale. Last game, Karmi, Vanyak. Not much to even do at all. I think one of the first teams to be taken down. That was Acorn, just being an absolute powerhouse. Degen says Lucky also once again caught between a rock and a hard place, but they go straight in for a few shots. It's Gentle getting bopped backwards. Shock reacted by another shock. Now they're looking giddy. They're like, okay, we made it off spawn. Oh, what do we do now?
Yeah, of course. They didn't get to play our last game, right? So this is game 1 for them, right? This is game 1 for them. Gentle and S-Dark were giving them problems before, so of course Gentle, a very, very well-known player here in the Middle East region. So we're gonna try and rep, not just for Falcons, but for the whole of the Middle East in this competition. Speaking of Middle East players, of course, Satam and Smikey here.
They're going back and forth, but once again, you mentioned it last game. Not very familiar with going on that north side. South side for them is where the action was. Kind of just being put on ice cold. A lot of brutal bashing. I feel like it's just all talk. No one actually fights at this POI.
Yeah, it can be an awkward spot to fight in. Very awkward spot to fight in. It's sort of like one of these teams is going to establish themselves as a team that captures the flag. And then the other one is sort of just going to leave and look to loot elsewhere a lot of the time. We do see fights happen here sometimes, right? Especially last season, right? We saw a bunch of fighting for over the vaults and whatnot, but yeah, I think that one will be a bit more peaceful throughout the day.
Oh, issues right now is we haven't seen them before for Roughguard and Ziandi. They got to mid game pretty easily. Pump and Trash is trying to just switch things up so far here at the stilts. Oh, and a misfire from one of the shockwave grenades does end up costing them about 200 more damage onto their duo collectively. Rizandi and Refsguard able to just get away.
And these are the fine margins we talk about that can cost you down the line. HP will be reacquired here over time, but Pump and Trashy very much looking more favorable as it stands. Both teams will just look to loot up. And again, it's just a bit of posturing towards each other, right? A lot of the time you see that happening where different players are very much warning you. They're not going to fully engage you, but they're warning you and letting you know, look, keep your distance.
I think Queasy and Vino were doing that to a duel last game.
Yeah, they were doing it to Source last game.
Yeah. This time, not going to have that situation. It's about holding your ground more so than keeping your distance. Genjutsu crossing, getting the whole zone. The top left of the map, there actually has a lot of people, a sizable amount of people so far out of zone. Will have to move. We saw Robab also on stage. Confident today. Laid back, got his classic white shirt, just seeing what he wants to do.
Yeah, shout out to Robab, man. Of course, Wox as well, playing with him. These guys have a lot of experience playing with each other, so we'll see whether or not it actually translates to much success here. I think another example of a team who, again, maybe aren't quite considered favorites in this competition, but have plenty of firepower.
Oh, they can shoot. Right now, what do the winners of Game 1 have in terms of a strat for Game 2? Not going to be instant knock, so they're going to have to fight for a few of these eliminations. Laka is gone. He got his license. He's ready to drive.
He does not want any problems right now. They've just gone to a whole different side of town.
Mega City really starting to get populated, though, as a few more duos move in. These guys were doing that without shield, too. That's crazy. I feel like having this idea of a loadout, like what you want to do, is so important for a bunch of these duos. Not everyone's going to have that Cybertron cannon, but this duo in specific, knowing that they have control of that game after game, it makes them so much more of a threat to everyone else on the server.
Yeah, I think you see sort of, you can almost see what people's ideal loadout is. A lot of people have the same sort of loadout. Of course, priority being bunkers. Shockwaves are a huge deal as well, right? Trying to get out dodge as soon as possible. This here, the cannon, wow, hitting both players there. Amar and Reason, big damage being taken.
Now they know they actually jump up as well, because so much of those like just naturally recurring walls are already taken down, if not more than halfway taken down. Hero gone. Arrow says to Fahad, I failed this city, and just ends up getting that Elam for free.
Takes him out, nice and clean.
And sub for him as well is just like, I feel like a nice grounding pull almost, right? Every time we see Arrow spinning about, landing good shots, so accurate. Sub's there to make sure he has that HP pool. It's just big chilling. Gentle and S-Dark, I mean, they've been all around the world, it seems like right now. The last time we saw them was snowing. Now it's a jungle vacation. They're going to see what's good, but over at Rumble Ruins, we do have a knocked body. Over at Brutal, we'll have like 5 different teams rotating in just a second. Who's all the way up at Shady Stilts? You don't have a boat. You got to start running.
Oh, look, they might just be looking to play the zone. We see a lot of players do that. This is Lucky and Degen. Again, for them, almost a chance at a first game, right? They played last game, but it didn't quite go too well for them.
Is it going well now? You know, they're full right now, but are they eating? Because no elims. 0-0, they got like 4 fights in them. What's going on?
Well, usually if you're full, you don't want to eat, right?
True.
I think they're content with just waiting until their next meal.
All right.
But the problem is, right, you see where they have to rotate through Rumble Ruins. That next meal is going to be hard to come by.
It's true.
Because they got a lot of hungry players around them that will very much be looking to take advantage of somebody. Gentle, and that's Dark, waiting around here. And they have a good spot above, but the problem is that there's a lot of trees here for cover, so actual visibility on players could be difficult.
The visibility and safety as well is a little bit difficult too. We know there's people inside the zone. We know there's a team below them towards the backside as well. Guys got to be careful.
Yeah, you can see both just on either side of the roof, right, and just sort of rotating around. Gentle on one side, Dark on the other. Did I hear Let's Go Falcons?
Let me hear it. Yeah. It's back.
That's actually the reason why I wanted to come back here.
Yeah.
It was just to hear the Let's Go Falcons. They got to get louder, though. That's what we need.
18 games, you know? Every game it gets 10 decibels louder.
Hey, I can see it. Seti going down in the feed. Interesting. Canada and Ages will start to make their move on throughout. You can see Canada very much scouting, looking at the gas station, trying to figure out who's there.
Actually taking a while to pick which augment he wants to take as well. Interesting. I feel like for Zerable, a lot of the times people just immediately lock in, know what they want to do, but he's saving up for something. Vert and Quinn. Also just taking their time. These guys know. They know exactly what's going down.
Tayson in the feed as well. So we saw Seti go down a second ago. Tayson following suit. And that's tough because those are 2 big names, but 2 names who historically just haven't quite been able to find a winning formula in 0 builds. And I think as a fan of Tayson, all of us who are fans of Tayson, we're still waiting for that big land performance from him, and it just hasn't quite come. And they're going to have to turn around their fortunes if it is to come anytime soon. And look, if you're Tayson, you got all the fans screaming your name, right? Let's go Falcons non-stop. You know, you got to start to live up for them. Look here at the map as you look closer and closer to that next zone.
It's not too far.
Very much a similar sort of position. Not many teams are going to have to change up their plans drastically.
Yeah. But this is where the ticks start to kind of up themselves. No more being up at stilts. The same team. I don't know why I'm picking on them so much. Still so far north side in the zone. Watch them just win this game. Sabanero just end up moving in. Not going to be focused too much by that team that was on top of the temple.
Yeah, but they had to wait a bit. You see, right? Everyone's sort of left now, and they're finally starting to get in. It's taking some time now. Take some HP as well. Refsguard and Ziandi, they've got themselves a vehicle in this game. They're right beneath the Rift Island. It looks like they want to go up as well, so we'll see how effective that is. Ziandi, a bit of indecision there about which zip line to use to get up. He wanted to run to the other one, instead decided to use the one Refsguard did. Thomas and Malabuka sitting just beneath it.
Are they going to check? I don't see a flare gun on Thomas. Maybe they've already seen it. Yeah, there's a car right next to a zip.
Yeah, they know.
They got to know.
If they don't know, they're going to get to know right now. If they go up above, you
Here
can
we
see
go.
both looking to jump on the Rift. And these are two very, very top teams going up against each other.
Oh, they're
Both
committing.
teams from EU, and they're just going to land on their heads. Oh my goodness, Malabuka. Was that the right play? I don't think so. He goes down. Thomas is beneath the house. He's just ready and waiting. You can see Malabuka now looking at Thomas's screen. He's hoping, praying he can make something happen. Thomas down. Doesn't have access to the vault. He's just going to have to wait down here. Places a bunker down. Drop some loot, but it's not going to be enough HP. Oh, dearie me. You saw them fully commit to landing on the roof. That's an all-in play.
You can't really fly or go anywhere else either. It's absolutely impossible. But Thomas now will try to just fly away. Launch padding straight up in the sky. I can't believe what I just saw. This is just insanity over here at Gamers8. Thomas now finally in a relaxed position. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to even attempt to retrieve to get that card, but business as usual for the duo now in the room.
I'm still trying to just comprehend what I just saw from Malabuka and Thomas there. I don't know if that, like, surely they must have known somebody was up there, right? You see the car down by the zipline, and you just rift up and full landing on the roof. Like, it's madness, but hey.
It could have worked. It could have honestly worked.
If they had won the fight, we'd be sitting here saying, oh my goodness, they're the best players in the game, you know? So, you know, that's the hypocrites we are, but.
No, but yeah, no, that's the least likely thing. It's just interesting to see that even if you take 50 damage flying in, you commit. What I do like, though, is when a duo commits, even if it's a mistake, if they're on the same page and they're still there, that's very important.
Yes.
I think it'd be worse if Malabuka is just flying somewhere else completely and Thomas is committing to the fight, even if he thinks it's a bad decision.
Well, that's the one thing I've always respected about Thomas, is that as good of a player as he is, you know, sometimes when you're as good as a player as Thomas, you always expect players to have an ego in that they, you know, think, you know, why are you doing this? Like, they're going to question decisions. Like, Thomas is the kind of player where he will listen to his IGL.
Yeah.
If you make a call, no matter who, if I'm IGLing Thomas, he will listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he will respect his IGL, and so very much, like, not going to be questioning that, but maybe he will next time, because it didn't quite work out for them. So it's lucky then DJ in the midst of a fight, and a fight that doesn't look like they're going to win. Quinn coming out on top of that one. Vert will be very happy about that. Quinn picking up both limbs. But that was a close call. Both players just all in each other's faces. And those are the kind of battles that can be very hard to call.
Who were they still fighting? It felt like there was more shots there.
Yeah, it was
Shields because of fire on the ground.
Yeah, the fireflies or whatever, you know, the bees, sorry, causing them issue.
Wasps.
The wasps, sorry, yeah, not bees, wasps. Big
bees are nice. Bees are nice.
Are they?
Yeah, they just want to pollinate, oxygen, something. They're very important.
Well, whatever it wasn't nice. It was,
That's true. That's true.
Wasn't very nice. Nima, Cal Gamer, a team we got to watch in the qualifiers yesterday. They won the qualifier yesterday, and so coming in fine form.
Gonna fly right by this island that had a cannon event on top of it, so.
Yeah. Are you confident about their chances today here in the competition?
I feel like they're going to be one of the duos that's just consistent. You know, I talked about Ziandi kind of being that top 3 in people's minds. The performance might be just like a top 3 performance every single time, every single game. If these guys average like a performance that's somewhere to the top 10, top 20 game after game, they could rise up if they have some type of pop-up games, right? So far I haven't seen any crazy mistakes from Nima and Cal Gamer, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, and I think they'll be happy regardless.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you can put up a decent showing.
Ooh.
Fluger or not.
Hold up. Flare gun connoisseurs. They actually took off the shields from both Noah and a Zulbarner Blaster at the same time, just from flare guns.
That's tough. That is absolutely tough. They're going to keep going as well, but for some return fire. Oh! Yeah, don't mess with us, Blaster's going to be thinking. We can deal some damage with a cannon ourselves. Well, the problem for Blaster and Noah is like they are now just very much trapped. They can't go that way because Opt is going to be right there. And if they go up the hill, there's another team waiting. If they peek out from behind this bunker, Ziandi's up there. So like it is not a good spot to be in right now. Like, they are trapped.
The fireworks in Riyadh apparently fly on the 7th of July.
Yeah.
But there's no celebration here though in this game. This is just stress.
Stress it is for these players.
They all gotta move. Ref's guard.
Ref's guard.
From downtown.
From way downtown. Oh my goodness, connecting onto that. That is crazy.
Oh man.
Yomzo and Paper now. They're just gonna have to hope they can get away scotch-free. Hope the angle's too awkward, yeah.
Almost saw him. Oh, I can't really make it out from the zone.
It's tough. I think they're expecting them maybe to rift up or something.
Yeah. Now they're gone, and then off the top, those guys glide away too. I've not seen the scooter at all this season, but this is hilarious with Fluger and Opt.
Well, the reason you don't see it is because it's such a risk. Like
they're not even driving it right.
Yeah.
Just crashing into walls.
Somebody can very easily just take shots at you. You don't have cover. It's not like when you're Lardo and Bloomer right here where they have a lot of cover. Like anyone can just take shots at you if you're on a motorbike like that. So gotta be careful. Of course, Bloomer and Lardo, another team that qualified through the Middle Eastern qualifiers yesterday. Very, very happy for Bloom. He flew all the way from the UK to be here and to play. And he made it all worth it.
Whoa.
Guard and Ziandi, they've come off of the island now. And they're looking to get into the mix of a fight with Fluger and Opt. And it's one that they will quickly win. Oh no, it's King and King
flying in. Yeah.
Okay, oh.
So they're just like, okay, let's go again then.
Well, now
why not?
Guard will get involved in it.
Why not?
And they'll just clean that up. Okay. Still the same conclusion then. In the end, it's still Refsguard and Ziandi who come out on top.
Refsguard had 6 bunkers.
Wow.
He's only used 2 so far. Or 3. I'll just say 3 so my math's right. He's had 6 bunkers.
You'll probably pick up a couple more from all those bodies there. Thomas HD.
Still alive?
Still alive, hiding though.
I know the call. I understand the call. Malibuka goes up towards the island, down on purpose, leaves Thomas HD in clutch situation, and then he just wins the clutch for the clip.
Look, if that ends up playing out how you say it does, I'd be very surprised because you can see they have got a long ways to go. Max distance rotation to get to zone. If Thomas can come out alive, I'd be surprised. Refsguard barely able to make out, and we saw how strong of a position they were in only a matter of moments ago. Ziandi wanted to go out with a bang, and unfortunately he will, just not in the way he intended. You can see Pinkin and us scoring across the zone. Acorn obviously one last game, and he's down to bare bones and HP. Quanti ends up falling now as well with Trippin, and it's Trashy and Pump who are going to be able to pick up that loot.
Guys, it's not a happy beach vacation. Just getting dragged through the sands. Pink and us, I feel like them as well as Bloomy alongside them, every one of these bunkers seem the most poised right now, the most in control. Looking for shots everywhere, but as soon as you get cracked, you know the Cybertron cannons are about to be switched to. You know your walls aren't safe, so Pink and Anas have to be careful here. From the top rope, 2 shots, Bloomy in control, and he's gone.
Bloomy from out of nowhere. Nobody saw that coming. Not Pink, not Anas, not me, not you, Shayo. I did not see that one coming, but that was nice. Bloomy picks that up. And so, in a game where we were questioning, look, this is a qualified team, how much power do they have? He's just jumping into people's faces, into people's bunkers.
They don't care. And why were they there? They wanted this part of the map first. Map knowledge. You know exactly what's about to come up. It's those houses right behind them. You'll see that zone move. Bloomy, Lardle, we're going to take that first. Big risk, though, because anyone could have gone left. Season Blake could have gone left to even just overlook on the hill. They choose to go right. Fighting with Trashy first. A late type rotation with the Shockwaves. So look at the loadout right now. Peak lapel, dot, dot, dot. It looks so good with the Shockwaves and the Cybertron cannon.
And his aim needs to match up with that as well. A couple shots connected, but he needs to do a bit more. Dart gets taken out here by Queasy and Veno. And so this is a team who, again, are known, renowned for their prowess in competitive Fortnite, but haven't quite been able to deliver the same in zero build competition. This is their chance, a chance for Bloomy to have another highlight reel moment. Unfortunately, goes awry, but Queasy and Veno stay consistent, stay together, and stay on the edge of the zone, waiting for players to come in.
Acorn waiting for the next person to jump in the taxi. This man is doing an old strat we saw way back in the day when we started off no builds.
It's one that's always remained.
Absolutely. Blake seats in control right now towards the top. Limited in just charges of that Cybertron cannon. They have to be very picky on where they choose to shoot. NPC is actually giving away the location of a few players hiding behind walls. Veno, Queasy on the left, absolutely silent, waiting for their chance to strike. Everyone actually at a standstill. 7 different teams. One finally falls. It's Queasy finding Vidil.
And that's another one added to the tally. They have 5 already in this game. And the way these guys are playing so far, it looks like they could get even more. All players on one side of the zone, they're sitting comfortably on the other.
They won't have any control as to who goes down right now, but when it comes to final space, this might be it. This might be the last zone. A lot of the time it's zone 9, zone 10 where things just end, but so much HP on all these players. C-Spike to the skies, everyone's shooting him. It's a cross-hatch stitched blanket, and it's not comfortable for these players up in the air. Blake down, can be distracted. Cybertron cannon wrapped around. It's tough for any player to breathe under this water, but Bunkers might make it so 180. From Cayman, he does stop pumping his tracks.
If you don't have a bunker, you are in for a rude awakening. Queasy and Veno, though, sit comfortably above the rest, and they close out the game with so many limbs as well. Queasy and Veno, we're used to seeing them winning games, maybe not so far in zero builds, but what a perfect time to start doing it.
You thought you were about to see a highlight reel of crazy Shockwaves, big water gameplay. Those guys were the ones making the clip. They chose to say, pause, stop, the game is over.
Wow, what a game from those two. And no celebration. They don't even care. It's just like, yeah, we won a game. Look, there's still so many more left. They're used to winning now, and they aren't letting it get in over their heads. Yeah, look at Veno, look at the camera. You think you don't see him, man.
It's not his first land. It's not his first land.
He's trying to act ice cold, but we know, bro. We see you, bro. We know you're excited, man. It's okay to celebrate. You don't have to be so stoic 24/7, man. It's okay. But big congratulations to those two.
Oh man, what a game overall from everyone. I feel like across the board,
yeah.
They were alive. I feel like a few people were still sleeping in that first game, just getting ready, getting awake. This one, everyone just threw everything at the wall.
Yeah, but that finish was mad as well. Like finishing in the water there, like everyone having to place their bunkers. Otherwise, it's like you're literally a fish out of water, like just bobbing on the sea level, waiting for people to take shots at you. Like that is real tough.
Yeah, I got to see a few more highlights from this game overall, just see what's up for the moment. I mean, everyone else trying so hard. Queasy Veno asking, should we end the game? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but I think all throughout that end game, right, you saw just how good they were. Incredible positioning from these boys, and plenty more to come from them as we head into the next games. That was game 2. We have many more on the way for you after this quick break.
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
Hello, you lot. Welcome back into Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Our zero build extravaganza continues. Match 2 is done and dusted. Lots to break down for you. Our analysis brought to you by STC. Queasy and Venom. Just saying here, top of show, I did mention I thought they could go all the way. They've got a victory royale, and they did it with such aplomb as well. What a fantastic performance from this pair.
Look, a strong game too. In those final moments, they were the only duo that was up and standing, raining down on their opponents, flying through the skies with shockwaves, but it's all about the chemistry, the synergy, and making sure you're on par with what your duo is doing.
Yeah, as you saw at the end, they were on top of the hill, and when you're above, you can spray down without them spraying. So when you want to take a break from spraying, you just back up. But when they spray down, they can always choose how to put them in a bad position. So they just use it to their advantage, and they just got the win easy peasy.
Well, they know the zone, the area so well as well. I mean, they do drop the POI is Kenjutsu crossing that area. The storm moves in that direction as well. When you know the map knowledge is so well as they clearly do in that particular area, that's got to be an advantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the qualifiers yesterday, there was a lot of southern zones pulling, and that's why Fahad and King, or Hero, sorry, did such a good job as well. When the zone's pulling towards you, you kind of do have that advantage, especially in zero build. You have to see how kind of complex the rotations can be, but I mean, knowing Queasy Vino, they can get far zones, they'll still make their ways around it, but when they get gifted a zone like that, they also know how to capitalize on that situation and make the most out of it.
Yeah, as you said, whenever they have the zone, they have to use less mobility, less shields, less heals. They get tagged less opportunities for them to go down. So the closer to zone you are, you just chill, you just relax, wait for the end game, and then get the victory royale if you play it right.
Well, exactly. I mean, other players, they're bunkered up down in the water. You see the likes of Blake and Cease, shockwaving through the sky, and they're easy targets, aren't they? And they're flying overhead, aren't they? So we're going to see exactly how Match 2 has affected results, and our leaderboards will be popping up on screen for you guys at home as well. We can take a look at this and see exactly how things look after our second match, and also our overall leaderboard in general will be a lot of fun to see as well here. I think when you look at points in general here, players already be thinking a bit about exactly how those are already stacking up. I mean, this is an 18-game format, 3 days, 6 games a day, but already 2 games in, you're going to be conscious of what's happening, particularly I think tomorrow and the next day as well, when those points start to inflate as well, the 125%, 150% as well. They've got to be keeping tabs on things.
Yeah, 25% increase in points as the days go on. I mean, consistency is going to be key in this format, adapting throughout the days to make sure you can consistently get a good amount of points, because also as the days go on, teams might be dropping in different locations, changing up the rotates, the routes, and you just want to make sure that you can consistently be doing a good job. So
yeah, and going back to the shockwave play that you said Cease made, I was actually speaking about it the other game. If you shockwave straight up, somebody is getting you out of the air. Their aim is on point. If there's something that goes across all these players, their aim is insane, and that's what got him here in the no build biggest tournament of the year.
Exactly. I mean, we saw Bloomy qualify yesterday. I loved seeing that shockwave play again against Pink and Anas, you know, last year's winners. It was great to see kind of like, you know, capitalizing again. They're in a bunker and manages to maneuver brilliantly around, gets the double elimination there and adds up 24 points to his team's tally.
Yeah, I mean, movement is key, especially in the zero build game mode. I actually saw our game 1 winners, Epic Whale and Acorn. I saw Acorn was kind of clutching it up as a solo in those last moments. Got into the top 5, I believe, finished 4th place, so that's a good amount of placement points they're going to be racking up.
And the pro tip, shockwaves aren't just for you moving. You can move other people. So if you know players are in a bunker right under you, in a vulnerable spot, but they're hiding because the bunker's there, you throw the shockwave, the shockwave breaks their bunker, and they're just out in the open, and it's easy pickings.
Absolutely right. I mean, in terms of inventory items as well going in, you both play professionally, as I mentioned before. These guys are the goats, by the way. They really are the goats. When you've actually been in those situations, you know, think about items you want to ensure that you have with that kind of like last few players left on the map. What do you have to have in your arsenal? What is absolutely key in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the porta bunkers, we've talked about the shockwave impulses, but there's also, you know, the Cybertron cannon that we've been seeing used a lot, but also the flare gun, Emad. I mean, that will locate your enemies and your surroundings. Even if you can't see them, you can launch a flare gun and it marks those opponents by you, and especially in zero builds, when you got people hiding inside buildings, inside bushes, it can be very impactful.
Yeah, and the flare gun is not only good for locating players, it puts the surrounding area on fire. So those flames makes those players panic. They're like, where do we go? Where do we go? And if you don't communicate right, you guys both go separate ways, it's not going to be good.
That's right. What a team that absolutely did communicate brilliantly, marvelously, wonderfully in that last matchup was Queasy and Venno, and it looks like Banks is with them on stage right now.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are joined by Venno and Queasy, claiming that second victory royale. What am I talking about? Queasy, you dropped a bit of a masterclass there.
Yeah, I don't think we would have won that game without Fortnite.GG.
Well, there you go. Venno, how are you feeling, man? You into this, you know, feeling confident? We spoke a little bit earlier. You said, you know, I've got this. I've been here before. Are you feeling nice and relaxed?
I don't know. I feel okay. Starting to get the gist of no build a bit. I'm confident.
I mean, take us through what it's like in the booth, because you guys seem pretty relaxed, like generally. But before you dive into the battle bus, do you guys kind of chat to each other a little bit? Are you quite quiet? Are you calm? Like, what's the scenario like?
It's more like a let's go and a little fist bump.
Let's go, fist bump. Okay, Van, I'm going to ask you one more thing. What's the experience been like competing alongside all of these people, all these duos from all over the world and every region as well? Is it really nice? Is there a lot of like positive vibes, or is it just like tension, atmosphere? Talk me through it.
I mean, it's always nice to meet everyone. I think everyone is so chill always when we go to these LAN events. It's nice to compete. Builds, no builds, I believe we can win it either way.
Ooh, I like the confidence. Thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Back over to the studio before we dive into map number 3.
Thank you, Barney. Great to hear. Instinct is a huge part of things, as is the teamwork, and they are doing wonderful things. You can see here right now on the results of our last matchup there. Some big eliminations, big points, and right now Jabco and Cam coming through in second there as well. I mean, great to see other teams like Cease and Blake as well there in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how important eliminations are alongside those placement points, as Epic Whale and Acorn having 184 total points there with only 2 eliminations. But Queasy and Vino not only getting that VR, but also holding on to a good amount of elims.
Yeah, and you got to remember about the 25% increase per day. So 125% tomorrow, 150% the last day. Those are going to be crucial for the point system and seeing where you are on the leaderboard.
Absolutely right. You can see as well, I mean, Blaster and Noags there in 17th position that last match, get 6 eliminations that far down, I guess, comparatively to the top 10 there, which is still wonderful. And for you guys just joining us as well here, this is the results of our last match, game number 2 here. We'll have an accumulative leaderboard for you very, very shortly indeed. And don't forget as well, we must remind you guys at home, all players aware of this, 6 games per day, today, tomorrow, the next day. On those 6 games, their best 5 games, the most points they've scored in 5 out of 6, those will be the ones counted. So you can have a doozy, that you can have one of them. You can have one mulligan here. But otherwise, you know, our players right now, particularly the top here, you know, seeing Acorn again with Epic Whale, you know, a victory royale in game number 1, game number 2, I think, 4th or 5th overall. I mean, they've had a whopping start to proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking consistent from the VR to, like you said, a 4th place. I believe Acorn clutched up at the end there. They're looking strong, but also I want to talk about Cammy and Japco, who I believe were 2nd in terms of points after that 2nd match. Well, for that 2nd match. So they played incredibly well, and if they can continue that on, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them at the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I've actually seen Cammy's name for a while now, for a few years actually. And Cammy, every time there's a leaderboard, his name is somewhere on the first page. I'm not even trolling. He's always so consistent and placing well that it's just second nature to him now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Thomas HD, Malibuke at one stage there as well. Saw Rift Island. They were like, you know what? We should push this. This is an opportunity here. We were used to being there. We know it so well. They knew Refsguard's duo was kind of up there. They tried to push it. It didn't happen. Thomas did manage to escape, but good to see some of our duos willing to take on that battle, knowing the caliber of players in the lobby right now, and trying to push. They know it so well. If they capture that, it could have a massive difference overall to where they end up in each of our matches.
Yeah, I mean, they went for that 50-50 engagement on Rift Island. Levin was talking about it during the match, Malibuke being the IGL of the duo with Thomas HD. You know, they made the call, let's go on the roof of the building in Rift Island, take the engagement, take the battle, and although I believe Malibuke went down, Thomas HD was trying to clutch up as many placement points as possible, and he did a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, something I've been surprised about is that there are not that many players as I thought that would be like standing still towards the end of the game. Everybody's getting eliminated early. People are pushing for the elim points. They want those points. So it's just surprising to see how so many people are pushing rather than playing for endgame. I think it's just because they're put in a bad position, so they're just like, let's push, let's take the chance.
Well, those moments as well where you see players going head-to-head, like, you know, we talk about the push from Malibuke and Thomas there, had that paid off, we're all here jumping around going, this is amazing, what a great moment, we're never going to forget it. So those moments, the ones that we never forget, those memorable times as well, that they come from those gutsy players. You have to make them sometimes and try and make a difference and try and get those eliminations. They're so pivotal. We see some highlights here as well here. The likes of DGen and Sizz didn't have a great game, but are still, you know, they're going toe-to-toe with players trying to get those points.
Yeah, I mean, they changed their drop spot. Game 1, they got elimed right off the drop, but this match, they actually made it out of the spawn and made it further into the match. So DGen, Sizz Lucky improving every single match. Hopefully, they can continue that going on to match 3.
Yeah, and as you saw Queasy in that short clip, he got the knock and went straight for the finish so he can take the shockwaves, because he knew he had shockwaves because he saw him using them before. So he got the finish, took the shockwaves, went back onto the mountain, kept the terrain, and just won the game.
Always thinking a few steps ahead, as you have to do so in Fortnite. You absolutely have to do that. I mean, Queasy and Veno there, I mean, we're talking about this, that traditionally they are great at the building meta, not necessarily as zero builds, but proving themselves, they are definitely ones to watch out for in this competition. Let's look at our overall standings right now after 2 matches. And just to reiterate, if you have just joined us here, 6 games per day. The best 5 games of each of our duos will be the ones counted for their points. They can have one game that doesn't work out so well, but their best 5 games will be the ones counted to their final score here. And right now, Cammy, Japco sitting pretty, 14 elims, 512 big ones.
Talk about eliminations, 512 points. Epic Whale and Acorn, after that 2 elim match they had previously, bumped them up with the VR to 2nd place, so they're holding strong. You can see there's quite the point gap between top 3. I mean, 3rd place, Queasy Vino having 372 versus 512 points from Cammy and Japco.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that gap as you were talking about. 512 and then just 2 places down, 372. So almost 200-point difference with just a few places, few eliminations. So as you can see, every single match counts, and I'm actually glad that they take the best 5 out of the 6 matches and count them towards your points, because if you have that one bad match, it could ruin your entire mood. But having that one cushion match, it makes you better. Makes you play better and more confident.
It does. You don't want too many cushion matches. You don't want too many of those. But at the same time, this is Fortnite, and our leaderboards change all the time, and that's what makes it so exhilarating for us here as well. In Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, indeed. Now, obviously, at the course of this, we have interviews from time to time as well with players, and I believe we have one we can share with you right now.
رجعنا لكم في المسرح أعزائنا المشاهدين مع الدو اللي تأهلوا من الكواليفايرز بالأمس، بلومي ولاردل من دراجون اي سبورتس. خلونا نتكلم أكثر عن وش اللي مارسوه في البطولة حتى الآن وإيش توقعاتهم لمستقبلهم في بقية الأيام. أول شيء بيسألك، حتى الآن أنتم في مركز 14، لكن إلى الآن ما ندري إذا أنتم تستمرون في مركز 14 عشان النقاط أو طريقة حساب النقاط أكثر أو أحسن 5 أيام من أصل 6. فإيش الاستراتيجيات حقتكم؟ هل بتصيرون كونسيستنت؟ تركزون على الفيكتوري رويال؟ وش بتسوون؟
والله قاعدين نحاول نركز على ان نجيب توبات ونسحب الكلات، وان شاء الله نبي نجيب من التوب 10 اليوم.
So I asked the duo about their strategy going into this tournament, and they were like, we're going to focus on getting a good placement instead of just going for the eliminations, and we're going to see how it goes. So Bloomy, I want to ask you also, this is the first time that you and Lardel are playing together in a tournament, and you guys had no experience playing together prior to this event. So how do you guys feel? Is the dynamic good? Are you guys synergizing well?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. I mean, we played a couple of scrims before I flew out, and we played the first tournament together yesterday. But yeah, it's working pretty well. He's just following, listening to me, sitting in my back pocket, and yeah, it's going well so far.
I'm glad to hear that. زي ما سمعتوا أعزائنا المشاهدين كان يقول بلومي إنه صحيح إحنا أول مرة نحن نلعب مع بعض كدوو، لكن بنفس الوقت بالعكس إحنا سكرمنا شوي، حاولنا نتدرب، قدرنا إننا نوصل مرحلة إنه بالعكس إحنا نقدر ننافس الأبطال اللي موجودين هنا، خصوصا إنهم الآن في رقم أو في ترتيب 14 مقارنة في البقية اللي حطوا بالكم إنه في 44 دوا، فرقم 14 هذا أبدا ما هو سهل إنك تجيبه، واضح إن عندهم خطة وناجحة معهم. خلونا أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن نرجع للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم أكثر عن اللي ممكن يصير في البطولة، ونرجع لكم على طول في الجيم الثاني.
Bloomy and Lardel there. Can you imagine if it's like, what's it like playing with someone you've not played with before? He says, worst enemies, we can't stand each other. I'm really, really resenting this. Not at all. They are really working together. And it's interesting as well here. Obviously, we know playing with friends of ours and players time to time, you kind of have to adapt to each other's strengths and kind of find each other's weaknesses and where you can buff one another. And great to see they're having a great time thus far, qualifying in Middle Eastern qualifiers, which is no mean feat. I mean, that is 6 games, everything to play for to get into this right now. And looking confident, and we'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like an extra little warm-up day for the duo, right? They played the qualifiers, and now they're in day 1 of the big league's $2 million tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting to see 2 people from 2 different regions come together and play in Saudi Arabia. It's absolutely amazing. And something that I have to point out is that when it's a new duo, it's hard and you have to communicate everything. I've been playing with people like Booga for years now, and when we're playing just like regular Fortnite, we know what to do without even speaking to each other. So building up that team energy is really important.
Yeah, it's exactly what Queasy and Veno said in the last interview we just heard there from Barney on stage, is that you asked, what are you guys talking about prior to the match kicking off? What are the comms like? And it's like, we just know what each other are going to do. We just, these situations time and time again, we've experienced this. This is exactly how it's going to play out, because we just know naturally that is where we need to be. That is the positioning that we need to do. That's the rotate. So even though it might sometimes be quiet, it doesn't necessarily mean that things aren't working brilliantly. We can see they have achieved things time and time again here. But the question is, match 3 now. Will they be able to do that again? Storm plays a really important part here, because obviously it worked to their favor the last time round, because it's moving towards something that they're so familiar with. But I guess this time around as well, game 3 after this is the halfway point, day 1. Attitudes will start to waver and change slightly, particularly, I guess, if you are in a brand new duo that you've not really been in this position before.
Look, it's got its pros and cons, right? Having good chemistry as a duo is crucial, but you know, you never really know what can happen. With Malibu Epic Whale, first time they played together as a duo, ended up winning the standard battle royale mode. So I mean, anything is possible. But like you said, halfway point, day one. The good news for the duos that might not be at the top end of the leaderboard is they still have so many more opportunities to get their way up, being that 18-match 3-day format. But I mean, you know, the players, they're getting in the groove. They're learning the rotates of their opponents, who is close to them, who is going to contest them and play more aggressive or play more passive. As the day goes on, you learn those things.
Yeah, something I've noticed last match is that there were far less players in the zone, like in storm camping, because they want to get to the middle of the circle. They want to get to those places, those high lands earlier than other people, because that's who they saw were winning. They were like, all right, they have the high ground, they're winning. We need to get there early rather than staying in storm, playing safe. So it's crazy to see how like they're changing match by match their strats.
I'm wondering whether or not we'll see a lot more Rift Island utilization now. We saw in the last game, that is optimum height right there. And interestingly, we got to like the 10th zone there as well. And that's when the kind of action really happened. But a lot of the kind of final kind of parts of the game are in the water as well. Is water a real kind of big factor? We've seen seasons before that there's been some maps which are completely filled with the stuff. So is water a major thing? Obviously, bunkers really help. Queasy and Venno, a case in point there. But how important is it to have like terrain that you can actually play within and not going to get like drawn down into the likes of like lagoons left, right, and center?
Look, I want to let you take this one, Emad. You're a fan of the uncontested side rotation. You know what it's about.
Okay, I can confirm being in the water is very bad.
Very bad.
When you cannot build. Because when you're in the water, you're bobbing up and down, you're trying to swim. But when you're on land, you can slide, sprint. But when you're in the water, it's basically over for you unless you have land very nearby, or you can throw a porta bunker down, heal up, and then shockwave out of there.
We should all get tattoos saying avoid water at all costs, maybe. That'd be a cool thing to do as a... He's not feeling it at all. Big Kevin's not feeling big. Absolutely not. I'm not doing that anytime soon. But interestingly, match 3 is coming your way here, which is, we've talked about it loads, but $2 million. 3 days of competition here, 6 games per day. We have these points accelerating each day as well. I think in the next matchup as well, the Cybertron cannon being utilized lots and lots as well, which is really, really important. But again, the lobby is the biggest, it's the biggest zero builds competition we've seen to date here. So, every player clearly relishing being in Saudi Arabia. I mean, in Riyadh here has just been absolutely unreal. The stage, look at this.
Amazing.
Look at this bad boy as well.
Really.
I mean, we keep seeing these kind of visuals. I mean, we're kind of like some kind of like futuristic neon wonderland here in the studio, but same thing happens for the stage too. And I mean, for them, they must be embracing every second of this.
Yeah, I mean, we have state-of-the-art augmented reality technology as well that you can see on the official broadcast here. I mean, you can see all sorts of amazing things, but the vibes are an all-time high. The players not only on the stage now, but also back at the hotel when they're getting ready, getting warmed up, playing together. The mini competitions outside of Fortnite, whether it be ping pong or whatever they're playing, these players are ready to compete and they love doing it.
Yeah, and you forgot about the people watching the stands. They're super excited. They bring all the passion with them. Their families are there. It's just great to see everybody coming together for a good game of Fortnite, seeing that the best players battle it out right on stage. It's crazy, you can watch the players from home, but seeing their face, seeing them move and click their keys live, it's just a different feeling.
It really is. I think as well, seeing the stage, we should actually have those augmented reality pieces of each of our players.
Yeah.
I don't know why we weren't done as well. I would love to be scanned to be an augmented reality character. I think that's next. That's net production. We need that to happen at some point. I don't know how you do it in the future, but we should definitely have that happen at some point.
I don't know about that one, Adam. I don't know about that one.
I'm down.
We'll have to see. We'll have to find out. It's game 3 coming soon. 5 matches out of the 6 are going to be counted today, which I like. I was actually talking to Blake and Cease before these matches, and it was a positive change on their side as well. I know there's a lot of danger as the drop spots kind of start getting mixed up, especially if you're not playing maybe as well as you wanted to. You might be changing up your drop spot or your rotations, and that can affect the players in your surroundings. But it's all about adapting, and I'm curious to see also what these players do, not only throughout the days as they go on, but also now. It's when halftime comes, you get a little bit of time to kind of reflect on what went right, what went wrong, and kind of what you can change up for those future matches.
Yeah, as a player, ex-pro player myself, being in those multi-day tournaments, you go back, you sleep on it, you think all night, and it's hard to get sleep. I'm not going to lie. It's very hard to get sleep because you're thinking, what should I do next? How do I do it? How do we be more effective with much less time, much less loot, how do we adapt to every circumstance that we have? So those multi-day tournaments, it's interesting to see, like you said, how people change up stuff every day, every even match, as you saw last match.
Well, I mean, it's a great point to make, actually, adapting to things. We saw yesterday one of our big teams won 3 victory royales out of 6 games here in Fahad and Hero. They were landing at Kenjutsu, okay? They knew Queasy and Venom were going to be in that location. They knew that was their POI, and they've done such great things, won multiple events courtesy of that. I mean, what is that conversation like? I mean, you both, again, have competed. Like, you're thinking, right, this is our POI. Is there a direct communication? Is there a discussion as a team there to say, do you know what, we should really not contest, particularly against, FNCS champions of the EU right now? Should we kind of back away, find somewhere else? Or, I mean, how does it play out? What kind of happens in those situations?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the drop spot as well, right? If you're in like a brutal bastion where you have north side, south side, and normally duos will either land on one of the sides, it's doable. You can do a little contestation there, but Kenjutsu crossing is like literally a 50-50, right? When you're landing at Kenjutsu, the way to drop there is land on the top of the building. That's at the Kenjutsu crossing and go for the chests. So it would literally be a 50-50 with Hero and Fahad against Queasy Vino, and 50-50ing 18 matches doesn't really go well together.
Yeah, honestly, if it was me, I would not contest, especially since they won before and they have so much experience. Listen, confidence is amazing, but knowing your place and knowing a better opportunity rather than just going in head-to-head 50-50. Oh no, this is my spot. No. Let's win the tournament.
Okay.
Win the tournament, get as many points as we can, and they can have the spot for now.
Hey, there's still time to change things up. There's 16 more games to go, so there's lots and lots to happen here. Before we go any further, though, match 3 is imminent, but for now, we're going to head on over to the main stage and catch up with Barney and Fancy.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are 2 maps into this tournament in day 1. A lot of points been distributed already up to this point. Fancy, how are you feeling so far? Because we've chatted a lot with players leading up to this point. We had the Middle Eastern qualifier yesterday. All eyes were kind of on Hero and Fahad coming into this as well. So far, they haven't put up big numbers, but they're still there. How are you feeling, bro?
Barney, I'm feeling really good, and honestly, we can't really tell who's going to win the tournament because the competition is really intense right now, and like every time we think that there's a certain person that's going to get the victory royale, someone else comes in and snags it from him, so it's crazy over here. So I'm just glad to be here, and I'm just enjoying the show. So أعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا الآن موجودين في المسرح وجالسين نتكلم عن وش قاعد يصير في خلف الكواليس. جالسين نشوف ان اللاعبين كلهم تحت ضغط جدا كبير ومتوترين. زيادة على كذا، والشيء الأحمس انه ما حد يقدر يعرف وش نتيجة المباراة بحكم انه النتائج مرة قريبة من بعض.
I mean, we could talk a little bit about the environment as well, because this is an environment that a lot of the players just aren't really used to. I mean, for starters, the external environment out of here, we're kind of averaging on 42 degrees Celsius heat. And just to kind of give you a little glimpse into kind of what that means from where I am, in the UK, if it goes over 34 degrees Celsius, there's like a weather warning. So this is like 10 degrees more. So that's something they're not used to. But also, out there, we have the Boulevard, which a lot of the players and, the talent have been talking about how it's like Disneyland for gamers. Talk us through some of the things that are available to a lot of the players and the people who just come to the Boulevard to experience Gamers8.
Yeah, honestly, first of all, about the weather, we kind of got used to it. We've been living here, like all the locals have been living here for a really long time. And like without ACs, we will not be able to survive. Let me just tell you that. But other than that, honestly, like the Boulevard is basically just like how you said it. It's the Disneyland for gamers. We have everything from competitions, community tournaments. We have like AR simulators, VR simulators, and like all sorts of activities that a gamer would really want to go and try out. So we're just enjoying the event as a whole, and we're enjoying this venue as well.
We are indeed.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين. الان جالسين نتكلم على موضوع وش اللي قاعد يصير في جيمرز 8. زي ما احنا عارفين جيمرز 8 هو حرفيا المكان اللي يعتبر هو ديزني لاند حق الجيمرز. كل شيء موجود فيه، سواء كان من منافسات ما بين اللاعبين المحترفين او منافسات ما بين اللاعبين اللي عندهم هوايه للاي سبورتس، خصوصا انه في جميع التجارب اللي ممكن الواحد انه ينبسط يكون متواجد فيها كجيمر او اي احد يحب الالعاب، ما هو حتى كلاعب محترف، دائما بيكون لك مكان هنا في جيمرز 8 في ارض الابطال.
We can bring it in a little bit more into kind of where we are right now. This is the main stage, as everyone already knows. We've got 88 PCs set up across 3 different tiers. We have hundreds of crew members who are either looking after the technical aspects of this show, but also looking after the players as well. It's just absolutely humongous. I mean, we were both working here and like hosting this show last year. How does it differ last year and this year to you?
Honestly, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger after every year. So far, this is the 2nd year in a row that we hosted together, and I've been enjoying it so much, enjoying working with you as well, Ronnie. And honestly, I can't wait to see what's going to happen next year and the year after. Who knows? Like, it could be even bigger than this. يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين. الآن احنا قاعدين نقول لكم وش اللي قاعد يصير في حدث جيمرز 8 في السنة الماضية. جيمرز 8 كان جدا جدا ضخم، يعتبر أكبر حدث رياضة إلكترونية في العالم وأيضا في تاريخ الرياضة الإلكترونية. السنة هذه الحجم حق الإيفنت ضاعف، المسارح صارت أكثر، وحتى الجائزة كانت قبل في 20 مليون دولار الآن وصلت إلى 45 مليون دولار. فمين يتخيل قد إيش إن احنا مبسوطين في هذا المكان، حرفيا الشيء اللي ممكن ينبسط فيه أي جيمر في العالم.
So that was just a little glimpse into, you know, all of the hard work and the energy that has gone into building Gamers8 2023. So let's go back over to the studio to continue the show and dive into our 4th map of the day.
حبينا نعطيكم حبينا نعطيكم شوي من اللي قاعد يصير خلف الكواليس ونعلمكم وش اللي قاعد يصير ايضا في حدث جيمرز 8 بشكل كامل. لكن جاء الوقت اللي ندخل فيه لما الجيم القادم، وهل بنشوف الليدر بورد راح تتغير زي ما هي قاعده تتغير في كل مباراه، ولا ممكن يصير فيها شيء ثاني ما ندري. خلونا نروح على طول مع زي التحليلي نتكلم اكثر ونرجع لكم في الجيم.
Barney and Fancy there bringing the event to life for us there. They're absolutely right. This event is absolutely astronomical. It's just like nothing else. I'm so pleased to be here. I'm just loving every second of this. Next to you, next to the team, next to the players. Great! Also, stats as well coming in thick and fast now. Leaderboards. We've got lots of interesting things to talk about. Obviously, Game 3 is coming our way very, very soon. But let's talk about, you know, just the leaderboard we saw a few minutes ago in general. Do you think it's going to stay the way it is right now? We're already seeing some teams really starting to separate themselves away from that pack.
Yeah, look, there's a gap right now between 1st and 3rd, but that gap is not going to stay there for a while. I think, you know, with the amount of matches that are going to be played out, with the amount of changes that's going to happen throughout the days, and like Emad has mentioned earlier, you know, the point increase, 25% increase every single day. Day 3 is 150% increase from day 1, so the leaderboard is definitely going to get shaken up.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely going to change, because if that first place team gets knocked out right out of the spawn, and one team right below them gets a win, that's 200 points for the win. 200 points alone for the win. If they get a few elims, they're taking first place. So nobody's safe unless you're absolutely like skies above second place. Nobody's safe.
I'm enjoying Emad's positivity. I'm vibing off this massively. What we're going to do is we are going to take ourselves a short break here, but when we return, we have lots more to look forward to. Game 3 is coming our way. Make sure to join us back here in a few minutes' time on Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I think we got it. I would say it's more like. This is a little
bit faster, yeah.
I don't know how to do that one.
Oh, wait, actually.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's like an automatic pistol, I guess. But.
Oh, no. I don't, yeah.
No, I didn't get that one.
I'm so confused.
I'll go first. It's like.
Oh, the bus.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's like when you jump out.
Yeah.
That's more like, I think that's when you jump out.
Yeah, when you get out the bus, yeah.
We are. Preparation for game number 3 is underway. And of course, 2 new casters coming into the fold. And that's going to be, of course, Life with Panda and Ben K coming to you live here from the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, here for the Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite event. And of course, we got a beautiful stage. Got a wonderful selection of players on that stage. And of course, a great duo for me here alongside Ben, my man. Those first 2 games are hype, but we're just getting started.
I mean, absolutely. And when you're talking about the beautiful stage with that beautiful duo, Moo and Tax. I mean, come on now. We're very familiar with this duo in and out of the Zero Build and Standard BR competition, whether it's collegiate or the FNCS stage. I mean, these guys are a real serious competitors.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to talk about, right, obviously, Moo and Tax have a connection that is legitimately fireworks, right? Their connection is something else. The way that they play together definitely have that chemistry. And of course, one thing we have to note, you talked about it a little bit, Moo's collegiate run, phenomenal.
Impressive.
Made his way to FNCS. He's got experience in a lot of these things. And of course, him and Tax have come together in a big way. And wait, they must have heard it. Moo, Tax, are you guys outside? Because I see your chemistry up in the air. It is fireworks. Of course, the beautiful Riyadh Boulevard. You have to think about it, right? This is a gaming festival. And what would a festival be without some amazing fireworks to hone it all in?
Yeah, I mean, these fireworks and what is it, a drone show? What is this is this is beautiful. And not to mention, I mean, the Boulevard pin. We got the opportunity to walk around the venue just a little bit yesterday. It's gorgeous. I mean, you think about the pictures really just don't do it justice. The sheer scale of what's going on here in Riyadh is next to none.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We got a chance to look at how the Boulevard has come together. Of course, you can see it here for yourself at home. It is beautiful. So much livelihood and action going on at all times. The energy is electric, both inside the arena and out here, which is just great to see. And of course, got some live music. You got some great shopping, great food as well. Shout out to Levin and what he calls his legendary slurp juice over there in the food court. But no, this spot is so special for a multitude of reasons, right? Obviously the Boulevard itself, beautiful. But for us here on the talent booth and of course the players, this is a moment to really celebrate not only the players' success, but celebrate Fortnite as a whole as it continues to grow through third-party events like Gamers8. And again, largest third-party event ever. Largest Zero Build event ever. First of its kind 3-day event. And now it's time to get in, almost to get into game number 3. But look, realistically, you know what these players are competing for.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of money. Don't get me wrong. A lot of money. Life-changing money for some, right? But a lot of these players are playing for pride and playing for those bragging rights. You know as well as I do, there are players like Malibuka who won last year, right? Obviously, great life-changing money. And they come into it like, you know what? I'm not necessarily here just for the money. No. I'm here to show up and show why I truly believe I'm the best player in the world. And of course, lots of people challenging that. Of course, Acorn, Epic Whale, great start to the day. Have to talk about it. My boy Epic Whale, not gonna lie, a huge fan myself of that duo. I do love what they're doing. And when we were talking about predictions before the show, you actually picked Epic Whale and Acorn to have the best day one.
Of course, right? You look at the competitors coming out here to Riyadh to actually try and compete, right? And of course, the obvious pick for a lot of people is going to be Malibuka Thomas HD, of course, right? Not always the most notorious day one players, though, and I start to think about what's going to actually factor into long-term success for a lot of players, right? And it's going to be the LAN experience, which really at the top of the list, if we're talking about LAN experience and the people who notoriously are going to perform consistently, Epic Whale has got to be at the top.
You're absolutely right, and so let's get into it. The game is going to go underway as we watch these teams separate themselves amongst the rest. The packs are there, and interestingly enough, you and I got a chance to talk about it. Degen Sizlucky originally landing Brutal Bastion to the north side, opting to go somewhere else because Satam and Smicky qualified on through the Middle East qualifiers. It's one of those things that, of course, has an impact with last-minute qualifications like that. But now we're seeing some changes. I do see even more arrows heading towards that northern side of the map. So we'll have to pay close attention and see if we have some new contenders in Brutal Bastion, because that can cause some problems, not only for Satam and Smicky, but also Cease and Blake.
So that was one of the things that we really noticed, right? Looking at the drop map coming into the competition, we saw, right? Triple contested POIs are nothing to be messed around with. When you want to switch up those drop spots the last second, again, you don't have the preparation, you don't have the time or energy put into actually analyzing that loot path. So when it comes down to it, being contested versus just, if you're going to be contested, you have to take something that you know and you're comfortable with at least.
I agree with that, and I also agree with the decision for Sizlucky and Degen to make their way back to Brutal Bastion. We talked about how they had switched up in the first 2 games and not found success. It was a very, very good play on their part to come back over and now play for Brutal Bastion. So definitely going to be the play here for them. Nevertheless, though, we got to keep getting into it. Baka Pars obviously landing just north of there. This is actually one of my favorite spots. Somebody's Gun and myself, we've played from here quite some time in some of the events and found a lot of success, so I expect the same for them. But of course, Mega City, Epic Whale, the man doesn't leave this spot. Since its addition here in the last season, Epic Whale has found a home, and no matter what teammate he's playing with, whether it's Reet, Acorn, or others, he's landing here.
Mega City is one of those POIs, right? It's very complicated. There's a lot of loot located here in this massive city, but it's kind of a maze. So if you're not familiar, you don't have that kind of experience off spawn here to find all the loot, all the chests, wherever they might be. The ones who really do have put in the time to make sure they're familiar with it are going to be very successful because it does have so much to offer.
It does, and I think Carmi and Vaniac are in for a tough day, because the one thing I will say is Epic Whale's got this spot down pat. I've been watching him in seasons past prep for this, not only obviously this event, but prep for this POI as a whole, so it's going to be tough to compete against that. But no, Bully and Muzz, this is one thing that we knew we were going to see, and that is electrifying action over here towards the south side, because you have some of the biggest names in Fortnite history landing just moments away from each other, just steps away. Of course, one of those teams is Clicks and Dukes, as well as you saw there, Muzz and Bully there in the distance. Queasy Veno, Booga, Threats also not too far away, so it's going to be a hot spot on the day. Here we have it, though. Clicks sharing some loot. Potentially going for Muzz and Bully here. This could be a problem.
They have the natural elevation here to kind of look down over the POI, find some tags, and we see a lot of these teams opting to do that, right? Find that natural high ground and look over to try and find an opportunity for an elimination, especially here in the jungle. I mean, Shady Stilts, we've seen some players start to have a little bit of a scramble here down in the jungle in the mud, and that really just comes down to there's so many split drops here. There's a couple of POIs, but for the majority, the teams landing here are having to try to scavenge to find majority of their loot.
They are, but you're also going to have to go up against scavengers like that Raptor there, so need to be careful of those things. But now Bevies and Pablo Wingu looking to get into the action that is Brutal Bastion. Smart play on their part to rotate forward. You and I actually speculated what teams might be trying to get involved in the Brutal fights, and so to see Pablo Wingu and Bevies make their way over is not surprising, but Blake is prepared. You see the big shots coming out there early just to push Pablo off. And of course, Pablo Wingu, remember, and Bevies is not necessarily too high on the leaderboard. I believe they're in the bottom half, which is obviously definitely risky when you're going up against players like Degen and Sizlucky and Cease and Blake, who have found a little bit more success in the recent events. So for Blake and Cease, they're up there. In my opinion, Blake and Cease are a top 10 team to finish this entire tournament. So to challenge them is going to be rough. But as I say that, immediately it looks like Sizlucky might have been able to pick up some damage there from a distance, and that's what you want to see here in this fight. You also don't want to take too long, to be fair, but you do want to just kind of be patient, take some shots either way, and hope to stay alive in it.
And we'll see that second zone present itself. It's going to pull north, so I'm sure we'll see plenty of shots being exchanged at Brutal Bastion for the time being. We talked about this POI being triple contested, and for the most part, there's enough loot and barrels located there, so they won't have to really invest too many of their own healing items. Just try and grab some extras laying around, but still something to be cautious about. But these jungle teams utilizing these temple rifts to go ahead and move on towards these better spots in the zone. Moo and Tax saw them just before the game started, checked in. I have to say, I love Moo's impression of the footsteps. Gotta be one of my favorite.
That was honestly one of the funniest videos I've watched. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, because it's funny, because we look at these and we have these preconceived notions of what things sound like in the game, right? Like the pistol, like, and he just goes, bang, 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 bang. Like, I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe that's not quite how the pistol sounds, but we'll see how it goes. But now switching the focus over, of course, Cammy and Japko up at the top of the leaderboard going into this game. Big, big day for them. I think, in my opinion, Cammy is here to set himself apart. This is the first time we're watching a separation of duo between him and Seti. A brand new situation for him to be in, of course. He's doing so well so far, and I hope that he can maintain that consistency as he can make a very clear statement to not only the rest of the competition, but to the fans at home who are wondering, is Seti and Cammy only good as a duo? Hey, guess what? So far, Cammy's proven them otherwise.
Expectations are high. I mean, who's the carry, right? Who's really the carry of the duo? Maybe we'll decide it today. We'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, Cammy and Japko atop the leaderboard, but Carmi and Vanyak now looking over, finding 2 eliminations with a third party close by. That'll be Bully and Muzz. So they'll be able to find some time here with some distance to grab that extra loot. And here it is. You can see the ice cream cones, instant 200 HP, so they're immediately ready for any sort of a third party. Granted, this time they have plenty of space to breathe. So look to compose themselves, Bully and Muzz, like we mentioned. Now moving through that explosive repeater. One of those items we see a lot of players opting to carry if they can't seem to get their hands on a Cybertron cannons, because it is still a very powerful new addition. A similar way to play for. It can break down some of these bunkers for the most part. You're looking for that splash damage mechanic to deal damage around corners.
This is it here, Muzz, Bully. This has been a tough fight for them on the day. Can they make something happen, though, is the real question. It is going to be a tough fight for them. They have seemed to found their way into zone, so definitely not going down immediately off spawn, which is a good turn of events here for them. However, they are going to opt to play closer to that storm line, and realistically, that's worked for a lot of teams so far. We talked about that with Emad and Tokata moments ago. They talked about how the teams were opting to fight a little bit more in storm, spend some more time there so that their survival rate can go up a bit into the later parts of the game. So I rate the move, but here it is, of course. Who do you see up at the top of Mega City? Storm or not, Epic Whale just popping off, getting some significant damage there onto Pink and the Nos as they try to rotate.
Some serious damage, in fact. Pink and Nos looking to try and use some of their own shockwaves to move towards the zone. They don't have too far to go, but this MK Alpha doing so much damage, especially in the hands of players like Epic Whale and Acorn, top tier aimers in the region, as they'll come out to Riyadh to compete today. Doing so well, coming out hot. We do have 18 games to go, so they do have multiple days of competition to try and keep up this momentum. So starting off strong at least, but Anas on the flip side of things taking a lot of punishment here.
Punishment warranted as they opt to just go further and further into the storm, and Anas and Pink just trying to survive here. Now, actually, no. They are not going to go back towards Mega City.
Wow.
I thought for a second, I was like, listen, I know you guys are like a little vengeful when someone gets some significant damage on you, but this is not the way here, folks, as Pink and Nos opt to go into zone. Definitely the right play here for them, but of course the battle of Brutal Bastion continues. Doesn't look like much has changed except for Mr. Savage and Vadil trying to get involved now, pushing the fight straight to Sizlucky and Degen. They are going to have to use a bunker here early, However, Lucky up above. This is not the spot you want to be in here if you are Mr. Savage and Vidil, because it's just going to be relentless pressure non-stop here, because Lucky does not let up.
No, and it seems like that switch and drop spot is going to pay off, so now they'll have that high ground position to look over the rest of the lobby as Zone continues to pull towards this north side, so it could pay off in the long run if they can hold it. But Mr. Savage and Vidil having a long rotate ahead of him to get to this point, landing down near Naughty Nets. So realistically, they've traveled majority of the map to try and invest to get this spot.
I'm not surprised. I'm going to be honest, I'm not. But this is a risky play here, and a risky position to find themselves in, because Casker Reciprocal already up. They're good to go. They have their heals, they can exchange shots, and that's why everything is set up in the way that it is here on the top of the Citadel Tower. But for Karmi and Vanyak, they have a lot to prove, right? Not only do they need to prove that they are the better fighters in a fight like this, they also need to prove that they are the big team for Become Legends, because Become Legends has had some of the most historically best players across the board. So their new signing today actually is definitely adding a little bit more pressure to them. But of course, if anybody can live up to it, it is Karmi and Vanyak.
Zone will close and the next will form another north pole, so everyone looking to hold that dead side is going to be aiming for the snow or something just towards the north of Breakwater Base. Not a lot of teams there yet, so a lot of real estate available. And these teams in Brutal Bastion will finally have to move, so those high ground positions are not going to pay off for them. But King and Kane looking in a solid position here, looking towards Edge, trying to pick off or fight, trade some shots with Pink and Anas. Seem to be looking to try and close a little bit of a distance. They know they're there. Now just hoping they can go unnoticed. Try and capitalize here. The flare guns will come out, so they'll know their positioning. As Pink, that breacher shotgun, can really cause some chaos if you can get an angle onto him. As you see it coming out now, the Cybertron cannon trying to bust up some of these bunkers now. They won't have any more cover. A little bit of a left-hand peek for Pink, though, looking to connect. Not able to do so. Just looking, but King caught out in the air and taken down. Blotcha with the third party, leaving Phaser Came alone.
You see the difference here, folks. The Breacher shotgun has been nerfed since we saw it in DreamHack qualifiers, and so it took several more shots for Pink to just get through this bunker, but he's not done hunting yet, as Mixon and Blotcha are above, and now significant damage there, taking off the overshield. Not enough to really start the fight or for them to force the fight, but still enough for them to feel confident in continuing to press this from a distance.
You see him now exchanging heals. Little shield fish coming out, make sure that they can identify where that third party actually came from, because they weren't actually able to pick up that elimination. It'll be Mixon and Blotcha atop the trees, the ones able to snag it onto King. Leaving Phaser Came alone to try and clutch up here. We see Moo in the elimination feed taking out Yamzo, but Acorn and Epic Whale still moving. We saw them at Mega City earlier on, seem to have found themselves at least a vehicle. A little bit of a weapon upgrade, maybe one elimination. But now looking to white line, make their way in to this zone. Not investing to look for a dead side at this point, because this team seems to look to try and rack up some mid-game fights to try and get those early eliminations rather than the late game. And it's paying off in dividends because they are really high up on the leaderboard right now.
They are, and they've found success into the end games, but now they need to go up against two teams here fighting in the storm, and this could be tough. You did see Paper there. Actually, I believe Paper may have gone down there in that moment, but for now, Moo and Tax still holding strong here in the storm and causing a lot of damage there onto the vehicle. Needs to be careful as this continues on, though. There's other teams not too far away, but the storm is going to continue to close in as, of course, these flare guns continue to come out. Players getting marked, and it does look like Acorn and Epic Whale might force a fight here with Moo and Tax, but does look like they didn't feel as confident in it. Here we go, though. New zone presents itself, and of course, I think it's going to pull just north of Shady Sills. No, right smack dab in the center. Did have to keep the island still involved, you know. Great to see that, and I'm curious, who's up there on the house and the island?
They're going to have an easy rotate. There are not really any teams in their path on the way into the next, but Acorn and Epic Whale seem to have not tasted anything but storm this entire game. Now popping the med kits. Low on utility items, still has some shockwaves, and of course the Breacher, the Mythic Flapjack. Couldn't really ask for a better loadout as far as fighting in the close range, but still have a long game ahead of them. Blake and C still hanging out here at the Bastion. Source and Notch now getting into the mix. Savage and Vidil still hanging out. Just majority of these players just looking to try and wait, because there are a lot of natural launch pads here at this POI, so the teams that choose to glide through the air could become victim and end up being eliminated if they're not careful.
I got to talk about this, right? We've seen some other teams where we tune in and they have like a couple weapons and maybe one utility item.
Yeah.
And that's because they've had to fight for their current position in the zone, right? Cease and Blake haven't had to move, and you look at their inventory, it speaks to that, because they have pretty much everything you could possibly want. Bunkers, heals, great weapons, and it's because they haven't had to really make that 1-2 foot pursuit here into the zone. But man, big shots coming out from Acorn. He's going to force the fight onto Amar, and that's going to be one knock coming through. As he gets in there, though, he can cause a lot of other teams here to look his way. Needs to be careful. Epic Whale, though, in that time, takes a lot of damage. So now the fight continues on. It does look like Kanata and Asia is going to opt to separate themselves here from Epic Whale and Acorn, but only for a moment, because they could just be looking to take a little bit higher elevation point and make something happen from there.
They're still moving through. Great comms there from Epic Whale to kind of pause for a moment to let Acorn come back towards them to give them that cover. Clear the space to make sure, hey, it's safe. Now Kanata and Adrian have gone on ahead and rotated through. But the next zone will present that left corner. Two teams in the zone still. One team deep in Breakwater Bay, still in the zone. Doesn't seem like they've been able to make it in quite yet, but now it's going to pay off as it will pull their direction. But we'll see Bad Sniper. 5 eliminations at this point. I mean, that's 60 points alone.
That's pretty impressive here from XWeez and Bad Sniper. This is a team that, of course, we cannot ignore. They've been in the EU scene for quite some time. They've done quite a bit, and they do have some of the best aim in the game. And to see them as a duo here competing with success is great. But when you're going up against players like Anas in pink here, you will end up getting caught out, as now Anas has a potential advantage there on the Suns. He does finish pink there, but Anas going to go for the Cybertron cannon. Big shot comes through onto Sun, and there it is. Wow. You just cannot challenge Anas in that way.
Oh, it's so clean, so perfect, right? Anas just ADS, hits the shot, max damage, takes him out. That's the clutch they were looking for, so we'll have to look for the reboot. A little bit of time there, but zone's going to start to close and really start to deal some punishment. I mean, we see so many teams opting to stay in zone for a long time just because you could do so in zero build lobbies like this. It's not really a problem, but as you move into these later zones, it starts to do a little bit more damage, so you cannot do that as long. You have to make sure you find those spots now rather than playing edge zone. Find a vehicle just like Adrian and Kanata are doing and move towards center.
Interestingly enough, and I do want to point this out, we just saw Satam and Smicky here in this point in the game, and it looks like they found some kind of game plan shift there at Brutal Bastion, and they stayed alive.
Yeah.
This is a huge change for them. We've obviously seen them losing to Cease and Blake there off spawn, but here in game number 3, that looks to be changing. As the zone continues to close, though, we do see some big names, heavy hitters still in this one. Does look like Tax is down. Dubs XF still in this one. Bad Sniper, though, trying to stay alive, using the med miss here to heal up as much as he can. Going to opt to grab
so much damage,
that legendary slurp juice, so definitely going to be worth it. As we see Paper go down in the feed. So much happening throughout the game, and this is going to be tough, especially for the teams that are going head-to-head against Carmi and Vanyak, as they have great positioning here on the hill.
See a couple solos in the distance as well, and really the name of the game, if you lose your teammate, is just lie low. Yamzo getting taken out, one of the solos I just mentioned. Moo throwing those shockwaves in to try and force the teams away, but here it comes. The Cybertron cannon, the damage is dealt, the destruction is there, leaving the player low HP on the low ground. Carmi and Vanyak still so much punishment here. And again, we talked about it just a second ago, right? Here it is again. Anas just connecting those shots. Great awareness and no hesitation in that kind of a fight.
And it's funny, like, when you're in a position like that, obviously the only play you can make from the low ground is to try to force the fight up, but you just have to hit a significant shot as you come up. And unfortunately, Anas is always going to be quicker. He is just on it in those situations. And so great play there from him, and great play there from Vanyak as he cleans up Lacho. Wow, that is going to be huge. A little BL versus BL action there. Remember, Mixin was also picked up for Become Legend alongside Carmi and Vanyak, so definitely going to be an interesting finish there for them. But now Acorn and Epic Whale, significant shots there on to Riz Andy himself. Can he get back into the storm? Yes, he does there. The shockwaves continuing to play into their favor. Refsguard, though, just on the other side. This is a fight they definitely want, but they're cautious, waiting, just trying to take their time here with this one. But now shots are coming out. Shockwave comes into Riz Andy's box, is going to be forced into storm there for a moment. Refsguard, though, is not going to slow down on the fight as he gets significant damage on the Acorn. Man, though, they are fighting with just barely anything left. Can they hold on?
They have nowhere to go. You can see him glancing back. Acorn trying to figure out, like, hey, can we play this hill? Do we have to wait for zone? What do we have to do to make sure we don't get taken out here? And it seems like they ran out of ammo for just the right moment, leaving Acorn and Epic alone in a moment to try and reset. They'll be able to do so. We'll check with some other teams. But Riz Andy and Refsguard, we've seen them take out some high-profile duos in this competition already. Looking to continue that momentum, though, because they have a great spot as this zone will start to move. Acorn and Epic, well, if there's ever a definition of shambles, this has got to be it.
I mean, look, just take a photo of what's happening right now and put it in the dictionary next to shambles, because that actually is what it is. And so definitely going to be rough there for them, but Japco causing some problems there too. You see them forcing the fight there onto so many teams, so many fights going on. Refsguard and Zandy no longer focused on Epic Whale and Acorn, now focused on Bloomy. This is going to be a tough fight for him. It does look like he may be a solo player in this one, as Fahad Hero going down too. Cammy Japco getting one, but that's going to be on to Smicky. Again, doing a good job and focusing on the teams they need to, and now unfortunate as Epic Whale and Acorn are out of this one. But Refsguard, Z-Andy looking to finish strong, but no, Refsguard goes down.
Vino in the tree, jumping down like a spider monkey, trying to clean up the duo, but Riz Andy looks to make something happen. Dives, slides into the building to look for cover. Opt, though, another solo, backside of zone, clutching up for the teammate here of Fluger, as we're about to break into that top 5 dubs and accept one of the only duos left in this competition. McCammy and Jackco on the front side of zone, looking very healthy, Panda.
Looking healthy, but can they finish strong here as they pick up another one on the Vanyak? Now, though, the shots are coming in. Dubs and Accept are going to be out of this one quick. It is Queasy and Bendo. The tree plays. We talked about it in the qualifiers. Now we get to see it here live in the finals as they play from the tree. But no, that tree immediately getting caught out. Cammy and Japco not going to let that happen. But now, the 2v1. Can Zandy make a miracle play? No, as Cammy and Japco, not only the #1 spot going into that game, walk away with a sweet, sweet victory royale.
Just looking to expand the lead. I mean, a textbook performance from them. They saved their utility. They took fights when they needed to get it back, and they executed with perfection. Cammy and Japco looking very strong as we go ahead and knock out our first half of games here on day #1.
This is a great situation for them to be in. You already know as well as I do. First half of the games, they want to be at least a somewhat significant lead above the rest, and that's what they're going to have. So great setup for them. And they're just talking. Look at how calm they are.
So calm.
They were in first place going into that game. They win that game, and they look at each other. It's like, yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, we could have maybe done better, but you know, we're still here. We're hanging out. We're just gonna have some fun with it as these games continue on. But my man, 3 games down, 3 games to go on the day. We are very close here to getting to see what's going to happen and how this is going to finish. Remember, best 5 of 6 games on the day count. So obviously, Cammy doing so well so far in the first 3.
So if there's ever reminiscent, I mean, it feels like that kind of a reaction. I've seen it before. Cammy and Seti, same way in past competitions. Cammy carrying that same kind of attitude here on the big stage with $2 million on the line to get the VR. I mean, these two came out explosive from game #1 and have not slowed down one bit.
And I'm going to be honest with you. It was a bit surprising to see how strong they started, and to see them continue that makes me believe they are a strong contender here for the prize that is the $500,000 in first place. So much money on the line, but we got to dive into a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with more Fortnite.
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
Game time.
Gamers8 featuring Fortnite is getting exciting. 3 games in. Obviously, we had ourselves a Cammy and Jackpo Victory Royale, but I have my very own here alongside the almighty Miniminer and Kelly Link. What a fabulous, fabulous game that was here. All our analysis brought to you by STC. We must break down our victors. Cammy and Jackpo going into the game in first position and continuing with absolute brilliance across the board.
Yeah, really great stuff from this team. Of course, when you are in first place, it can be difficult to keep that momentum going, and they've just proved why they are at the top. They deserve to be there, and I really like some of the plays that they made there. They actually went into the storm. They also had one of those NPCs that healed them up, just kept chugging them along the way, and I actually saw Cammy doing that in a solo event recently, so he knows that strategy to a T.
Yeah, this duo is all about preparation. All the way from Zone 1, they already had an explosive repeater, a breacher, and then a gold MK Alpha. And then towards the end of the game, one of them had 5 bunkers ready to go at Zone 7, Zone 8, which is pretty unheard of in a zero build competition. It was a bit of a lucky zone pull for them, but for the fact that the last 2 zone pulls have been towards the southern region where they aren't landing just shows that no matter what you throw at this team, they are prepared.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, stacking up those bunkers is a great play. I mean, I think the fact as well that Cammy, we've talked about it, you know, it's not with SETI, which is kind of a rarity in these kind of situations, but we talked about communication, about playing with somebody new, and it's working out so well for these two.
Yeah, they're both Polish, so they're able to speak Polish to each other, so that's not too much of a problem when it comes to that. You know, there's no language barriers for them, but they're a fantastic duo, and they've been playing a lot recently as well. Of course, we talk about Cammy and SETI as one of our sort of highlight names in not only EU, but the whole world, and they're a team that we've seen playing zero builds before, doing decently well, but not quite popping off. So this is a duo that I'm very excited about because they're able to play so tactically. As you mentioned it, Kelly, they're so good at preparing. They're so good at setting up for that end game and putting themselves in the best position. Having 5 bunkers that late on is something to behold.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what other players are going to be doing to kind of, you know, go against them, because when you get into this part of the competition in day 1, there's still so much that you can do to change, and these players are going to be making those changes today, because in days 2 and 3, those points are so much more valuable.
Yeah, I guess you got to see the players kind of feeling things out right now. It's day 1, things are going to start accelerating with 125% and 150 on day 3. Points are going to go crazy. It's going to go bonkers out there, but we must break down what can happen in the end game as well, because we saw a few familiar faces in that kind of end scene. We saw likes of Queasy and Venno, we saw Refscard and Ziandi as well, so everyone kind of competing there, already kind of at the top, but this was their finishing moment here and making sure to capitalize on Ziandi being a solo there. However, did manage there, Ziandi, to get a lot of points for this duo. Kind of, I think there was maybe 10 players left, still managing to get into second position, which is going to be massive in standings points terms.
Yeah, and the reason for that was they were actually able to set themselves up so well during that end game. They're actually playing the Storm in that 7th zone, way deep on. They actually rotated into that side, used those heals. I think Ziandi and Rescott were actually using the med mist to make sure that they could sustain themselves at that time, and then it got them on the dead side of zone. No one else was there. We, of course, saw them battling out with, of course, Epic Whale and his teammates, so it was one of those situations where they could be in the prime position so that when that 8th zone did pull, they had first priority.
I love that you bring up Epic Whale and Acorn, because I don't think they caught a single break during that game. I mean, we saw them obviously landing over in Mega City, and they were just getting beamed from afar. And not too too much damage was being to them. I think that was by Queasy and Vino, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and they just kind of had no luck there. They were able to rotate into zone, but they were at low health. They had no heals. They had no utility pretty much the entirety of the game, but they somehow were still able to stay alive till the very end.
Yeah, it was a great job from them because, of course, as you mentioned, they were a little bit scuffed. They had no HP. They had no bunkers. They had absolutely nothing, and that just shows the experience of both of those players, knowing to keep calm in that situation. So many times, even when I'm playing Zero Build, when I see some of the less experienced players, that's a moment to panic, running around, try and find elimination. You're one there, the teammates over there. It's so difficult to keep calm in those circumstances, but those guys did such a great job.
They certainly did. They certainly did. Another great job as well. Obviously, our Game 2 victors were Queasy and Veno. The tree place. Let's talk about it here.
Yes.
We kind of talk about height and how Rift Islands played a big effect, you know, big buildings and whatnot, mountainsides, but then there's obviously trees as well. And we do love a bit of flora and fauna here, and trees played a huge part in them getting very far in game number 3.
Yeah, it did. For a little bit. For a little while. You know, it worked out for a little bit, and then everyone sort of realized, actually, you know what, I think it was Cammy actually in the end.
Chop it down.
He's like, chop that tree down. We like deforestation. We'll do it. But that's what it's all about. I mean, those players, of course, going for those tree plays, it's not the strategy we've seen too much of,
No.
right? So that's why they were caught a little bit surprised by it, but I like it. I like the strategy.
I mean, it's a common phrasing for us to say that high ground wins games, and when you can't build anything, what else is high? You know, the trees that are around you. And it did work for a little bit until, you know, obviously when the zone gets so small, there's only so many teams left, and there's only so many directions you can look, and eventually you're going to look up, and that's when they got caught out.
I said to Kelly in the green room, I said, you know, I see Queasy, any sign of Veno at all? Like, well, I haven't seen him for a while. He was just camping out in that tree, just hanging out. You know, we still have bushes and being a big thing as well, kind of hiding out in plain sight, but the tree playing an important part there. I think what's really kind of fun to see is already on day number 1, after 3 games, we are seeing a few teams that we're talking about kind of a lot because they just seem to be breaking away slightly. Is there a reason they're doing that? Obviously, we've seen how stacked our lobby is, and the players have qualified to be here, invited as well, have achieved some incredible things, accolades, you know, all, you know, for the last few years and such. What is it that's different in this? Obviously, it's Zero Builds is a different format to traditional kind of building meta and such, but what are they doing differently to kind of take themselves just slightly away from the rest of the pack together?
I think it's not what they're doing today. I think it's what they've already done prior to today. It's all that preparation going into Zero Build. We, of course, talk so much about builds. We know about FNCS. All of our players are actually competing in that very, very soon, so maybe a lot of their focus is on that. But for the players that have put the practice in Zero Build, I mean, we were talking about Zemi earlier on, someone that has put in the practice in Zero Build so much and showing it on the big stage, that's something that they definitely have to look at.
And it's not just practice in Zero Build, it's also practice being on stage and competing on this kind of level of tournament. If you look at the top 3 teams after game number 2, it's Cammy, it's Whale and Acorn, and it's Queasy and Veno, teams that have competed in LANs for a very long time and have performed well in LANs before. And yes, this is still, you know, there's a lot of top teams out there, but we've also seen players who tend to flounder in LAN settings, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Tournament jitters are a real thing and have a real impact, and being able to have that mentality to go into these competitions is almost as valuable as being able to have good mechanics.
Yeah, very true. And one player who has definitely proven they don't have jitters on the regular, having won here last year, was Anas. We're going to see a clutch up here, a great bit of work here. We all leapt up out of our seats in the green room as well here. Let's have a look at the clip and see exactly what happened. Walk us through here, Scott.
Yeah, it was a great idea from Anas here just to keep this high ground and not actually jump down. So many players would jump down in that situation, but Suns actually ended up going shockwave up. Anas knew that. He knew what he had in his inventory, and of course he was able to take out both Alex and Suns in that fight. That just shows the experience of Anas. We talk so much about players that have been in this situation before, been on the LAN stage before. That just shows it right there, where he could have just taken it a little bit too quickly and jumped on down, but he didn't.
We always talk about solo clutch points, and Anas just had that in spades right there. Yeah. Not only being able to grab 2 eliminations, but also being able to stalk his loadout to be able to carry on the endgame as well.
Yeah, and the storm as well is turning again and again and again here. We see a bit more jungle biome there as well. Yeah. The mud, the valleys as well. I mean, that's one of those kind of areas. It's obviously new this season. One of those areas that does have this kind of real kind of like hodgepodge of terrain, just up, down. You know, it's really difficult to navigate. But if you know it well enough, you can really cause damage there.
Yeah, you can use it to your advantage. A lot of people would say that when you're on that low ground section, when people are above you, it's a bit of a disadvantage. But if you can just get yourself in the little nooks and crannies right underneath those hills and those sort of mountains, mountains that are in the area, you can actually hide away from so many teams, and we saw a lot of them doing that. And of course, that's where a lot of those slurp mushrooms or those slurp flowers are as well, so they can just keep on healing up throughout the rest of the game, and every 15 seconds, that's actually going to recharge, and we saw that so much during that game.
Yeah, we saw that a lot yesterday as well. During the Middle Eastern qualifiers, a lot of players kind of using the low elevation to their advantage to be able to hide away from the teams that are on the high ground right there. And I think what we're seeing right now is, obviously we've had this new season for a long time, and you know, we had a little bit of an update recently. Players don't seem to be prioritizing cones. Instead, they're going with what they're used to and what they know is going to be working out for them. And I think that's what we're seeing.
That's a very good point, actually. We talk about it a lot here. Ice cream cones, how they're going to play an important part, but players obviously not so familiar with them. They're kind of using what they know very well, and it's working wonders for some. We're actually going to talk to our winners of our last game right now. I believe they're standing by Cami, Jackpo, one of them, both of them. Not too sure, but Barney is there. Let's head over and see exactly what they have in store.
Victory Royale number 3 is in the bag, and I am joined by Japko and Cami. Thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. I kind of want to talk about the centering point that a lot of people have mentioned up to here, right? It is the points format. So like how is it affecting your strategies coming into this? Because we're leaning a bit more heavily into placement points. So people are tending to play a bit more passively. Has it affected your guys' strats at all?
No, I think the point system just doesn't change anything. Everything, we're just playing the same every game, and yeah, we're just gonna keep playing like that. Sticking
to your strats, I like to hear it. So how are you dealing with, Japko, sorry, how are you? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, I'm good.
So how are you dealing with the external factors of performing here on the main stage? Is it difficult to block everything out, or are you pretty comfortable when you're sat down at your PC?
I'm pretty comfortable here. Yeah, I think it's good here.
Nice. Comfortable. I like that. They both seem very calm, don't they? There's no jitters, nothing like that. Now, how's the dynamic of your drop zone, Cami? Because, you know, when you're landing, is it pretty chaotic, or is everything pretty comfortable? You have a lot of time to set up and then, you know, think about how you want to do your rotations.
First we need to get a car, and yeah, it's kind of chaotic, and after that, it's pretty calm.
Car, chaos, then we're cool. That's how it is, and that's why they're at the top of the leaderboard. I'm going to head back over to the studio. That's all from us here for now at the main stage.
Thank you, Banks, there. We have Cami and Jackpo. Loved seeing Jackpo's reaction there as well. He just seemed like he was smug, he was enjoying himself, he was kind of calm, like not too much to share with us, but just seemed, I mean, Cami's always very, very straight and narrow. You know, he knows what he's doing, he wants to get the job done there. But good to see Jackpo really enjoying playing with Cami.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I think two of the players here that have a very similar dynamic in terms of personality, and it's not something we talked about too much when it comes to analysis of Fortnite players, but it plays such a huge part. If you have two people that are polar opposites to each other in terms of personality, it can be very difficult to vibe out and play well, and I think that's a huge part of their success.
Also, if I was Japko, I would also love to be a part of the team of the FNCS Invitational Champions, so I can definitely see the positivity coming out from there. But I love the fact that they bring up the vehicles. We already know that in zero builds, when you don't have much of the way of protection through builds, vehicles is a great way to get through that, and you also get to rotate.
Indeed. I mean, we saw there some stats on the screen, 7 eliminations there, which is a great, you know, I think in this particular format as well, you need to get a few under your belt. We've seen some players a bit more reserved around getting eliminations, kind of choosing to wait late, but you start generating points, whatever happens, something could happen out there you're not expecting, then it causes you a lot of trouble. But if you get those elims under your belt here, it really does make the difference, particularly as you go to the next 2 days of the competition as well.
Yeah, so much about points as well as just getting that experience of picking up eliminations, because if you can do it in this lobby, you can do it in any lobby, and throughout the rest of this day, or these 2 days, we have 15 more games left. If you're not able to get that practice in, even in this sort of lobby, in this sort of environment, to pick up eliminations, then your game is very one-dimensional. You can only do one thing. You can only go for those placements. So I like the way they're playing, which is almost contrary to what we've seen in the past from Cami, a little bit more reserved, a little more passive. I like how they're doing this.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of teams right now kind of playing a bit more passively, waiting for other players around them to kind of move. And what I've actually seen a lot of is these players kind of using either soaring sprints or a combination of soaring sprints with the grenades, and using that to just kind of put themselves into a calmer side of zone, bunker up, and then wait to see what everyone else is doing. And using that patience to their advantage is exactly why we're seeing Japko up top.
Yeah, you just have to be careful with that strategy. We've seen it work for some, not for others. Blake and Cease, I believe, game 2, I think it was, they actually used that strategy, as you mentioned, shockwave grenading all the way up, using that soaring sprints, but you're a sitting duck at that point, so if you're not careful, it can end in disaster.
It certainly can end in disaster. As we said, with the players competing here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, anything is possible. Every corner, danger. Trust us. We're going to get ourselves some match results here now as well, see how the points stacked up after our game number 3. Let's take a look here. As you know, Japko and Cammy came out on top there with 308 points, 9 eliminations, would you believe? But you can see kind of a spread there across the board, all the way down to 10th position there, but already familiar names in that top 10.
Yeah, familiar names in that top 10, of course. Refsguard and Ziandi, I want to highlight these guys. They had a really, really solid start to that endgame in sort of 7th and 8th zone. But we saw Refsguard going down a little bit earlier on than that second place. So huge credit to Ziandi for not only staying alive, but picking up eliminations and picking up the placement points with it.
And another team that was cautious, even when they did have the mythic flap and drum gun in their loadout. Even when, sometimes when you see that in your loadout, you would kind of want to go on the aggressive, knowing that you have some of the best weapons in the game, especially for close range. But they knew that their situation wasn't great, so they held back a little bit. And placement points is so much more important right now. Yes, obviously, elims are great, but being able to survive as long as you can is much more vital.
I saw X-Swedes and Bad Sniper right there actually sitting in the Storm as well. They were actually playing a little bit of that Storm in 6th zone. To see them just fall at that moment just highlights that even though we talk about these strategies working well, sitting in Storm, getting on that dead side, sometimes it can end in disaster because we see them in 21st in that game. They picked up eliminations, which is why they still have a decent amount of points, but nowhere near enough to propel them up to the top of the leaderboard.
Very true, very true. I mean, Pink and Anas there in 23rd position that last game, who, despite, you know, going down slightly earlier than wanted, still 5 eliminations. It makes a big difference. Even though it's a 38th position here, like kind of like towards the back end of our leaderboard after that last match. We have ourselves Epic and DF is there as well. 2 eliminations. That counts for something.
Yeah, it does. I mean, if you can't get placement, you might as well get eliminations, and that's what it's all about. If you have that way of playing, again, it's good to get that experience and make sure it happens. Unfortunately, though, we saw it earlier on in that game. Malibuka and Thomas HD not quite having the best game.
No, and that's a bit of a surprise, obviously, coming from DreamHack Summer and DreamHack Dallas coming out in first place out of both of those competitions. A lot of us were expecting them to come out on top in game 1. However, if there is a duo that is going to improve throughout all 3 days, it is that duo right there.
I saw towards the end there, Clix and Duke quite far at the back of the pack as well. That southern side, very stacked, a lot of big teams close by. We haven't talked too much about the likes of Booger and Threats much as well. We haven't really seen some of our players shine necessarily, and we're used to seeing them. I mean, the next 3 games, obviously, and like you mentioned, there are only 15 games to go, which is a lot of games. 15 to go, but, after 3, well, things towards the tail end of today, there's a bit of a break now as well coming up. What will be happening in those conversations, you think, after 3 games already? I know there are a long way to go as mentioned, but what's the conversation going to be like between our duos, you think?
I mean, usually if it's halfway through a tournament, it's game 3. Usually we have a 6-game format. You might think about changing up strategies. You might think, okay, maybe we change our drop spot, maybe we change the way we rotate, the loot that we carry. But I think for a lot of teams now, it's just all about calmness, making sure that not to get too excited if you're high up on the leaderboard, but also not to get too disheartened if you're on that lower side, because there's still 15 games to go. And not only that, it actually improves the points. Of course, we have the increasing points as we go throughout the days. So it's not to worry if you're not doing well, but if you are at the top, don't get too confident.
And you're talking about changing strategies. We've already seen Sizlucky and Djinn move back to Brutal Bastion. They decided to switch to a different POY because they saw that one of the teams that made it through the qualifiers yesterday was going to be landing on Brutal Bastion as well, which I think makes it a total of 3 teams that are landing there. And so they decided to change up their drop spot and then change it back again. And remember, everyone, the points are less valuable in day 1. So if they are going to make any adjustments, today is the day to do it.
That is a very, very good point indeed. We have ourselves some overall standings as well there, Kelly. I'm glad you brought that up because we actually have how things look in the competition thus far. And you can see here, wow, with a 200-point lead. That is a victory royale as far as points go right now. Cammy and Jackpo currently out on top with 23 eliminations as well. They are in the driving seat and they are feeling good.
It's not just about placements and consistency. It is also about eliminations. And we saw yesterday, again, during the qualifier, that both ways that you can play, either if it's the pop-off game or you're going for consistency, both have a success in Fortnite. But Cammy and Japko are doing both.
Yeah, no, they really are. And another team that I'm quite surprised to see there, almost it sounds crazy to say, Queasy and Veno. You wouldn't expect them to be at this sort of stage of the tournament when it comes to zero builds because they haven't performed in zero builds recently. It hasn't been their preferred game mode. Of course, we spoke to Veno earlier on. He was feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more happy about the zero builds mode. And you can see it working well for them so far. So it feels weird to say we're surprised to see them this high up, but realistically, they can continue this, they could all come out on top by the end of it.
Definitely, definitely. I saw Blake Concista as well, also landing Bastion. The fact that they even talked to us, before the competition started, saying that, they're playing for standings points, only a few eliminations under their belt, but managing to always do 488 points is extraordinary, considering they haven't really got to the end game as much as they probably would have hoped as well. This is 11th through 20th as well here, Kelly, and now 21st through 30th. Seeing Malabuka and Thomas HD there in 23rd, it's weird to see that. Things undoubtedly will change, but already some big names, Mr. Savage, Vidil. I mean, even that part of the leaderboard, the 21st position onwards, still massive names in this.
What I love to see is actually in a 16th and 17th place for that second page right there, we actually got to see the Oceania team and the Middle Eastern team that qualified through the DreamHack qualifiers. And I love this international representation. All the time everyone's like EU, and then sometimes NA is on top. And to see teams like that in Oceania and in the Middle East being able to beat out players like Threats, like Thomas HD, I mean, that's a sight to see.
It really is. I mean, I saw Alex on socials before this entire event even kicked off. He was saying, I'm doing this for OC. I'm putting OCE on the map. And
for the continent.
For the continent, why not? But a lot of people have said that in the past. We've seen that, and it hasn't quite worked out. We saw it at Invitation. We saw it at World Cup as well. It hasn't quite worked out. But Alex, he's doing it so far. 15 games to go. Can he keep it up? I hope so.
I hope so too. That'll be the interesting thing as well. And make sure to keep your kind of like socials going as well. Make sure to get as much info as possible, what you're thinking as well about our competition in terms of who you think is going to go all the way, who's going to top the day as well. We love hearing from you guys. Obviously, Gamers8 here featuring Fortnite. We've been so hyped about this for so long, and finally it's here. I still can't quite believe it is here. I'm looking at the rolling hills behind you now, Kelly. I mean, you dropped your pen. You were so excited there a second ago.
Rolling pins.
I mean, this is it. Everything's going wild.
It's not great for me there.
But yeah, we've got a break coming up here. Obviously, this is the first day of this competition. We've got lots more to look forward to. Game 4 is going to be after our break. Our players going to have a bit of rest for a second, get themselves kind of together and kind of brainstorm exactly what could happen next year in this competition, because there is lots more to go with 15 games left across the next few days. Do not go anywhere. Stay where you are. More Gamers8 featuring Fortnite very, very soon, right after this.
حياكم الله من جديد أعزائي المشاهدين. الآن حنا متواجدين في المسرح بين الجمهور. لقينا أحد لازم بدنا نتكلم معه، لازم نتقابل معه. زيزا رئيس الرياضات الإلكترونية في فريق تويستد مايندز. بدنا نسولف معه شوي ونتكلم ونشوف ايش اللي صار معه في المباراة. زيزا حياك الله معنا. أول شيء ودي أسألك، جابكو اللاعب حقكم قبل شوي فاز الجيم، قاعد يبدع دعم طبيعي، بس اللاعب توكم موقعين معه، وش اللي قاعد يصير؟
أول شيء الحمد لله على الجيم الأخير، حققنا انتصار. اللاعب أدى بشكل رتم تصاعدي من أول جيم. الجيم الثاني الحمد لله أنه قدر يحقق فيه الانتصار. متفائلين فيه جدا، اسم كبير من أحد المرشحين أنه إن شاء الله يحقق البطولة، وهذه أحد الأسباب اللي خلتنا فعلا أن نفكر في اللاعب أن نوقع معه قبل أيام قليلة من إعلان البطولة. فمتحمسين جدا أنه يكون أحد الأسماء المرشحة لتحقيقه.
So we are joined here on the stage between the audience with the head of esports from Twisted Minds, and he's basically telling us about his story with Jabko and him getting signed into the team days before the main event starts. And we asked him, what's going on with you signing with Jabko? Why did you choose Jabko from anyone else? And he's like killing it right now, and he's almost the first spot in the whole tournament. So I asked him, how did you guys ended up choosing him for representing Twisted Minds? And his answer was like, we were able to study all the players coming into the tournament, and we thought that he's the most qualified one to win the whole thing. So we were like, he's the right choice, he's going to represent us. They were able to negotiate with him and sign a deal very quickly and locked him in just one day before the main event starts. زيزا ودي أسألك أيضا، المسرح تواجدك معنا والجمهور، ايش رايك بالحماس؟
والله شعور لا يوصف صراحة. المسرح أسطوري جدا، تصميم خرافي، الحضور يعطيهم العافية، صدق حضور أسطوري. الدعم اللي قاعدين نلاحظه في الرياضات الإلكترونية، Gamers8، الفعاليات اللي قاعد تصير هذه قاعد تدعم المواهب حتى اللي عندنا المحلية غير المواهب الخارجية. شيء أسطوري جدا، متحمس جدا للأيام اللي جاية. هذه بس البداية، وإن شاء الله نوعدكم بإذن الله أن نرفع علم المملكة كتويستد مايند في جميع البطولات القادمة، وفورتنايت هي البداية بإذن الله.
بإذن الله. الله يعطيك العافية زيزا وما قصرت. So we just asked Ziza about the vibe and everything that's happening in Gamers8 and this tournament specifically, and he was like, I'm very happy to be here and with the crowd and everyone supporting Twisted Minds and supporting all the teams as well. The vibe is amazing and they're just enjoying their time being here. And the main thing that Twisted Minds is not just only participating in Fortnite, they're doing a lot of other games in Gamers8 as well. So he's like, guys, watch out for us. We're going to be able to take care of everyone else and win the whole thing. Let's see if they're right. Let's see if they're actually going to do it. And let's go back to the studio to talk more about the game before we jump into the next map.
Here we go, folks. Game number 4 is almost underway. Of course, you see the focus here for Seti and Tayson. Not necessarily the best first half, but remember, this has only been 3 games of 18, people. This is a 3-day competition. And so what has happened so far is not necessarily defining of what's going to happen in the future. So for the players in the bottom half of the leaderboard right now, don't fret. Lots more games to play. I know, Paper, sometimes it can be a lot. But you just got to rise up, and I know you can, man.
It's a mental reset, right? He just needs to kind of kick things into gear, take a moment to have a little power nap.
Does look like a quality mouse pad, I'm not going to lie. Maybe a little extra cushioning for his head there. But
could be fluffy, could be nice.
It could be. It definitely could. Of course, you have Fahad here locked in as well, just coming off the Middle East qualifier. Qualifying on here, big way, and then you already know Pink and Anas, 2022 Gamers8 champions of last year's Zero Build competition, here in a big way, getting ready to lock in as they watch what's going on. Pink realizing, yes, we're right here, man.
Ooh. He's looking good. Ready to come out. 6th place currently, so in a good spot as far as momentum goes. These two, of course, 3-day format, so a lot of ground, a lot of games to cover here over the next 3 days. And these two looking to hold on to the spot and remain front runners. I would not be surprised if we see them end somewhere around here at the end of the third day.
Can we talk about Cease and Blake for a second? Look.
Oh, yeah.
These are the boys, the homies, man. These guys have been locked in since day one of getting here. Not day one of the competition, day one of getting here. They've had their plan. They understand their strategies really, really well. And now they've spent some time relaxing, letting their energy kind of fester a little bit and waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And of course, day one has been a strike for them as they are knocking it out of the park here in 7th place so far. So we'll definitely be watching how these teams continue to play this one out. Great top 10 though so far. Of course, as you already know, we do have Bloomy in the top 10, just coming out of the qualifiers yesterday.
Gotta love it.
Like Levin said before, didn't even have an exit flight plan. Was just like, look, man, if I make it through, I'm gonna make it happen. But if I don't make it through, then you know what? Maybe then I'll pick up a flight, or maybe I'll stay and watch a few days, whatever the case may be. But no, listen, somebody was getting a little too excited. It might have been Paper. I think he shot up out of his chair and ended up maybe breaking the chair. But don't worry, we got a new chair coming in for him here in just a moment, so we can get this game started here momentarily. But now, I do want to talk about this team. High expectations coming into the day, and of course exceeding expectations, and that is Refsguard and Z Andy, the Riz Andy himself, doing a phenomenal job here on the start of the day. They are in 3rd place as of now, tied with 2nd place, of course, in Acorn and Epic Whale.
Yeah.
Definitely a great position for them to be. We all, behind the scenes, were talking, and I believe this was a top 5 team in just about everybody's spot, so we'll definitely have to check that out. And of course, oh wait, it was Vidil. Vidil is actually the one that unfortunately has to swap the chairs. He was too hyped to get into game number 4 that he ended up messing up his chair, but that's okay. We're back at it. Savage, Vidil locked in, ready to go here as we get ready for the rest of the competition. And so it's going to be tight. This is going to be a good one here, Ben. I can't wait to see what these players will do coming up. And sure enough, another player locked in. There he is, ready to go. I mean, look, I thought I was ready for the competition today, but these players are in it.
There's so much preparation has gone into this moment in these 3 days of competition. So everyone, I mean, it seems like every single time we switch POVs to check on these players, they're breaking down leaderboards. They're watching the stream back. They're looking at the VOD, whatever it might be. Everyone here is looking to try and make those adjustments because it is a 3-day format. It's 18 games. There's plenty of time to make those changes. Not to mention, as these days move forward, we're going to have a 25% point increase as far as eliminations, placement. So really, if you end the day with a solid lead, of course, you've got to feel good mentally. But in the end, you're not safe whatsoever.
You are not, especially when you're going up against the caliber of players that is in this lobby. Remember, folks, this format, the way that it works, right? We have essentially a standard format point here on day number 1. 200 points gets you a win, and then, of course, 12 points per elimination. But all of that goes up 25% each day of the competition, meaning that at the end of this, there's even more points on the line. So we'll keep you all posted as those points continue to go up here. And that's going to be, oh, wait, is that Tax getting locked in? Looking back here on the VOD, checking some mistakes, checking what other players are doing well. And Muzz, my man Muzz, locked in. Ghoul Trooper.
On the flight with him, actually.
Good choice. Good choice, both in Ghoul Trooper and Flight.
Yeah. Got to fly out next to Bully and Muzz, the duo.
Nice.
Both representing today, qualifying out of, I believe, the first qualifier in DreamHack in San Diego, in fact, so locking in their spot very early. And these two, definitely someone to watch. Of course, we've seen them go head-to-head with other duo and fan favorite, Clix and Duke. See them been brawling off spawn, and that seems to be the name of the game for a lot of these duos, right? The ones that have a little bit more of that contested drop spot and higher contestation off spawn tend to be struggling a little bit more.
You know, look, I've seen teams find success being contested. I've seen teams struggle, obviously, being contested. It is more common to be struggling in a situation like that, but for a lot of these teams, they're having to overcome some adversity. We saw, obviously, Ceases and Blake right there in the top 10. Despite them being triple conned at times,
Yeah.
which is interesting. Of course, their side of Brutal Bastion hasn't been landed on, so they can get away with it a little bit more than others. Of course, you already know Sizlucky, Degen, they opted to go away once we saw the Middle East qualifying team make their way over here, and that, of course, is Smicky and his teammate. But they didn't find success. When they switched over to that new biome, that new jungle biome, they unfortunately just were not getting the groove, and so they opted to go back to Brutal Bastion, which actually works out in Blake and Cease's favor. You'd rather have that other side contested for you so you can go in, get involved, and potentially clean up some eliminations along the way as they just go head to head. But speaking of head to head, it's time here, folks. Match number 4 is here. The battle bus is loading up, ready to go. Ben, are you ready for match 4?
Things are kicking off. This is that first game in that back half here on day number 1. And through the mist we emerge. The battle bus we go. And onto the island. You can see between Citadel and Shady Stilts down to Mega City. So no doubt we'll continue to see action unfold at these larger POIs. And again, like we mentioned, right? Split drops. A lot of these teams, like we said, Blake and Cease being one of them, have found success at split drop POIs. A lot of the times, not the case when it comes to standard VR, but here in Zero Build, these players are making it work.
They are, and again, it looks like Sizlucky, Degen may be making their way back to Brutal Bastion. Found some success in the last one, and now that here we go. Landing here is also Nema and Cal Gamer. Wait, wow. I do believe this is going to be a big switch up here, as they were not landing here before, according to what we're seeing. So this is another team causing some problems in the Brutal Bastion area.
The more the merrier. There's a lot of loot to go around here. Brutal Bastion, and the action's always fun to watch. So these 3 teams now are going to have to look to try and make what they can find work for them in the long run here, as Nema and Cal Gamer will turn their attention towards this backside. As you can see, another contested split here. I mean, Baka and Pars, I do believe, the ones to contest this. They seem to find one knock at least. So now looking down the hill, Pablo Wingu being one of the teams struggling in this competition so far. Seems like they might just be trying to roll the dice with different kinds of drop spots to find what works.
And sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to make some changes, figure out what's going to work in your favor. Unfortunately for them, contesting Brutal Bastion is not going to be a great option. And for Satam and Smicky, they're opting to just quickly loot up what they can and go. This is a play that I like from them. They weren't finding success in game 1 and 2, so the best course of action is get what you can and just get out of there and use some of this other existing area to rotate and loot up, because there's still a lot of loot to go around in the snow.
Plenty. And there's a lot of open real estate as well. I mean, just from what we've seen, at least speculated on where these players are going to drop, there's open space in the nearby areas. So go ahead and move over towards the ice lake, find some scattered chests, maybe some of the huts as well, because there's coolers out there as well. And with the legendary ice cream cone now in the meta, there's a lot of healing options as well that prove very valuable when it comes to these close range fights.
So you got to call it what it is. It's Little Whip special serve. Don't forget it. That legendary ice cream cone. That bad boy is something else. Instant 100 on the shield and health. And so the advantage that has in the inventory in a quick fight. We saw it yesterday where Bloomy was almost taken out. Immediately pops the cone and he's back in it. So it's definitely going to be an impactful item on the day. Maybe not today, but throughout the week, of course. Definitely going to see some plays from that, but Carmi and Vanyak still playing it from here, and you see Epic Whale and Acorn are locked and loaded, both landing Mega City. Acorn and Epic Whale are ready for the fight, but Carmi and Vanyak are looking for it despite them being ready, and so far we've seen a lot more success coming out of the team of Epic Whale and Acorn. Nevertheless, it could all change here. Remember, 5 out of the 6 games competing each day will count towards the overall leaderboard, so you can have a bad game and it'll be all right.
The whole point is to make sure you stay majority of the games, stay consistent, be happy with your scores so you don't have too many to burn, 1 per day. But Baka and Pars finding those 2 eliminations and holding down the drop spot for the time being. Pablo Wingo being the team to contest them and coming out on top here. These 2 looking to loot up. The rest, they are on this far dead side of zones as it does continue to pull to the north. Dubs the next step, similar situation here. Kind of lurking, looking around, using the vehicle to try and jump spot, see if anybody's nearby. The Hollow Whisper is just to the north as well. Those natural launch pads for mobility. as Tax and Move find themselves still down in the jungle trying to find some scraps.
Doing a good job here of now taking up the high ground spot. They are potentially going to look for Dubs and his teammate there. So almost said Mega. I know it's Accept, but you can't. It's one of those things. It's like Seti and Cammy that
it's a classic duo.
Will always come together when years and years of playing together. But of course, you got to love Dubs finding success here with Accept. Accept is a phenomenal player as well. Been in and out of the scene for quite some time, and great to see him here performing, of course, on the biggest stage. Another team I really want to mention, and I want to focus on, it is Source and Notch. These two players, well, they haven't had a top 10 performance here as far as the leaderboard goes now. That doesn't mean that's going to change, because they are a sleeper pick here, folks. I've said this every time I've seen Source in a competition, because he genuinely is one of the strongest players in Fortnite when he is on, right?
Yeah.
When he is locked in, ready to go, no matter the teammate we've seen him with, no matter the situation he's put himself in or found himself in, he is a sleeper pick because he's just exceptional at the game. So we'll continue to watch how that plays out there for that team. But Carmi and Vanyak holding strong here. They find themselves in, you know, it's the Kinjitsu crossing area, but it's more of the Queasy Veno area, because they just continue to dominate the spot in and out, both in builds, zero builds. It didn't matter which mode you find them in. They're finding a lot of success, but now Clicks and Duke right there. You do see the ice cream cone in the inventory, Ben. First time, or one of the first few times we've been able to actually see it in the inventory, not just immediately getting used off spawn.
No, I mean, it is very useful if you can find it in your inventory at the right time during an engagement with another team. You're low HP, instantly right back into the fight. Don't need to leave your teammate to 1v2 for too long. You can get right back into it and start trading shots again. And this is where these players, right? This is a recent update. A lot of them don't have the time that they have with the rest of the meta and the rest of the loot pool put in with it. So you have to make sure that you can adapt on the fly, just like majority of these players are great at doing. These are the top zero build and standard BR players from all around the world, so they're nothing but the best.
Nothing but the best here for the people at home. You gotta love it, man. We've been tuning in, of course, with incredible action so far. Riz Andy now getting into more action here as he shockwaves into this house, and they haven't slowed down yet. Nice little pickup here on the ice cream cones. Just a little bit of health put on him, as Refsguard and Andy have been very, very active, not just today, but in general. So I don't expect it for them to slow down, because they were elimination heavy there in the qualifiers. Part of the reason they were finding success and qualified onto today.
Zemi and Pen in this game. Very strong start at the beginning of the day, looking to try and make some ground back on this leaderboard. And of course, lowest game drop, so still plenty of time to continue to improve. Dubs and Accept down in the jungle, in the leaves, in the brush, trying to spot out, look for a surprise jump on a duo, maybe a little bit of a refresh. Yamzo and Paper, same kind of a mindset here, just looking for a safe path into the zone, some extra vault loot possibly, maybe even a rift, because they are located close by. But they'll just try and stay down below, pump and trashy. Zone starts to move. They have this launch pad just clearing the area, seeing if any duo is going to rotate in and try and use it themselves. As we'll get a look at this second zone. This will be a crucial one. If a pull up towards the north or the south, most likely towards this left side. We'll have to wait and see as it go ahead and present itself. It will be this far left center pull, so a lot of players have a long way to go.
Interesting. This is a zone that we've seen one other time today, but not a ton, both in DreamHack Summer and of course in the qualifiers yesterday. So I'm liking this new zone placement here for us to kind of explore, because it doesn't favor any of the significant teams that we've been watching over the weekend so far, but we'll see how that continues to play out as Pars and Baka getting into a fight here. That's going to be Nema and Cal Gamer. And Cal does go down, and that's going to be Baka and Pars finding a lot more success here. Nema needs to be careful. Even though he's healthier, Pars and Baka are not a team to play with, as Nema is down and out.
That accelerant shotgun, such a powerful weapon, but when caught off guard in a 1v2 situation, not a lot you can do. So Pars and Baka cleaning that one up to find 4 eliminations. A great pickup for them. as more duos will continue to look to try and find these mid-game elims. 41 teams remain in this game, so Storm Surge will more than likely be imminent. So now you see a lot of teams trying to move as quickly as they can towards something elevated at a higher vantage point to look down and try and get a couple more tags with a team before Storm Surge comes into effect.
Well, listen, Zandy and Refsguard, man, this is no time to party. I see you guys over in Peely's little party land here near Creaky Compound. No, this is a competition where $2 million on the line. I know, I'm just playing, but they're locked in the vehicle. One of the best mobility items, of course, in the game as of right now. Cammy and Japko, though, do seem to be fighting for this combat cash, and big shots coming through here as Cammy just absolutely rains terror onto Carmi and Vanyak, forcing them to separate. This could be a tough fight here for them. That's going to be Carmi officially going down, but Cammy now being punished, as that is Kika and Kenzo there in the distance.
And there's a reason they have a 200-point lead right now. Cammy and Japko, expert execution there. They're looking to hold on to this combat cash to the left to get those slurp juices in inventory. Almost a necessary item to have into these later zones. When it comes down to fighting, nothing is better. But we'll see it. Clicks and Duke now looking to clean up a little bit and find that first elimination of the game. A little bit of extra loot as well. They have the ice cream cone still in inventory that we saw earlier on, not having to utilize it quite yet.
Can we talk about the hair thing for a second?
We're talking about Savage and Clicks here?
And not only that, Cease.
Wow, I'm going to throw him into the mix.
Look at everybody's got the blonde hair. Even Pink has blonde hair now. It doesn't quite look the same, to be fair. The hairstyle for Cease, Clicks, and them are all the same. But, like, I wonder if it's a buff. Do you think it's a buff for these players to have the blonde hairstyle? I don't know, but Malibu Thomas HD not finding a lot of success on the day, but that's turning around now. 2 eliminations cleaned up quick here for this team, and that's what you love to see. Lots of expectation coming into the weekend, and they're coming back in hot here in the second half.
Malibuca Thomas HD a little bit worried they might have jinxed it just because so many people put the eggs in their basket. And the problem is, I mean, these two are still so talented, right? Most teams would shy away from a fight like that. The bottom of the temple, where the rifts are, there's only one way in, one way out. Teams usually try and run away, but them, not that duo. They want to take the fight. The Booga threats down here by the water. Lardle and Bloomer just above, lurking by the tower. So these two look to try and rotate in, find themselves a little bit of a better spot. I mean, Booga, one of the greatest of all time. Taking a lot of damage, though, from Bloomer. Just above, hitting those big shots. 2 shockwaves, slurp juice in inventory. Set up well on this dead side as it continues to pull north. As zone will close in 45, 37 teams still in this lobby, Panda. It's a stacker.
I mean, look, this is kind of what we were anticipating going into the major 3-day competition. We said to ourselves, you know what? This is going to be stacked. A lot more players are going to be alive here in the final moments of the game, and it's exactly what we're seeing so far. And even with these high-level teams still kind of getting their bearings, figuring out exactly how they want to play this over the next few days, they're still just surviving. 70 players up here at the halfway mark of the game is pretty significant. And so we'll have to see how this plays out as Mr. Savage Vidil looks like they just cleaned up a few eliminations themselves. 3 eliminations on the board in total here. Great to see, of course, that blonde buff coming into effect here for Savage.
Uh-oh.
As he's working on some things here against Paper and Iamzo. This could be a tough fight for both teams to take, especially with Paper holding that right-hand peak. He knows that that's one of the few entry places to this spot. And so if a player is going to try to contest and challenge them, they're going to have to do it right there from the right-hand peak.
I like this strategy out of a lot of players that like to utilize the car, then find some natural cover before moving through. Blake, a little bit of a slip there, takes a lot of fall damage, so looking for some whites. But Blaster and Noah looking like they want to get a little bit aggressive here, but Blake will fall. The question is now, will Cease be able to make something of it? A little bit of misstep for this duo, but Cease, if anyone can recover, he has the experience to try and make something of it.
Blake, my man, it's looking bleak is what it is. That was tough, and you know as well as I do what happened in that situation, right? He fell,
it happens.
Took fall damage, but he took so much fall damage that the storm actually ended up taking him out. So I'm curious if Cease will be able to get him back into this one, but another player unfortunately going to go down there. That is Source going down to Nikov in the distance. That's going to be a tough, tough loss at this point in the game.
And Notch with them as well, so that duo will be down and out. Back to the lobby for them, but Draftel. Kika rotating in behind as we'll get another look at the next zone. The POI rifting already in this one, so the lobby being pushed away from it, and we'll keep moving north. Sorry, I say north, towards the left. We'll keep moving that left side. And again, zones we haven't seen before, seen in a little while. Zemi and Npen taking a lot of punishment as Npen will go down. Blaster, the one to do so. Noah with them. Now trading some shockwaves in. Possibly looking to maybe get aggressive or not. Just hold on to the combat cache for now. Get those slurp juices before they try and make any sort of big moves. But Japko and Cammy racking them up. 2 more eliminations and a refresh, hanging out in zone. This duo consistently likes to stay in zone to try and find eliminations on rotating players, and they're doing it with expert precision. They're not having any missteps.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of doing it with ease, to be honest. It does seem like the teams they end up going up against are just not really expecting Cammy and Japko to be this far in the storm as long as they are, and so they're finding a lot of success here at this point in the game. And one thing we did talk about kind of behind the scenes, and I'm not seeing as much used here today, is the hiring of the NPCs. We've seen it a few times, but when you hire an NPC in the storm, they can actually heal you in the vehicles and do some other crazy stuff. So there's a lot of value to the NPCs in this game mode, and I'm curious if maybe players are just kind of waiting to use it later on and just using day one to kind of figure out how this competition is going to play. But of course, high expectations come with high rewards, as Malibuca Thomas HD had 2 phenomenal DreamHack performances, looking to replicate that same energy here at Gamers8.
Talked about high expectations, the highest of expectations for Malibuca and Thomas HD. Many predicted them to take home first place at the end of the competition. With a slow start, but they'll go ahead and stack up here outside of the edge of Rumble Ruins, using some of these bunkers to cover some line of sight a little bit, as the number of teams in zone right now kind of astonishes me because it's starting to hit hard.
12 teams in zone right now, or 12 teams in storm, I should say.
Crazy.
And almost the same amount in zone. Like, okay, guys, yeah. I think it's time to start moving. But no, that is legitimately the play here at this point in the game, is to spend a little bit more time in storm. You're going to have more separation, not as clear of a shot in the distance too. Remember, the storm animation is a little bit harder to navigate through and take your shot through, so provides just a slight bit of protection here for the players that are opting to stay in the zone a little bit longer. The only thing they have to think about in the final moments of the game, of course, is storm sickness, if they have to play more storm there later on. But nevertheless, Dark and Gentle looks like the kings of the island this time around.
A solid investment from a lot of teams to make the moves. You just have to be careful of course, those rifts like we just saw, right? The double land. We've seen it from Thomas and Malibuca in games past. It's not gone their way, but if it can come out on top, it can be a big investment. But we'll see Walks and Rob Kebab here still in zone, taking a lot of damage, looking for the res. You see those legendary slurp juices being dished out, because when this zone finishes closing, Panda, it's going to be a 5-tick.
That it is, and Malibuca and Thomas HD know this, so they're going to go ahead and rotate forward. But Dark and Gentle still on top of the island, and they're looking to punish Thomas HD and Malibuca for rotating in the air, so they need to be careful here as they keep going. Look at the seriousness on their face as they realize they may have made a potential mistake, but no, does look like they are going to clear the island and now make their way towards what is Iamzo and Paper. Fortunately for them, though, they got a bunker to throw down, and now they just have to look back and hope for the best.
And Refsguard and Z Andy will be taken out there, if you saw their names in the elimination feed in the top left. But things are starting to heat up. We talk about kind of that lull in game, and now it's kicking off. We'll see Thomas Malibuca fall. Anas takes them both out, but immediately traded. Paper and Iamzo looking to clean up as Sizz Lucky looks to third party.
This is a great position for them to be in here, as Paper and Iamzo just pressuring the walls here, just trying to break as much of the bunker as they can here to force the fight their way. And wow, Kame getting taken out by the Cybertron cannon. This thing, listen, if you expose yourself even just for a moment, you will go down, so you have to be mindful of that as the game continues on. Though you do have Bloomy and Lardle still in this. just fighting from what they can, pressuring down on the bunker below. That is going to be Dubs and Xcept in a tough position as they need to rotate here from the edge of this waterway. So for them, they need to start moving. For Bloomy up above, you need to keep that pressure on because this could be 2 easy eliminations if you don't let up.
Talk about that lull. A little bit interrupted by the action kicking off, but that's kind of how it goes, right? A lot of these players spend so much time trying to find the best possible position for them, and then all the action in a moment starts to come in. We see Booga Threats getting pressured here, tries to make it behind the rock, but last second, Kika takes him out. They look to try and find the duo Threats hiding within the bunker, but they're going to go ahead and shockwave towards the zone, ignore him for the time being. They found the confirm, so now Threats will be a solo, but Kenzo now being knocked, leaving Kika alone.
This is huge. Lots of solo players left in this one as now Threats fends for himself here, just trying to figure out how he's going to play out the next few moments as Casker goes down as well. So, again, so many solos left here in the final moments of the game. This is going to be a tough close here for some of them as Reciprocal still surviving here. Places the bunker to perfection. Actually catches himself essentially mid-air with the bunker.
We have to be careful, though. The Mythic MK. Now looking in the distance, they'll find that confirm on to both Kika and Kenzo. Mr. Savage the one to do so in this situation. 8 eliminations for that duo. So a large point game as is, as we look towards who could possibly pick up the VR here in game number 4, I should say. Bloomer and Lardle together as a duo looking strong. Yamzo Paper, same situation, trading with the Cybertron cannon back and forth. Using these bunkers. Still holding this edge position as everyone prepares for what will be one of the final zones of this game.
Savage of a deal still in this one, which is good here. We've been obviously talking about them, hyping them up quite a bit over the weekend and in preparation for the main event. And so seeing them find some success is great, but wait, how many eliminations was?
Yeah, 1 shot, 2 elims, just like that. Bloomer and Lardle sent back to the lobby.
And that is the beauty of the Cybertron cannon. If you're not careful, and Cammy and Japko going to clean up another one onto Gentle.
That'll make it 11 eliminations for them this game. They're already in first. They don't need a game like this, but they're going to show the lobby that they're here to compete for that first place spot and their share of $2 million. They're looking through the air. The players gliding through it themselves. They'll shockwave into this next zone. Cammy wants to take it to him. The big shot with the Havoc pump to take out Mr. Savage.
He said, you know what? I don't want this game to last any longer. I'm going to force these fights here in a big way. No, Cammy, though, the mistake is made. You saw the soaring sprints keep him up in the air and in that jump for just too long. So he ends up going down. Now the advantage is for some of these other teams as Trashy still in this one strong, and that's going to be Cammy completely out. But it does look like Japko should still be in this one.
Have a small moment to breathe there as the Cybertron cannon is now coming into effect. Damage landing. Paper taking a brunt of it. Yamzo, same situation, and they're targeting them. Lots of solos in this game. They're taking out the duo. Down goes Yamzo. Down goes Hero. Clutching up big for the Middle East duo.
Here it is, the final moments. Can Trashy hold it down? It is 3 solo players fighting for the final opportunity to claim this game. Japko is still in this one, Trashy in this one, and a mysterious third lingering in the distance. Can he do something here as Japko now climbing the bunkers, just trying to go to zone, just trying to clean this up and finish this strong here as he's now going to go ahead and use the last opportunity in the flare gun to make something happen. But the Cybertron cannons are out. And when these bad boys are out, the problems start to soar as Trashy in the air. Big shot comes out but misses. Can he complete this? No. Japko's out and Trashy takes home the win here in game number 4.
Had the high ground advantage but wasn't able to convert. Just like that will turn the tides. So many big plays from solos in this last game. Panda, this is going to shake up the leaderboard, but I have to say Cammy and Japko still holding strong, making it into the top 5. So many massive plays here.
It's beautiful. Honestly, beautiful execution there from this team. And honestly, it was what I was expecting to see from them early on. So I'm glad to see Pump and Trashy stepping up in a big way here in match number 4. And we want to see that consistently going on because they have been one of the favorites in every DreamHack they performed in. And so to see them here finally at Gamers8 doing the same thing is great to watch. And look at that. The beautiful stage is set here as we have 2 more games to go. And I honestly, I would like to say that I can predict the future, but I can predict one thing. Cammy Japko, easily in the day on top.
We've got 1 game to go. We've seen big strides so far. 2 games to go. I say 1, I mean 2. I'm getting ahead of myself.
1 game that counts.
1 game that counts. That's true. 5. Best 5 on the day going to go into your total leaderboard here. Cammy and Japko haven't had a single bad game so far, so they're not going to have to worry about that. They're just looking to continue to build on that lead. We saw so many big plays, though. We saw Hero in those final moments making their way out of the Middle East qualifier. Big gains as well. It'll be interesting to see where they are on the leaderboard. But again, Japko, so many eliminations. They found the placement points as well, but that seems to be the name of the game. Big strides as far as eliminations, but we're going to be going to a quick break, so do not go anywhere.
Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite is back with you after game number 4, and it was electric. It was full of confidence, oozing with it, if you will. And our analysis is brought to you by STC. Minnie, Kelly, I mean, we've got to talk about what happened in the end there. It was actually really interesting to see, because players, you could definitely see mindset starting to change there as well. But fantastic work from Pump and Trashy getting their first victory royale of the competition.
Yeah, really great job from those guys. It was a game of solos right there at the end, which is quite different to what we usually see with Zero Builds. Usually it's quite a cookie-cutter ending. A duo that see a solo that's trying to run away and hide obviously can't do it, but quite a nice little change of a pace right there. All 3 solos trying to battle it out to see who ends up coming out on top, and ultimately Pump and Trashy did it.
I mean, the way that Japko was playing, though, you would have thought that he had his duo with him the entire time, because we always talk about how important mentality is in the competition, and usually that's in the negative sense, that if a player or team go down early, that they need to keep their mentals good so that they continue on and not get steamrolled throughout the rest of the competition. But the opposite is also in the same situation, where if you're overconfident, you tend to make some mistakes, and that's kind of what we saw from Japko, especially at the very end right there, where he didn't have to use his Cybertron cannon. In fact, it probably shouldn't have been used, but instead he refused to not turn it away and got eliminated by Trashy because of that.
Yeah, he was like, shall I, shan't I? Shall I, shan't I?
Yes.
Oh, I'm eliminated. At the end. I mean, that was it. Yeah, right. I think it's a really good point to make as well, actually, because we don't tend to talk about it. We don't tend to talk about getting, getting a bit too arrogant to a degree. Thinking I can just do what I want now. We've got all these points. We're at the top, leader of the leaderboard right now. We've got, obviously a lot of games to go. I think 14 games to go.
Yep.
But still, looking at what Cammy and Japko were doing in that last game, getting a good position there, and just elimination after elimination, they were in such a good spot. But I guess it didn't work out for them in the end.
Yeah, they're on such a roll, particularly Cammy right there. We saw a shockwave play onto none other than Mr. Savage, hits a max pump, and it's like, Mr. Savage, see you later, not a problem at all. And then, of course, he tries to do it again onto Iomzo and Paper. Got a bit too big for his boots, you could say, and tried to, steal the show. Didn't quite work out for him. We saw that again replicated in Japko, as you mentioned, Kelly. He got a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too overzealous there.
But let it be known, we're grasping at straws here. If anyone deserves to be overconfident, it is Japko and Cammy. They had double-digit eliminations before it was even really the end of the end game right there. They were going absolutely insane, and it was working out for them the entire time until that very final moment. So again, although I'm trying to find some way to shape it into, they should have done, they still did phenomenal.
Yeah, they're picking up good eliminations, but of course placements as well. Let me just quickly read off their placements. 5th, 2nd, 1st, 2nd. This is crazy from them. They're not only picking up eliminations, which is what we're not necessarily used to seeing. We saw Cammy being a little bit more aggressive with Seti leading up to the Invitational in that sort of chapter, but now they're even turning on the placements as well, able to combine the two. They're doing such a great job and deservedly at the top spot.
They really are. I mean, we're going into that match as well. They were 200 points in the lead overall. So what's going to happen? We see the leaderboard again. Hopefully we'll see what happened match stat-wise as well coming up for you shortly here. You can see exactly how that one played out and the end results here, because as we know, it gets very fast, very frenetic towards the end of each of our zero build games here. You can see the results are in. Trashy and Pump there at the top, 9 eliminations, but I mean, Japko and Cammy with 13, another 340 points. It's absolutely unbelievable, Kelly.
It is absolutely unbelievable, and something that is somewhat more believable, but it's always good to see, Mr. Savage with 9 eliminations with the deal as well, grabbing 268 points right there, and our leading team from yesterday, Fahad and Hero, grabbing a 4th place finish, but with 0 eliminations.
Yeah, they're playing it a little bit more calmly, and that's kind of what I expected from this duo. We're expecting to be a little bit more calm. They were quite sort of boisterous in the qualifiers yesterday. They were really going ham on those victory royales. I think they had 3 victory royales out of the 6 games that we did end up playing. They're not quite finding their feet with those eliminations, and ultimately that's why they didn't quite get up to that top 3. Of course, you need those eliminations to get those refreshes.
You certainly do. You can also see Lardl and Bloomy there yesterday on the Middle Eastern qualifiers as well, in 9th position after that last match. You can also see here 11th through 20th here. Jukes and Clicks making their way into the 18th position there. I mean, I actually saw Jukes getting a couple of eliminations in the elimination feed, thinking, okay, they're starting to warm up now. And even Aegis and Canada we can see sneaking into 20th position as well.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. Of course, Queasy Veno having another solid game, also picking up good eliminations, so that's going to be really good for them, because a lot of the teams that were around them on the overall leaderboard didn't quite do as well, so hopefully they'll be able to boost themselves up.
A team that I don't see, though, is Whale and Acorn, who are in our 2nd place spot after game number 3, and still do not see them here on the leaderboard. And who I do see, though, in 29th place is Malibuka and Thomas HD, and I'm really quite surprised by some of the missteps that they're making right here. We saw them take the Rift from Rift Island, and they had to have known that there was going to be a team right there, and due to that, they were getting a lot of shots taken down on them, and by the time they even made it into zone, they lost all of their shields and were down to half health, and that's part of the reason why they fell early once again.
Yeah, it was a good play from them using those rifts around the Rift Island to actually make their way in. They actually made a really, really late rotate. A really nice play during the middle of that game as well, where we actually saw Thomas and Malibuka using the flare gun to get into that vault and take out Alex and Sons, and then of course getting a little bit of that later rotate because of that, but they used the rifts really, really well, and unfortunately, I think it was actually Dark and Gentle that were on the island that were actually beaming them out of the air, so made things a little bit difficult for them. They had to just settle for the edge of the zone, and Pink and Nas were also trying to do the same thing, so it just resulted in an all-out brawl that didn't work out for either team, so hopefully they'll learn from that and be able to pick up a little bit more momentum, because we haven't seen too much from them so far.
We haven't, but there is still so far to go in this competition. We've got so much more to go. Let's actually have a look at our overall leaderboard right now as our all points taken into consideration here, and they have done it after 4 games. Cammy and Japko have broken the 4-digit mark with 1,160 points, 36 eliminations. They're almost doubling the players who are just below them in terms of eliminations overall. I mean, that is a striking effort after just 4 matches.
exactly double the eliminations of second place. That is absolutely unbelievable. And Cammy and Japko haven't had the easiest zones either. You could obviously blame it on zones. You can say, oh, they have really good zones. They're really on top of each other. But we've seen Cammy and Japko and even Cammy and Seti performing under both conditions, when the zones are on them, even when they're not. And we've seen some difficult zones for these guys today. Although that last one wasn't too hard for them, we've seen some really tough ones, and they're managing to solve all those problems.
They're almost 400 points ahead of the competition. That is 2 victory royales, and like you're saying, almost doubled the amount of points of eliminations that the next leading team has. And again, I was talking about Epic Will and Acorn. They went down really early in that game, and they went from 2nd all the way down to 6th place. And yes, this is still day number 1, but it just shows how one game can completely shift your position on the leaderboard.
I'm just looking at 7th and 10th position there as well, with 2 teams with 6 and 7 eliminations after 4 matchups, but those standing points are making such the difference right now. And you can see here on page number 2 with 11th through 20th position as well. You've got your likes of Reciprocal and Casca seem to find their ways kind of into the top 10 duos or so going into each of our matchups here. Mr. Savage and Vadil propelled up the leaderboard after that great game 4 as well. Currently sitting in 12th position. Don't forget, this is a $2 million prize pool competition right here. So even breaking into the top 10, the top 20, you're going to get a fantastic prize at the end of this. However, you want to be in that top 10, because that's when things really start to get interesting. Then we start seeing 21st through 30th here. Still big names. Yeah, Malabuka and Thomas really jumping out of the page here. We all thought, going into this, could be there in the top spot, 1st or 2nd place. 25th right now.
Yeah, they've tried to make a lot of big plays, and I think that's what's synonymous with them in winning those dream hacks. They go for those big, bold plays that sometimes don't work out. And unfortunately for them, they've had 4 games that haven't been working out for them. We've seen them trying to go for that Rift Island so many times. We've seen them making those big, bold plays. And when it works, they will get a win. I guarantee over these 18 games, Thomas and Malabuka will pick up a victory royale because they're brave. They're brave enough to go for those games. But when it doesn't quite work out, those risks, it doesn't quite pay off.
Well, we're talking about how they're kind of underperforming, but they're still in the middle of the pack. Yeah. I think it's just so surprising to not see them in that top 1, 2, 3 spot right there. And we're talking about changes. We talked about how some teams might be changing up their drop spot, like we saw Sizzlucky's team doing, and we saw Cal Gamer's team actually do that as well at Brutal Bastion, which I don't know if that was the right play. They were able to kind of loot up a little bit and then get away, but it didn't really work too much in their favor. They do still have 2 more games to kind of figure that out today, but once you hit tomorrow and the next day where the points get more important, I don't know if these teams are going to be making such risks.
Yes, I mean, we're about to find out very shortly for games 5 and 6 around the corner here, but I am getting news that we are actually going to be joining right now on stage. Barney is alongside Trashy, one of our Game 4 winner there. Let's find out how he's feeling after that fantastic game number 4.
Welcome back to the main stage, and we're past the halfway point in day 1. The points are starting to accumulate, and we're kind of starting to see a pattern right here. But you know what? It's still early days. I'm joined by Trashy, and I'm joined by Pump here. And you know what, Trashy? I'm going to come to you first, because how have your first 4 maps been up to this point? Have there been any difficulties between the first and the 4th map?
Yeah, we definitely had some trouble with the first game. We died pretty early, and then the second game we played well. The 3rd game, we died pretty early, and the 4th, we just won, so, yeah.
So a bit of a mixed bag, but you're starting to adapt, to the flow of it, and I like that. That's good. We've spoken about the... What's up, Pump? How you doing? You good?
I'm good, yeah, I'm good.
We've spoken about the point system quite a bit, and it's a big talking point over the next few days, because tomorrow, each Victory Royale offers you 50 extra points, and the same on day 3 as well. So, is there a possibility that you're holding anything back on day 1 and then moving into day 3, day 4, you'll start unleashing different strats in order to try and accumulate some more points?
No, there's not really anything we're holding back. We're just playing each day as it's just a new day. Like, points keep going up, so we just keep playing the same, and I think we'll do really good.
That's a sensible answer. I like that. Trashy, I'm coming back over to you, my friend. Has there been a particular duo that's been a thorn in your side all the way up to this point? Because, early game, it can happen. You can get stuck in between 2 duos, or you can find yourself in a sticky situation. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, we were caught in the first 2 games by Pablo Wingu and Bevies, but we ended up taking them out. They're really good players, so I think those players are a thorn in our side, but they left us, and I think we'll do well from now on, so.
Something to keep an eye on for the remainder of the matches today, but only 2 left, so that's it for us in the main stage. I'm going to send it back over to the studio to discuss everything, break everything down before we go into our next map of the day.
I love Barney so much. I love Banks. Big shout out to Banks there. I love it's like, hey, Trash. Oh, Hello, Pump. How are you? I just fantastic. Yeah, great to see Pump there as well, joining for the interview with Trashy. We can see some stats on the screen right now for you folks at home. I mean, you can see placement right there, eliminations as well. They're working well together. They're getting the job done.
Yeah, they're getting the job done. I think in the games that they are doing well in, we've seen them had a 4th and, of course, a victory on that last game. They're picking up eliminations. They had 7 eliminations in that 4th place earlier on, and, of course, 9 eliminations in that win. When they're having these 38s and 15s, they're only having 1 and 2 eliminations, so they're able to pick up those refreshes really well. And I know Pump has a big part to say in that because he's such a good player, such a good fragger on the controller as well.
And I think the reason why we're seeing them so hot and cold right now is due to what they were saying, that they are one of the only teams being hard contested in their northern region there against Pablo Wingo and Bevies. And being able to kind of take the 50-50 and win half of them is good. It's not great, but I think that they're kind of learning and adjusting by what is going on right there. I don't think they're going to be adjusting their drop spot, and they shouldn't, honestly. I'm interested to see, though, because it doesn't seem to be that the zone pull is what is making it favorable or not for them, because we had 2 northern zone pulls at the start of the game, and that's where they're landing, and it was kind of hot and cold. And then the same thing with this, where it's 2 southern zone pulls, and it's hot and cold once again. So maybe it just they have to figure out their drop right on the start of the game to kind of figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Pablo Wingo and Bevies as well, interesting duo to bring up. I think they're currently sitting 40th in our leaderboard right now, and it's interesting to think about, those moments they have against like the likes of Pump and Trashy. There's been a couple of, going head-to-head contestation and whatnot. It's interesting to see if they can kind of push on now with a couple of games left today. We actually have ourselves a game ready right now. Match 5 is ready to rock and roll. We're going to jump straight into this. Join the casters, and let's get this thing underway.
Thank you so much. Another game, the last 2 of the day, the first day overall, and it's been hot action so far.
Yeah, it's been a really, really interesting day. I think when you look at all these different players, we clearly have had one team that has decided, they figured out the competition a bit quicker than the others, but there are still so many games left to play.
Absolutely. This is all about now making some repeat moves, just ending off the day as strong as you started. And if you were shaky, making sure that you grab the reins and settle on somewhere, at least between the top 10 and 20. To have a nice bounce back tomorrow. Adris, Kanata have had a little bit of trouble so far when it comes to day number 1, but the day's not over just yet.
Yeah, of course, right? These last couple of games, typically you see some switch-ups here in these last couple of games. Sometimes it can be a bit hectic in their manner, and I don't think I would mind that, to be fair. It's nice to have some chaos at times, so we'll see who can provide that.
The early game definitely been so much more so rigid. Sparse places around the map getting more and more populated as people try to make last-minute adjustments to really maximize the amount of points that they can have. Last look from what we saw, Kanata Aegis looking slightly stressed before the game started. But they'll be right back in it right now.
Understandably, right? It's not been the best of days for them. Sitting way down there in the leaderboard, so I'm sure they'll try to use these last couple of games to get themselves back into the swing of things. Bad Sniper and Xweeze. You've seen him in a bunch of different fights all across the board today. Definitely a team who has been showing off their prowess with their mouses, right? Like with their mice. Aim's been on point is the point I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I've seen some crazy shots from them.
And it's side by side with so many people actually challenging duos next to them. 2 aim duels for other players that are rotating, and they'll beat every team around them every single time. Arrow as well is just getting better and better, I feel like, at this close range fighting business. The decision making as well in every single fight. Bully and Maz Deja Vu leaving right beside Clicks, and this one does not go good for either team, I feel like. Just so much time wasted here.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I got to tune into Clicks' stream and figure out, what the situation was when it comes to strategy and what they're calling, because it hasn't quite materialized into the standings, right, where they've been sat at. Like you said, doesn't seem to be benefiting either team. I guess the main thing maybe to switch up would just be how they approach this fight earlier on, right? Maybe they decide, actually, look, one of us is going to have to suffer here, rather than, sort of tiptoeing around each other over at Steamy Springs.
But the toes shall tip, because neither duo wants to dip.
Bars right there.
Yeah.
One nice thing we've seen, I think we've had some fair share of surprises today. One of those things that has been a constant that people were expecting were Ziandi and Rescard, right? A lot of players in the community were saying, look, those guys are going to be good, and they have been good, sitting in that top 5, 4th place so far. One of the few teams to break 700 points. I think they've put on a masterclass in just exactly how you should be looking to play a lot of these games.
They're slightly uninterruptible almost too, because like it's not like they're doing a game style that requires a certain type of POI or a certain type of weapon overall. These guys are just playing very consistently and adapting really well to every single zone on the map. Vino Queasy 2, day one actually living up to so many people's expectations. It's a little bit of a surprise because usually it takes them maybe a day or two to get going. But of that hot win, they're just slightly behind, I guess significantly behind Kemi and Japko, but you never know what happens just in the change of one game. Mu as well. I mean, a surprise for a bunch of players to see him just start to pop off a bit more and you know, step up in certain fights and situations to bail his team out of dodge. He'll be looking good, but past that too, Pars and Baka, I feel like this is the most scrappy duo to make it this high up on the boards. I feel like one of them is always down at certain points. Off spawn, they're getting a little bit interrupted. Still looking good all the way in top 5.
Yeah, they're making it work. I think these two have shown in high pressure environments that they, you know, can be successful, right? You look at Vinci's Invitational last year, a bit of a surprise performance from them here so far today. Again, a lot of people didn't have them in their top 5s, but these guys have, you know, been definitely a top 5 worthy team. And like you say, it can be a bit scrappy at times, but I think that just goes to show these guys are very instinctive and very talented, and that they're always going to sort of make it deep into a game and make solo clutches happen.
Tomo block on Mixon as well, just playing patient, and no one's near them at all in zone. Arrow sub going in for an all-in once more, but we know how lethal Zemi and Enpen have been today.
Yeah, they've sort of started off the day really, really hot and cooled off a bit at times, but I think overall, we know what these guys can do.
Absolutely.
At any given moment, they like can just absolutely unload on people, and that seems to be what's happening here. Arrow caught in the crossfire, and he's gonna be Empen's first victim of the day. Empen's really been a standout, especially right where he just activates on anyone in sight.
Just very good at reading pressure overall, seeing where the weak spots are for a bunch of teams around him. They're like 2-2v1 today in like the last 2 circles. It's just way too crazy. Some surprises, Acorn Epic Well, although high up in the leaderboards, it's like what happens after that one game you win? Where is the dominance? Where is the follow-up? Where's the constriction for everyone else around you? Maybe just playing consistently, waiting, and not trying to burn out over the 3 days.
Yeah, no, I think they've been good. I think that, you know, it was an interesting matchup. Obviously, they won that first game, and you always look at the team that wins the first game and you go, ooh, is it going to be like you're just going to keep doing this, or are you going to slow down? And you know, they haven't got another repeat win. They've definitely been a fixture in today's games. And like you say, staying rather consistent. And of course, there are still 2 more games for them to maybe get that, you know, other win. So, I won't count them out yet.
We're just 2/3 of the way done. Everyone just kind of feeling out the field around them. No one really wants to get into a fight here. And we don't see many duos actually go down from these types of positions or at this point so far in the game. Unless they're super baited by loot. A switch up from Sizzlucky and Degen as they're done from Fatal Fields in the south side. They're here up now in the snow up north.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is a lot of movement sort of in those extremities. Players taking their time there, not being forced by the zone. Of course, you see pulling a bit towards the south. But again, it's sort of just not been a trigger for people to go, okay, we go get to zone. Like, people are very comfortable chilling in the storm.
Now that's been a definitive pattern the entire day. Sunny Tayson is what they're doing really enough. I feel like first day, bit of a stinker.
Hey man, it's just the theme.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at Tayson, like zero build's not his mode. You know, I speak to him a lot about it, and he's just, yeah, like I just haven't quite figured out zero build. It's not necessarily the game mode for me. And that doesn't mean it's fully over, right? I think you look at some of his peers towards the top of the leaderboards, the likes of Vino and Queasy, they very much were like that, you know, in the previous competitions, and they've started to get a grip on things.
It's true.
And like to hope that Tayson will too.
Just a little matter of time in this tournament, 3 days long.
He's got time.
He's a trooper.
He's got plenty of time to figure things out, right?
Yeah.
But they do have a lot to figure out because, again, not even in the top 20, like, you know, you expect to see the likes of Tayson and Seti way up there. And if you're Seti especially, watching, you know, your teammate Cammy all the way up there, former Zero Build teammate, but still current Build teammate, you're seeing him dominate, you're thinking, hold on a minute, I'm not the problem here, you know, I'm not the problem in the duo, so I gotta step it up.
Never want to really be outshined. That is facts. At the same time, these players will just point out exactly where you are. So you cannot help but be shined on, basically, at least from a gameplay perspective. And Xandy Refsguard will get so much more loot available. They always have this little outpost that turns into pressure, that turns into free elims, that turns into free space towards the end game. And everyone has just nice space on the stage too. Wonderful setup here in Riyadh.
Yeah, of course. Players ain't getting to explore as much as we are, right? They just got to sit at their desk and get to working. We get to enjoy it for sure. And Ben and Zemi picked up 2 already so far this game, and it's interesting, right, when you're looking at all the players and how many different limbs people have got. Certain players going for a much more aggressive approach. I think confidence is always key, and understanding timings for fights is a big deal in this mode in comparison, and so you really have to be cerebral on that front. You look at the team all the way at the top and they've got like double the next teams, and you're like, okay. These guys are clearly onto something. Rizandi and Refsguard, they're onto something. They have found Parza and Baka, who were very ambitiously hiding there in the shrubs there, and unfortunately get punished for it.
And what a big reward for Xandy Refsguard. Upgrades all around if they do want to take him, but so much ammunition.
Yeah, and that's really nice because like Paz and Baka were like the team right beneath them in the standings, right? Trying to push up into the 700-point range, and they just shoved them back down like, nope, nope, nope. Stay away.
Yeah, not going to be even a chance for them. XP's bat sniper right above. Those two teams always rotating towards the same sides. Sharing in pressure and damage, but won't be seen for now. Hero Fahad down. His bad sniper can't really be stopped once he starts. Vortex just takes out Pump as well.
Yeah, Trashy and Pump both went down in the feed, and that's like the top 3 team. 3rd place so far in the day. And earlier when I said, look, you can expect to see them doing well, I'd meant it, right? And they are truly a duo with a lot of chemistry. But here in Game 5, they fall relatively early, right? Still 40 teams out of the 44 are up. These games have been really, really stacked. Nobody really taking any sort of all-out fights. So to go down early, it's painful. It's a long wait.
That's true, sitting beside everyone else that's playing as well. The psychological damage, huge. These guys showing Rocky. Okay, nice Cybertron cannon. Both players rocking one. Always the one in the back usually that ends up shooting it, right? But Vortexers, although got a few elims in the storm, can see what he's doing and what he's up to. He's not going to be able to really push forward and get too much placement in this game. Axe Force is down.
I love how Vortex is like at no moment, like he just didn't even stop. Like,
sorry, bro.
Axe Force gets knocked and he doesn't even like stop to look back and like check and like, oh, can't I? He just keeps running. Keeps running.
Late gliders as well. We were just watching NM7. Goes down as it was Vert just holding them overall. Right close to the zone. You have to be so careful. So many people just straggling around edge zone. They have no reason to even move. You have a wrong timing. You choose one wrong lane and you're down and out. For XWee's bad sniper, I mean, this game has to be the one where it's kind of a step better than the rest of the competition. They want to be inside that top 5. I think that's their next goal. Currently 9th, 10th place right now. But to do that, top 5 few eliminations under their belt. They can't really go down in that 6th zone, which I feel like has been the pattern so far for that duo.
Yeah, they just have to keep doing what they've done for the most part. I think their formula to getting deep in games is working.
Explosions and shockwave nades. This is just a messy, prolonged fight. That's not stopping. Third party in 2.
Oh, duh.
Few ghost shots, but Trippin's here now, and he's definitely known.
I think at a certain point you go, hold on a minute here. There's some shenanigans going on, and I don't want to get involved in some shenanigans. And between Blaster, Noah, Yomzo, and Paper, seems like a messy one. And the good thing for Trippin and Conti is that, you know, these guys are going to have to get out of the zone eventually, and they'll be in a decent position to tag them while they look to get in. But these guys have so much shields and HP to play with. They can stay in the zone for a long, long time. Yomzo very familiar with this spot here, the Spire. We know every single place he can go to get some spare HP.
He's got options. And it's just day 1. A lot of these players will never be running out of options anytime soon. So many different ways to play the game. Savage also just waiting to see exactly what to do next. You know about the teams beside him. Sees so much pressure on the right. The flare gun sees those players just go left and rotate.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mr. Savage, because I saw him in the hallway a couple games ago, and he was like, yeah, it's not going too good. But like, they're just outside the top 10. Like, they're in like 12th, you know? So if things start getting better, which you'd like to hope they would over the course of, you know, the next 14 or so games, like, there's a good chance we see these guys push into the top 10.
He's probably assuming there's like 1 or 2 teams who are already here. They're already ahead of him, and they might have a chance to stay. Good to see the perfectionist inside. Except Dubs towards the top. Sons and Alex on the left. Frenzy Fields type endgame is always just so tough to watch for some of the players. So much flat land, not much really to hide behind, especially if you push like middle left. It'll go a few inches down though instead. Might be hanging right off the map, who knows? Boat rotation is now in play. We've seen a couple of them utilized overall, but so many people contest it over at that north side, Rift Island. Gotta choose exactly what you want to leave. Too early, you get focused. Too late, you get lost in the sauce. Can't even beam.
Yeah, and you see these guys, their choice when it comes to moving is to rotate all the way down with that vehicle, using the river, and they'll pop outside in that sort of eastern area. And again, just using these ridges to rotate, nobody really has much vision of them. You need to be careful. Queasy and Venom are perched up on that hill. Yeah, they'll start taking shots at that vehicle. You got to keep it hidden if you want to keep it in the game. And now they're trying to break the tree to push them out of the way. Really nicely done from Queasy and Vino. And even more trouble on the horizon for Eomzo and Paper is there's teams rotating in from that eastern storm area. Frets and Booga using their cannon on towards Anas and Pink. And these guys have been very good today. And in these last couple of games is really their chance to start to keep them close, or at least in a position where they could maybe catch up to Cammy and Jack Po. But with Anas going down there, no real hope of saving him. Yeah,
that's just disrespectful.
Look at Pink as well. He's trying to run out of the way, but so many people are going to be looking at him, barely getting away.
White landing it in completely. Threats. Searching every single bush. Does not want him to get away for free. But they've just dipped so far into enemy territory. Cybertron cannon. So much damage. Double bunker down. Kanada Agers living for now. Kanada might be knocked overall. Nope. His HP's fine. And another Cybertron does not actually connect overall. Looks fine.
Surprise, surprise, Jack put in the feed, right? You know exactly what these guys are up to. Always an ever-present force when it comes to taking fights here in this game. Ugin Frets. I think we wanted to see them maybe imprint themselves in the lobby a bit more. Maybe the time is now for them. Epic Well and Acorn silenced here in this game. You can see all across the board now, really, as things start to get so tight So many different players falling.
Just about surviving, staying alive, but this is one of those moments where you can't even really shoot. If your cover gets blown right now, there's nowhere to hide. These streams are just so flimsy and angles don't exist when the Cybertron cannon isn't planned in charge. A lot of people had zero ammunition for him too. The recharge over time, I mean, the biggest thing right now is just capitalizing as much as you can. Everyone's just shooting these cannons as fast as possible. And Alex, what a god loadout for this end game. Test checking a bunker towards the right. Someone in there? They committed all the way to the water. Tax maybe an unwanted passenger. He's gonna get kicked out of that ride fast.
Shit, there was a lot of people in there. Like a taxi service going on or something. Unfortunately, they delivered tax right back to the lobby. Ziandi and refs still in this game, and a relatively big rotation to make. But not one that will be impossible. You can start to see them white lining their way towards zone. Anderlecht and Nikov will probably have to do a very similar thing here. Just stay by the white line, look for some cover, duck and weave, and you've got to be careful because if you get pushed out into the open, you'll go down just like Puka did there. Threats now as well, finding himself in a world of trouble, all out in the open.
Jabko, Kami, another endgame. And the weapons that they have, they're making this look like another one that they can have under their belt is a very successful game. Second, first, fifth overall on the day. And as a result, just a natural lead forming. Oh, if there was a charge in that cannon, that would be disaster for Nikov. Already is for Bevies. They can just go close and personal. They don't need cannons, they got guns.
It doesn't make sense. Every single team we look at, somebody looks shambles. They look like they're suffering, running out of space, congested. These guys, every single time, it looks like they're playing a whole different game. Everything looks easy. No one's really bothering them. They're controlling every single aspect of this lobby. And it just goes to show how effective they've been and why they're sitting all the way up there in the standings.
They want to keep that lead pushing.
Wow.
Want to keep going forward. Still finding damage way back in the storm.
How many bunkers been combined? Wow. A whole separate building. And they're going to pick up even more, moving further and further into the zone.
I mean, they're picking up big targets too that are really good at clutching and giving them trouble later in the game. Ziandi gone, so many other duels around him.
Ooh.
That spawned gone ages with a surprise though. Beat from the backside, big shot. Japco denies it. Another few points to him. This is huge.
Jakpo has been absolutely unbelievable. Every given opportunity to hit a shot, he does it. And is he going to use the cannon now to finish the deal? He thought Queasy and Venom were there. They had moved. And so he's going to have to wait for a recharge and go again.
Perfect time for a pit stop too as everyone else is flying in the air, so the focus isn't even on them at all. Kami on the one side. Right above him a few more players. Gentle. He's camoed in the tree though. Huge. Nice shot on the other side. It's Squeezy stopping Japko. Vino now with him. Up in the air is Kami. The gun not reloaded for Vino. That could have been huge.
They might know. They might realize Gentle gets spotted. That was the last thing he was expecting. Are they going to chop out the tree? They will. They know he's in there. 4 damage is going to be his doom potentially. Uses a shockwave to get out of the way, but flows his way all the way into another team, into another tree. It's Fluger. It's Opto right in front of him, and he's just going to try to sneak around, but they know he's there. They're going to try follow his tracks. They know exactly who they need to worry about. It's him behind, but even then, they still can't stop him. Kami picks up another one. The help of Queasy in the distance, and then a 1v2 now against Queasy and Vino. Can Kami do the unthinkable? Knocks one into the other way, but it's going to be Queasy to close things out. Queasy and Veno pick up a win.
That is just huge for the team that rocked in second overall, versing the one who's in first. Do they usurp the title is the question. That was second versus first overall on the day. Thing is, the value for Kami and Japko, every fight that was going on, they had a stake in. They were just taxing players over and over, splitting duels apart. 5 points here, 5 points there. Queasy Vino win the game, but we have about 200 points of elims.
It's ridiculous. Kami and Jakpo are on a whole other level because, like you say, Queasy and Vino just played a phenomenal game. So many different eliminations, but it's like when you finish that game and the final elim is up against Kami, you're thinking, hold on a minute, this is the guy we're trying to beat. We can't be fighting him in the final 1v1. Like, it can't be him that we're fighting because otherwise we're not catching up. We're just carrying along. It is such a hard competition with how good these Polish players have been. But again, props to Queasy and Veno for playing as good as they did that game.
Absolutely. Queasy and Veno, fundamentals versus the format players of Cammy and Japko, just so good at positioning themselves by her duos. And these guys, I mean, you talk about masterclass, they're showing it today.
Look, Veno said earlier in the day, I'm starting to figure out zero build. That is a scary, scary prospect for everybody else. This guy is hungry for a big, big win on LAN. He had his big moment last year and it slipped away from him. Given another chance, he's gonna really, really go for it.
And this is just the first day. This man is just insane. That being said, one more game left overall. We'll be at it right after this break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite is back after a mega game number 5 where the battle for supremacy continues between two of our top duos going into the final phase of that game. Our analysis is brought to you by STC, back here on the desk here with Takata and Emad. Fellas, this was one to remember. We had an open expanse, we had bunkers, we had trees, we had all sorts of chaos happening out there, and it was great to see that Queasy and Veno secure a second victory out of the day.
Look, absolute mayhem is what we have been witnessing in these recent matches. The leaderboard reflects it, the matches reflect it. It is absolute chaos. Queasy Veno, they did take home the VR, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take that place from Cammy and Japko on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Cammy and Japko are so consistent. That word right there is them. You go in the dictionary, you look up consistent, you see Cammy and Japko. Eliminations-wise and placement-wise, and that's what's getting them that top of the leaderboard placement, and that's what they need throughout the 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here are the results of our last game, which is game number 5. We have one more left today, and then 12 more coming across the next 2 days. But Queasy and Veno taking 10 eliminations, double digits for the fellas there with 320 points in. You can start to see the rest of the leaderboard here. Takata, big names, but no one could get close to that 300 mark.
No, not for this match. Just a reminder, this is just the individual map points. That's why we can see 320 for Queasy Veno. But look, Fluger got top 3. We saw them clutching it out at the end. Cammy Japko, though, you said it yourself, Emad. I mean, it is just too much consistency.
Yeah, and I also saw Gento hiding in a tree in the last zone. And he was wearing, I was speaking about the green outfit yesterday, and that green outfit definitely helped him in that tree. He was just sitting on top, green outfit, nobody can build above him. He just sits there and waits for placement points.
But got a little unlucky though, because then his opponent also went into an opposing tree, and you know, same kind of peripheral vision there. Didn't end up too well. But look at the second page of the leaderboard here. 11th place for Blacha Mixin. Go to the third page, Dukes and Clicks. But yeah, I mean, the match leaderboard is looking interesting, but I'm curious to see how the overall leaderboard has changed due to this match.
Yeah, me too. And a great point there. I mean, you made it yesterday as well about the outfits and how they're actually coming into play here. And see a lot of duos actually using the same outfits and using the kind of suits which kind of blend in with the background there, whether it's trees or water, it might be. Just gives them that much more of an advantage, just slightly. So they might, like, players might not see them as they move past, or wait, like Black Widows about to pounce into the web and catch them like flies. We're going to see the leaderboard in a second, actually, the overall leaderboard. Remember, the overall leaderboard eventually will be every single day there are 6 games played. The best 5 scores of those 6 games of each of our duos will be the ones used, those top 5 scores of the day. And you can see here, these are the overall standings right now here. And another team breaks into the 1,000-point mark here with Queasy and Veno, our victorious from game number 5 here. Emad, you can see here, I mean, Cammy and Japka had an unbelievable performance there. 43 eliminations now, but they are not, there's only 300 points between them and second place.
Yeah, it's because Queasy and Veno are getting the placement points. The placement points, a win is 200 points. So they're getting all the placement points. Even though Cammy and Japko have 43 eliminations, Queasy and Veno are not too far.
I mean, that's crazy. 43 elims. You match up the eliminations, you match the placement, and that's what you get. But look at the leaderboard here on the second page. It's actually a lot closer. 604 points for 16th place. That's Iamzo and Paper. And Reciprocal and Casker all the way to the top at 11th. 668. Just 64 points differentiating them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we mustn't forget, this is a competition with $2 million prize pool, right? So you want to make sure, even you can see there, with 668 points at the top, then 660, 660. That's 8 points. Those 8 points from a prize pool perspective could mean like $10, $20, $30,000.
Yeah, 1 elim. I mean, that's literally 1 elimination, and that's the difference.
Yeah, and remember about the 25% increase tomorrow, and then the 50% increase after tomorrow. So 125% tomorrow, 150 after tomorrow. So really, the leaderboards, it's all about consistency. And if Cammy can keep it up, they're going to take the entire tournament home.
I mean, we've seen his teammate Japko just popping off in any given situation here as well. We've given them a lot of props today, but rightly so, because they just seemed every single game they are there. I mean, there's a big difference there. I mean, I think we talked a bit earlier about how Queasy and Veno kind of stand kind of on the peripherals of the storm, whereas Cammy and Japko have been a lot more kind of like passive aggressive, like getting in the mix, like causing chaos where they can. Is that a tactic that you see that them employ usually?
Yeah, so they actually. I've noticed Cammy, they're staying edge of the zone near the end games, but they're making sure that they don't get caught in storm. So they're staying edge because there's this thing, it's called lobby focused. And it happened to me all the time in scrims, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I'd be in the middle of the lobby, I'd be like, all right, I'm fine, I'm in a base. But then everybody starts spraying at you from every different direction, and there's nothing you could do. So they're really smart for using the zone to their advantage because they know nobody's behind them because the zone is ticking for so hard. So that lobby focusing and zone rotations is all they need.
Yeah, it really is a key to their success because not only do they get to the late game, but the late game is when you get a majority of the eliminations. We were talking about it just now, Emad. The amount of teams that get eliminated in those last zones is crazy. So if you're able to get there consistently every single game, you're going to be racking up not only a good amount of placement, but also a good amount of elims. And you can see that that really does add up on the leaderboard.
It really does. And a team who are adding up a lot of points right now are, of course, our match winners from game number 5. I believe the Barney's on stage with Queasy and Veno.
We are fast approaching our final map of the day, and players just seem to be scrambling for points at this point, but you know what? It seems like we got the usual suspects up here on the main stage because I'm joined by Veno and Queasy here, and you know what? They're just dominating at this point. You know, we were talking briefly before we went live, weren't we, Veno, that what are you kind of trying to do? Look, to the untrained eye, someone like me, I'm seeing the final stages of the map. I'm seeing end game, and it's just chaos. It's just shockwaves. There's bunkers, people on high ground. What do you tend to prioritize yourself going into end game?
Well, the meta changes a lot. Like in no build, like a lot more than build. It's changing like every week or something because it impacts the casual side of the game. Mainly, we're trying to keep our car alive because if we keep our car alive, we don't have to use our mobility. And when we do our mobility, we just got 4 skills and do our thing.
Queasy, we had a brief chat as well before we went live. And an incredible map for you guys, Game 5. Game 4 went a little bit differently, didn't it? What happened?
So game 4, we had like the best position, best loot. We should have won that game 100%, and then I ended up hitting a tire off the bunker and died to fall damage.
You hate to see it on a stage like this. You know, things can get to you. Mistakes are made. It's absolutely fine. Now, you know, let's go to a more kind of casual point of conversation. What's been your favorite thing about competing here so far? We got all the traveling, seeing all the players. I spoke to Queasy about this earlier. What about yourself?
I just love Saudi. The people are really nice. I'm enjoying my time. I really enjoyed it last year as well. I'm happy I'm doing a lot better this time, though. But honestly, hopefully I can come back for next year as well, if there is a next year.
Best of luck in the rest of the competition, guys. That's it for us here at the main stage. For now, we've got our final map, and we're going to get prepped and ready for it. So back over to the studio to continue on the show.
Well, for any new players to Fortnite, you heard it right there from the EU, current Major 2 champions in FNCS. It is okay to be eliminated to full damage. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. Queasy and Veno there, though, just showing they are enjoying their time here. And it shows in the way they're managing each of their games.
It really does. I mean, being able to manage this, you can see it here. The stats on the screen for that most recent match. 9 eliminations, 308 points, 200 of those from the Victory Royale. But it's all about keeping that up, Emad. That consistency is what they want to look for.
Yeah, I actually noticed them endgame, that last match that they just won. They were actually separated, but they were definitely communicating to focus that last person because there was 3 left. And I was like, wait, where's the third? They were separated. They focused the point right on him, and he was done for.
Absolutely right. I mean, Game 6 is imminent as well here, where I know that our teams are going to be raring and ready to go. It's coming away very, very shortly here, but I'm hearing that here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, all the games that will be played over the course of the next 6-7 weeks here, it takes place in a fabulous arena, and just next to us is a place called the Boulevard as well. And I think we're checking in with Ben K right now, one of our class casters, to see exactly how he got on there.
Here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, day number 1 is starting to wrap up here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, in sunny Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where the sun has gone down and the lights have come up here on the Boulevard. We saw an early lead from Epicwell and Acorn taking the reins, but now in the second half of competition, Cammy and Japco have taken over. We've seen them double their lead in points here between games 3 and 4, and we're almost to the end, so do not go anywhere. But Adam and the analysts, back to you.
Thank you, matey. Love that. I mean, there's fountains outside. Earlier on, we thought there was some kind of like dragon monster outside. No, it was a firework display, which was mind-blowing. I mean, you can see how many local people are here to celebrate Gamers8, to enjoy themselves here as well. Just fantastic to see that, you know, there's so much energy here, and everyone wants to kind of celebrate the fantastic thing that is esports and the beauty of video games.
Look, if we come back from a break and I'm not here, you know where to find me, okay? It looks beautiful out there.
He's paddling in the fountain. He's paddling in the fountain.
Taking a swim.
Yeah, actually, like, watching Ben K, there were so many people behind him just smiling, walking by, having a good time, hanging out with friends. It's such a nice environment, such a good community here.
Yeah, we talked about food in the show as well here. I'm looking forward to sampling all the wonderful kiosks outside as well. There's loads to enjoy directly after this. Obviously, we have ourselves a Game 6 coming up here. Before that gets underway, just very quickly, the last chance here for players to score points before things really heat up tomorrow when the points start to change, 125%, then 150 on day 3. What is going through their minds right now, both of you? What do you think, Takata?
What I think is I see a change in playstyle. I believe it was the first game previously, the previous match we just had, that Storm Surge appeared. So you can see the players are starting to play a little bit more passive here, maybe not as much aggression in the early and mid game. So you can definitely see a change in playstyle already.
We certainly are. Hearing right now, Emad, we have to jump straight into this because the casters are ready to rock and roll, my friend. We're going to head straight on over and find out exactly how this one finishes up on day 1 of Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Over to you, fellas.
The final game of the day is upon us. We have had 5 games before this to start off what has been a fantastic competition, and we will see who will show up to round out day 1. Shayo, I've been very excited about what I've seen. Have you had anything in particular that you've really been impressed with so far in these games?
For me, it's what happens when some of these duos lose their partners. It's the last moment in the game, and they put their lives on the line. They put the passion, pedal to the metal, and do amazing things. We've seen value from Japco Kami. We've seen absolute highlight reels for some of the duos like Epic Whale and Acorn earlier in the day. The 1v2 potential in Zero Build is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, Honestly, for me, it just has to be Cammy and Jackpo. Like, you look at that kind of consistency that they've had today, it is unseen, unheard of in Zero Build. We always say, you know, Zero Build has a lot of volatility, it's up and down, you know. These guys have made it look easy, simple, like ABC, 1, 2, 3 type simple.
Hello and goodbye type simple, and they are saying bye to everyone that pops up on their screen, whether it's a rotation in the early game or absolutely clinical shots towards the end. Cammy and Japko are unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, of course, for Cammy, we know his name. He's been someone who has been a big part of competitive for the past couple of years. Japko still sort of establishing his name, trying to push himself into the elite. He's been here in the EU for a long time, but now trying to push himself into that tier 1 stratosphere. And some of the games he's had today is definitely going to get him there if he can keep that up.
Yeah, we're finally seeing a little bit of a play style attached to his name, at least in terms of, for me, it's his decision-making overall. It's very efficient. Every decision he makes is always a profit in terms of points or position gained for his duel, for himself. Very fun to watch. If Thomas is known for his shots, I feel like Japko is just known, you know, just for the decisions he's making right now, at least in no build.
What in the car chase is going on here?
It's a Fortnite trailer for the next season. Agent Paper up top on the left. Oh, Yamzo down. Paper tried to help.
Are we getting like a Fortnite Fast and Furious collab or something? Like, what was that? That was crazy. Thomas and Malabuka just running the Yamzo down. Like, okay.
Ooh, Zemi almost with the shot. The ERR gonna be explosive here. Trading teammates, but Vortexers is closer, so Zemi's gonna have to do something here. Let's take a boat to the job and see what's good.
And look, it's not Thomas and Malabuka giving them problems, but Yomzo and Paper are very much still in the thick of it. It is unfortunate. It's Tayson and Setting out, beating on them.
I thought he turned into a prop for a second. I'm like, how does no one see Paper?
Oh man, that's such a sad spot to be in. Everyone taking shots at you.
Quinn and Vert, really good at actually just stopping duels in their tracks on rotation. We've seen them just kind of be zone warlords the entire day. Okay, Quinn. And the car blew up. Tayson taking the damage. Confirm it. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
oh!
Vert said, nah, bro. It's all good. You ain't gonna waste a shockwave, bro. Like, you're good, bro. I got it. Wow.
Well, the Luke also says, I want some of that at the same time. There's no chance, man.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's huge.
That's what we like to see in Game 6. You know what I'm saying? Let's wrap up the day with a bit of fun. Quinn and Vert providing the stat for sure.
And whoever's not having fun right now, who's really thinking about what to do to come back, I feel like it's Squeezy and Vino. What do they do? They get late in the game, Japko's there. Queasy wants to go to the bathroom, Japko's there. Everywhere these guys look at dinner, Japko's there. What to do?
Their only hope is that like Cammy and Japko wake up tomorrow and just forget how to play Fortnite. You know, like they just like wake up and like they're like, hold on a minute, what are we doing in Saudi Arabia?
That's what they said, they forgot how to build, but that wouldn't even matter at this point.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like,
oh man.
Because honestly, like they have played really well, Queasy and Vino. They've been very impressive. And on any other day, you look at how they've played and it's more than good enough to be first place in any competition. But against Japko and Cammy, it's like, come on.
Format might save them.
Yeah.
Right? 5 best games. If Japko came here playing 6 really good games, Queasy Vino could have 5 better ones. They have 2 wins already under their belt, so who knows? Might be saved by the 5-game format.
And of course, as the the days develop, right?
Yeah.
There will be changes and whatnot. So, but look, if anybody's familiar with a team upkeeping a high level, it's Queasy and Vino, right? We've seen them roll a day, go into the next day, people thinking, okay, they'll surely slow down, and then just not
roll harder.
Yeah,
it's
like
crazy.
roll harder. It's what they're known for now.
Unfathomable. This is just a fight that's going to take a little bit of a while. New challenges, though, approaching. It's not going to be Zemi. Trade scan, so now everyone knows exactly where they are. Okay, Axe Force says you want to use that house for sure. Go for it. It does not exist anymore.
Oh, Vortex has snuck one in as well from behind.
Okay.
They're just going to have to fight. But Bevies and Pablo Inga, they ain't got the HP to be fighting the way they're fighting, but they do isolate a 2v1. How did they let that happen? Vortex has had a stinker here, and now it's X-Force alone.
He's trying from either side. One shot here.
Oh no, and you can see the frustration from Pablo Ingra and Bevis. Pablo Ingra, he looks like he was saying, how do we let that happen? Because how do you let that happen? A 2v1 situation, and they throw it away, so painful. Oh, dearie me. But if you're X-Force, he's feeling like the man right now.
He had so many options there. Another bunker available. Minis if he wanted to run away. Imagine having a cannon on your back too that does 100 and what, 50 damage, 180 damage. What do? Choose to just shotgun it up. Easy clap. NM7, Cal Gamer, winning a fight in the snow. Lonely Labs just over to one duo again.
And they ain't got far to go to get to safe zone as well, right?
Yeah, it's different. A lot of the times these guys are stopped by, I believe it's Quinn usually every single game as they try to move in, but yeah, just a few meters and they're good. They're really making sure everything's scanned up, and NM7 just making the most of the util that's on the ground. Fluger and Op, no cars this time. Stay low key.
How lucky can you get? They're just hiding behind the glacier right now.
What would you do to pass the time inside boxes? We played some metas, but we're really slow.
You got time, yeah. I played, sometimes you whip out your phone, play some mobile games or something. You know what I mean?
You ever use like a soccer ball emote or football emote,
and then you play football with your teammate.
Inside the box? Yeah. Keep it classic. Where are we heading? South. Technically, I'm correct.
Well, I mean, yeah, not wrong.
Wait for it again. One more time.
Well, all the players are going to celebrate because they ain't got to go far.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Locks Robab. I feel like I've seen this shot just used before. Deja vu style.
Fighting's happening. Happening.
Okay.
Going up. No car, but they're fighting.
Action is coming. Set him on the left side.
Oh, he's gone the wrong way there.
A lot of trees to hide behind, but okay, shoot through the leaves, I guess. Op doesn't even want to see who he's shooting. They're scooping him away.
That's one of those moments when like a TV show movie where like something scary happens to the group, they all start running, but they run different directions. It's like Satams, you gotta run with your teammate. He's like run the complete opposite way. And Fluger and Ops are like, oh, thanks, mate. You've just made it easier for us.
Easy clap.
And they get cash now as well.
Oh, we'd love to see this. No one's even here to really contest it. Closest team being Vert and Quinn, but they're doing with some juice, some ice cream, some shields. They're having a good time. Don't even really need the cash at all. Team shooting their own ERR at them from the distance. Let's make He's still alive, though. Might have got the card.
Yeah, I think he'll try to get the card if not, if he doesn't already have it. You'd like to think they'd stand guard of it, though. Like, just don't let him get it easy. He doesn't have much cover out there, other than a couple trees, so it should be an easy limb for them if they really want it.
Nah, if it's me, get the card, get him back up. 2 more elims, done.
If you were that good, you'd be playing, mate.
That's true, actually. You hit me where it hurts.
It's fine, though. You can get better, and all you have to do to get better is watch these guys on your screen here. Cammy and Jack, bro. Unbelievable.
Is there a duo waiting inside this barn?
No.
Are you sure?
Oh.
I thought I saw some arrows inside that barn. I'm going to pay attention to the feed as soon as we snap back. We're waiting. All right. I guess there was not a duo inside the barn. I swear. That's all good. Kanada's still zoned in. I mean, they're just talking about what to do next. Vortex versus X-Force. On to the next one. It's Razgard Ziandi, who are so hard to actually rock down and kind of scare or shift off their own game plan. But, I mean, last game, these guys are just absolutely focused on making sure they ruin anyone's opportunity if they're in their sightlines.
X-Force just has the difficult fight buff activated. Like, he's won the 1v2, and so now he just has the Hall of Fame badge activated. can take every difficult fight. Oh, has to pop a bunker down. There's another team there. I think that was Reciprocal up above. I was taking shots at him.
He was so mad, like he looked over at that side, he's like, oh, it's in zone and it's like 200 meters up.
Yeah.
I'm good, man.
Yeah.
You can have that one.
I'll plop a bunker down and leave. Such an awkward spot to be in. But that is the sort of nature of the newer sort of terrain here in these new areas of the map.
Wondering whether this will move all the way in. I mean, there's a reboot van here right now. Probably baiting Smikey to come through. But I think he's way off somewhere else.
It's interesting, you saw him use a flare there. I think he was worried about somebody being close by. There wasn't anyone there, so they're good.
Rifts popped over and over. Says Lucky DJ. Want to just hold on to some type of railing here in this last game. They need just consistent placement points.
Yeah, and I think either way, like, I'm super happy for Sid Lucky. He hasn't really been competing like a great deal, right? You know, was a name we used to have sort of at the elite level of North American Fortnite some years ago. And I think a lot of people were surprised to see him qualify. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I'll take what I can get, you know? I'm happy to see him here. They've had some decent battles at times throughout the day. And still plenty more games to sort of strut their stuff.
Yeah.
Show what they can do.
He's a player that only gets better, so should be fun to continue to watch. Kami Vanyak not off spawn, or not down off spawn, actually allowed to play this last game, and that just means that content is coming, because you know, Vanyak, 1 game per day, guarantee giga banger, so we'll see what he can do. Alex also hiding on the sidelines. As the Dark, we've seen him with Gentle patrol things and see what's good, says Lucky DJ. Getting bored, want to start a fight. And it's a good one too, Pump Trashy. This is just unfortunate. 2 games in a row where they're in top 5, reaching towards the top, and another team just comes in and takes them out. They're gonna fall even further now without any points this game.
That's really rough because we've seen it. How quickly you fall out of the top 5 standings if you do have a bad game like this. And that's just gonna really hurt for momentum going into tomorrow.
And this just shows how impressive these top 2 teams are at keeping their game plan alive. You never see Queasy Vino, you never see Japco Kemi in a situation where they're going down like that on the edge of Storm.
While you're breaking that down, that was really nice from Andelex. Dodging and even the movement there as he's crouching and strafing, like, that was some really nice movement to get that elim, and he's already got 3 before he picks Sneak off back up. But yeah, I totally agree with you. It really does just show how clear Cammy and Japco and Vino and Queasy are, where there's just a different level of, you know, consistency to their game plan, where they're not having these moments where like, oh, they're just being caught out very, very easily.
Absolutely. And there they are, game plan also locked in once again. Japco Kemi way in the zone, looking to wrap all the way around the south side and then probably get up and in. Following dirt roads, driver. Oh, hold up.
On another team that's drafted out.
They're going all the way around.
Yeah, they're very aware of them, right? They don't want to take that fight, so they're just going to have to keep going further south and wrap around that team.
They're going real south.
Yeah.
They're doing something.
Draft on Dexter fight, they got in the way.
This seems so many medkits can survive for a while. Campfire, wait it out, come in late.
This is what they've been doing all tournament long, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like these guys aren't actually playing duo. This is a duo competition. They're not playing duos. They're playing trios.
True.
That's what they've been doing. That's been the key to their success. We talk about how they're consistently getting to end games every single time and finding themselves in good positions. This is it.
That's true.
Everyone's playing duos. They're playing trios. Simple. Simple as that.
NPC's locked in. The car could also count as a player, so they're playing squads.
Yeah.
There have been some movies where they have eyes and like mouths and stuff, so possibility.
100%.
Let's go Japco Kami.
But yeah, for the people that don't understand, that NPC has been hired.
Yep.
To
help them out.
Yeah, help them out, provide them with some heals, and so they can make the plays that they're doing and just avoid all this, right? All this action, all this, and they don't have to get involved in none of that.
And look at where this is happening too. Huge shots from Notch back and forth. Have to make sure you don't burn alive in here. But this is edge zone and some place that seems safe. Baka's there to pick everything up at the end of the day. You think you'd be fine here. You have your bunker topped in as well. Everyone has, I think there's 18 shockwave grenades in that box. But even at this point, people are getting pressured. So what do? Find campfires, find medkits, slurps, stay in the storm. That storm is basically a 1-by-1 that protects you. Out here, no matter how many bunkers you have put down, in whatever formation, you're always just ready to kind of get rocked by a cannon or someone shockwaving in or anyone else that's just desperate and wants to start a fight. Savage and Vidil right now giving Threats and Muga a hard time. And they will be holding them for as long as they want to. As they will have to move through Savage to get towards the next zone. These guys are finally gone. Yeah, next fight Draftel. Safest place to be is in a storm that actually hurts you slowly.
You can see they were just sort of waiting for those guys to drive by. They thought they maybe could get some shots off. This is interesting.
Where are the heals? I don't see the heals.
Yeah, they need to find some quickly.
There they are. Cammy has them, it looks like.
Kika and Kenzo also playing that zone life. You can see them going to this flag because they know there's going to be a leftover white HP at flags a lot of the time. You'll find some spare bandages there, medkits, the stuff that people typically won't pick up is going to be there. And again, just simple, good map knowledge from these guys.
Really smart.
Nothing complex.
At all.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just nice and effective. Gets the job done.
Shots from the flank sides on the reciprocal. You can correct me wrong. You hire NPC, all they can do for you then is just shoot, right? There's nothing else that's available?
Well, that NPC like just heals them.
Heals them too, okay, so that makes a lot of sense. I was about to say, that's a lot of splashes. It's a lot of just meds in general. Very smart to hire, that one in specific. That's just completely unfair. That is literally trios. It's not even a joke. That's not even a joke. That's like, 8 inventory slots on full heals.
Bro. Like, it's actually trios. It's
You can't even like check their PC for anything. That's just straight up like not fair.
The NPC is the best.
Pick an MVP at the end of the day. It's the NPC med healer.
The MVP of the day should be the NPC.
Trip run on this side too. Want to healing up at the bottom. Hero Fahad's still alive. Making good adjustments to their game to stay in the business. Haven't really seen the jungle be this clogged up so far towards an end game though, so this should be very, very interesting. All eyes on Japco and Cayman to see how far they can really push this lead.
And this is the tough thing about this area. The differences in terrain mean you will get caught out just like that so easily if you're not aware of just a different height difference in where the different hills are.
There's a timer on this too. That ramp going to be more flimsy than some of these walls. Kika and Kinzo can't stay here forever. They're backed up once again, pinged, and they know there's not going to be anyone above their trees either. A safer ping from Japco. This man knows exactly where the threats can be for him, so he's clearing them out as fast as possible. Vortex Axe Force, king of the jungle right now towards the top. Prey runs in, scurries, hides in a cranny that they can. Opt by himself as Fluger is down.
Yeah, he's just going to have to bide his time. A lot of players are going to start to go down as the zone gets smaller and smaller. Ooh, Blake getting taken out. You saw caught in the water. Cease as well, all four. And Suzuki's going to profit a lot from that. He needed that because he's another one of those players just caught in the zone in the backside trying to run in.
He's some of your own friends sometimes, man. It's tough.
Yeah. He'd be your own boys. Cammy, they got no boys in this lobby. They'll take out anyone and everyone. Kenzo, only a matter of time before he falls as well.
The cost for that, they use barely any util, just one flare gun that they can easily trade for. Another one that's dropped on some of these bodies. Some shockwaves. This time it'll be a cannon, actually. Karmi picks up a few shockwaves that just spawned. Refs guard Z Andy, so important for them to stay alive. Rocky off spawn. They can get ZND back up. 3rd place overall. They still have a say in this competition.
Yeah, that's a huge limb as well onto Dark and Gentle, the best Middle East team on the day. A team very, very high up in the standings. So again, just pushing their competition further away down in the leaderboards from them.
Might be a big clutch from Refsguard. Okay, Threat's making himself known inside the truck. Malabuka Thomas HD actually getting close and personal. It's very dangerous to confirm eliminations and go so close to boxes that you're clearing out. You want to have some type of height control, so they'll start to move up, but that's the reason why the risk. Big shots, the second one from Karmi does not connect. The cannon, so strong. Trees up top, blocking sight lines. Karmi now in a tough spot. This is a rock and a super hard place and a jungle for all these duos.
And you got cannons firing all over the place, just making it that much more difficult to have any sort of room to play around with.
And while everyone is screaming, who's the most quiet, who's on your screen, it's Cammy, it's Japko, who go all the way towards the top of a cliff and now can see the whole lobby. Vert, you can try to hide. Boom, no chance, as now you're gonna be scared on the right side. One more shot here, Pink goes down, that's a beam from Japko. Another Elim, what a shot! Karmi and Vanyak traumatized in their box.
Vanyak and Karmi are gonna hope that these guys stop taking shots at them and focus their attention elsewhere as they stop to heal. But oh my goodness, everybody in this lobby right now is at the mercy of Japko and Cammy.
From their perspective, each and every player below them is bowing down. And every single shockwave you see, every cannon barrage that's shot down, they can actually interact with. One big shot, you peek your head out, you're done. At the same time, Japko has to move now. This is where he can't shoot, but an even better sightline. One more charge. He elects to just go for the rifle. And here it is. Is it the box? Is it the bottom? He has a chance and a decision to make. Vanyak down, spray over to Vert's side. This is just the solo perspective we're watching. Not even what Cammy's doing on the left. It's just too much to handle. One more beam as there's just 2 other players left. Karmi way deep in the zone.
Nobody even wants to play in the same zone as them. Everybody running into the storm. You cannot handle these guys. You cannot stop them. There is a reason they have been the best team on the day, and they're the best team here in Game 6 to wrap up day 1.
2 wins overall, looking so good from their perspectives. 2 seconds as well. The worst they came is 5th. That's Japko. That's Cammy. It's enough said.
The Polish plow through the rest of the lobby. Powerhouses in day 1 and leaders of the day. Absolutely unbelievable performances we've seen from these 2 players.
It's not allowed. You can't have this level of consistency inside Zero Build, but they're just doing it over and over. They have a pulse on when the lobby's hot, they stay cold, and then they fire up, and everyone else gets burned down.
And it's, again, you mentioned it near the start of the game, but we saw it so well there. Cerebral decision making, knowing exactly who to focus on at the right times, realizing, understanding who's feeling pressure and when, and how they can dance around that and use it to their advantage. It honestly is 2 very experienced players in their element right now.
It's visceral. You know when to move, you know when to shout, you know when to be quiet. That is kind of the essentials of decision making, finding good positions inside Zero Build, getting the utmost efficiency, and this duo is the best at it on day 1.
Look, we've talked about how much they've been on a whole different level, how they're playing a different game. They're literally playing trios instead of duos with some of the strategies they've whipped out. I'm very curious to see whether or not they can upkeep that tomorrow. But for the most part, a phenomenal day from these guys. We're going to send it back to the desk to break that all down. We'll send it to a break before we send it to the desk to break that all down. So stick around.
Cammy and Japko, this is feeling familiar now, familiar territory, and I bet you're both so happy. You know, 6 maps down, we're a third of the way through the competition. You know, you guys are leading the charge very convincingly. Now, I just want to find out from you guys, is there anything that you feel like you would want to work on between today and tomorrow? Because you've had such an exceptional performance so far.
Yeah, we had some good games, but we can always do better. We lost some games as well. We can do always better. So yeah, there's always more to improve on.
معنا جابكو وكامي على المسرح بعد ما خلصوا الماب السادس حققوا الفيكتوري رويال، وهذا ثاني ماب يقدرون يحصلون فيه الفيكتوري رويال. تكلمنا معهم انه ايش الاشياء اللي ممكن تغيرونها من فرق لعبكم عن اليوم بلعبكم عن بكره، هل في اشياء ممكن انكم تغيرونها؟ قالوا لا بالعكس، احنا ادائنا كان كويس اليوم زي ما سويناها اليوم نقدر نسويها بكره ايضا ونحاول نجيب الفوز.
Cammy, people like to make their guesses, backstage and also, at the desk. What would you say is the biggest strength that your duo carries into this competition?
I think we're just really consistent, and we'll just try to be consistent for the whole tournament, and yeah, that's all. There's still 12 games to go, so we will see who we're gonna win.
سألنا كامي هل في أشياء ممكن أنكم متخوفين منها مباريات بكرة، وإيش الاستراتيجية حقتكم بالضبط؟ قالوا إنه راح نكمل إن نكون كونسيستنت، وأهم شيء عندنا الاستمرارية، لكن تونا إحنا ما خلصنا إلا 6 مابات وباقي مابات كثيرة في اليومين القادمة.
Japko, we can hear people in the crowd supporting you as your organization behind you. And, one thing that we might need to say is that there might not be an opportunity like this again for us to be on stage. So what I would like to ask, is there anything you would like to say to your community and to the people who have supported you throughout this tournament so far? It's only day one, but what would you like to say?
Just thanks for the support. That's all to say.
Man, a few words, and I love it.
سألنا جابكو بما أنه قاعد يجي دعم مرة كبير من الكوميونتي حقه وأيضا من الجماهير اللي موجودين معنا في المسرح، إذا في شيء يبغى يقول لهم لأنه ممكن ما تجي الفرصة الثانية يقول الشيء اللي يبغى يقوله. قال أنا ودي أقول لهم شكرا على دعمكم لي، وهذا اللي انتهى فيه الكلام.
Nerves of steel from both of them. Cammy, Japko, thank you so much for joining us on the main stage. Best of luck tomorrow and for the remainder of your 12 maps that you have to come in the next few days. Thank you so much. Right, Fancy. That's just it, isn't it?
Yep, you're almost done.
We've got the end of day one. And it's been an absolutely phenomenal show up to this point. But thank you to all of the players who have taken part so far. And thank you to all of the talent for being so brilliant on all of the broadcasts. Thank you to production for creating absolutely everything that you see before your eyes. And finally, thank you so much to all of you at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite players. I'm sure it means the world to them. So make sure you get on social media and tag them all. Say, wish them well. And also don't forget to tag at Gamers8 GG as well. So tomorrow we're going to be that one step closer to that $2 million prize pool, and things are really going to pop off, and that points format is also going to increase, and so the stakes are going to raise again. My name is Banks and this is Fancy, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. CEST to kick things off.
يعطيكم الف عافيه اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور ايضا، جدا استمتعنا في مباريات اليوم، خلصنا من 6 مابات وهذا كانت نهايه قصه اليوم الاول، لكن باقي عندنا يومين ما ندري اللي ممكن يصير فيها، وعلى التقلبات اللي جالسين نشوفها في النتائج اي احد من الفرق ممكن انه ياخذ المراتب الاولى، لكن في نهايه البث المباشر ودنا نقول لكم شكرا لكل الناس اللي اشتغلوا معنا في هذا الحدث العظيم، وايضا نشكر كل التالنت اللي متواجدين معنا في هذا الايفنت على تغطيتهم الرهيبه، كل تعليقاتهم وتحليلاتهم اللي شاركونا اياها، وايضا واخر شيء واهم شيء نشكركم انتم ايضا اعزائي المشاهدين اللي جالسين يتابعونا الان، او حتى الحضور اللي موجودين معنا في المسرح، على وجودكم الدائم معنا، ولا تنسون بما انه هذا اليوم الاول اي شيء ممكن يحدث بكره، خصوصا بالنقاط اللي راح يتغير فيها شيء بسيط، راح تشوفون الشيء اللي ممكن يصير ان شاء الله بكره. يعطيكم الف عافيه مره ثانيه، كان معكم فانسي ومعي بانكس في المسرح، نشوفكم غدا ان شاء الله، مع السلامه.
Banks and Fancy, the living legends right there. Love to see it. Thank you so much, chaps. There we go. Meow. The Polish Panthers strike again. Can you believe it? They've had such an unbelievable day. And although they are maybe two players of few words, they certainly speak a lot in the lobby when they are dominating just like that.
I mean, second place, first place. It has been unreal, the consistency coming from this duo.
It's insane. Yeah, we were speaking about consistency earlier, and even while he was being interviewed, he said we gotta stay consistent, and I like that he kept that mindset that, oh, we already won, we don't need to keep trying. They're staying consistent. It's not over. The job's not finished.
The job is absolutely not finished with 12 games to go the next 2 days here. But to catch you up, let's have a look at the overall standings from day one here of Gamers8 featuring Fortnite and see exactly how the land lies going into our next 6 games, 7 through 12 tomorrow. Here we go. Let's take a look and see what we have here. It's been a great day. These are highlights actually from from today before we get to that leaderboard here. And you can see the players walking in this morning into the stage. There's Canada there getting ready to rock and roll. Thomas HD, Malibuca, not the greatest day for them, but Epic Whale, we see the likes of Anas, Buga. We've seen so many great performances today.
So many great names, so many great plays, but as a reminder, before we see that overall leaderboard today, the format was 200 points for that victory royale alongside those 12 points for an elimination. However, tomorrow, 25% increase on the elim points, on the placement points, and day 3, another 25% increase for a total of 150% comparing to day 1. So there's a lot that's going to be shaken up, a lot that's going to change, but I'm also excited just to see how this is looking so far.
Yeah, that point increase is so important for the players that are not doing so well to keep in their minds, because just one advice, if they can hear me right now, I really hope that you guys do not give up hope, because you still have the point increase, you still have tomorrow and after tomorrow. So no matter how bad you're doing on the leaderboard right now, you still have these 2 days to make up for it.
You've got plenty of time to kind of rethink things, you know, digest what's happened, VOD review. You come back tomorrow and have a better day. Absolutely right then. When the points do increase, you know, Jackpo and Cammy may not have the same day tomorrow. Things might change drastically there and completely change things up. But looking at some of the highlights from today as well, you can see the players enjoy themselves immensely. Queasy and Veno as well had such a good day.
Yeah, I mean, Queasy, Vino, I'm sure we'll see them up on the top of the leaderboard here as well. But I actually want to talk a little bit about the strategy that we saw from Cammy and Japko using that NPC to get those chug splashes during their rotations, allowing them to play in the zone, get the heals up, not having to worry as much as the rotation, but it's been incredible.
It really has. I mean, that NPC, you using the splashes, getting the shield, that's really been an important factor today.
Yeah, so actually in the car, while they were still in the storm, we were like, wait, they don't have any heals in their inventory. And then out of the window, the NPC just throws chug splashes at them. We're like, wait. It just saved their lives, and it actually stays with them the entire game. And it's hard for the other players to shoot at the NPC without getting shot at by Cammy and Japko. So it's literally like they're playing trios.
They're playing trios.
Yeah, it's like a decoy in a way, right?
Yeah, literally.
Literally is. It's been really interesting to see exactly how tomorrow is going to go. We're going to get our leaderboard up for you very shortly, and I'm sure we can imagine who's going to be on top of that here. But those teams you tend to think about as well, kind of like the 5th through 10th position, who are kind of just on the precipice of breaking into that top 5. Don't forget, this is a $2 million competition here, so everyone's playing for these prizes, and they rapidly start to accelerate when you get to like the 10th position upwards. It's like big money between like, you know, every single position there. There's still loads of teams in contention here, and if they do have a great day 2 and day 3, of course, this is really going to shake things up.
Yeah, no, anything can happen, even though there's probably a pretty big gap between 1st and 2nd place. When we saw that second half of the leaderboard throughout the day, it was very neck to neck. I mean, it was just one elimination separating various placements on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I actually noticed Booga and Threats being in 15th place the last match, and then I also noticed them end game the previous match. So they might be in this top 10. I'm looking for their names. I'm looking for the underdogs as well that are just making it to the scene, that are putting a name out for them, and I'm excited to see who's on the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually got a clip here. I think you were chatting about this earlier on that you wanted to see again here.
Yeah.
I think it's a clip from Source earlier on, if I'm not mistaken here. Walk us through exactly what happened here in this particular highlight, because it was something you really wanted to share with everybody, because it was a big moment.
Look at him sneak right here. They have no idea. And get an Epic Whale. Epic Whale is one of the best players in the game. Like, he's always aware. But I think he just snuck up so quickly that they just wiped them. But right after, they were just in a bad position, and I think players were able to clean them up since one of them got knocked right there, and Baka was able to clean them up.
Baka causing problems. You know, but I think it's really good to have those little moments. They make huge differences in each of our games here as well. I also want to take a moment here to put the Cybertron cannon on a throne for a second here, because it's been used so much today. It's been so effective, and it's been great as well. Explosive is exactly what it is on the map, but also for us watching as well. It just adds another layer to the entertainment factor.
Yeah, I mean, the main items that these players are using to cover themselves are those porta bunkers. But if you as a duo get your hands somehow on 2 Cybertron cannons and you shoot them both at the same time, that will instantly take out a bunker. So you might feel like you're safe, but only for a matter of time if your opponent's got those cannons.
The damage is huge, but also the factor that we're not really talking about is the sound. When you can't hear, especially in no builds, you don't know where you're getting shot from, you don't know what direction to look at. It's hard to focus when you're just hearing boom, boom, boom. It's like what's happening to me?
Yeah.
So if you have the cannons, you're at a huge advantage.
I think that's where the kind of the teams that have excelled today maybe kind of utilize those bunkers and those cannons, as you mentioned there. I think having those in your arsenal and being unbelievably well aimed with every single weapon in the game, and having the heals. I mean, you talk Cammy again and Jackpo, the NPC. There's just if you can utilize the meta and to most effectively and put it into your game. That is why these teams are managing to go all the way to the top, because they're just playing things out perfectly. You know, other POIs may not have the same advantages necessarily. The storm plays a factor. There are so many things to think about. Each of these players, and particularly teams that are newly formed as well. This is like a new team that have just kind of come together.
Yeah, I mean, you have veterans that have competed together for a long time, but like you said, you also have these newly formed teams with the metas of the shockwave grenades, the porta bunkers, the Cybertron cannons. It's all about making use of it, but also making sure that you can constantly get to the late game to maximize the opportunity from these items.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about the leaderboard as well here, we're getting news that we can actually see an official leaderboard at the end of day number 1 here. Remember, the format we're using here as well is you have 6 games per day. However, the top 5 scores you have in those 6 games are the ones used for your overall score here. And we can see Cammy and Japko, first team to hit 50, just to clarify, 50 eliminations in this competition, 1,480 points, you see there, but 50 is absolutely out of this world.
Outrageous, unreal, insane. I mean, a little under double Queasy and Vino's eliminations. If they just had a few less, a couple less, Cammy and Japko would literally have double their eliminations. You can see almost at 1,500 points for a second place, 1,100. Third place, Ziandi, Refsguard, 1,024. But look, we don't want to get too crazy yet because, like mentioned earlier, there is going to be that 25% increase on the total points tomorrow, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, we can't forget about the players in 4th place, Dark, Gentle, 5th place, Pars, Baka, 6th, NS Pink, 7th, Pump, Trashy. These are all really good players. Epic Whale and Acorn in 8th. 8's actually my favorite number.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, you can see Malabuka and Thomas HT. We haven't talked about them too much in the end game today. However, they have managed to get themselves 17 eliminations, 756 points. I mean, still at 9th with 2 days to go. I mean, I think any players that are in the top 10 especially will be thinking this is a good start to the competition. There is plenty more to go. Remember, we always say this, marathon, not a sprint. So going into this kind of page in 11, you can see through 20th here as well, there is still absolutely loads that can be done going into day 2 in game 7.
Only a 44-point difference from 16th to 11th place. You can see the third half of the leaderboard here. It's all neck to neck. We actually saw Pump and Trashies as well, I believe in 8th place, and they went down in 40th game 5, 35th game 6 in the final match. Even after having those 2 tragic matches, they are still in the top 10, because if you're able to get those pop-off games, those good amount of elims, good amount of placement points, you can really bump yourself up the leaderboard.
Yeah, we saw Heroes Duo actually in 30th place. They won 3 matches yesterday, so they were really playing for endgame. I think it's much harder to play with these players since they're also all playing for the endgame. I believe for the qualifiers yesterday, they might have been pushing a little bit in the last 2 games, but since this is over 18 matches in over 3 days, everyone's playing for the endgame, so they also are playing for the endgame, and everyone's just so close together in that small circle. It's hard to stay consistent unless you have the right strats and the right strategy to get to the end zone.
Yeah, the strategy is absolutely pivotal in this kind of competition here. And thinking about like tomorrow as well, obviously players will go away, they'll look and see exactly, because Cammy and Japko have really set a precedent. They've set a tone, they've set a pace. Players undoubtedly going to rewatch exactly what they've done today. I mean, they are being slightly more aggressive, getting big for their boots in some instances, but that's okay because it's definitely paid off here. Do you think tomorrow the attitude of some players will change? I mean, those standings are very important here, but eliminations clearly as well with 50 to their names there. Do you think tomorrow we're going to see kind of teams kind of fresh-eyed, bushy-tailed coming out, out the gates and just ready to rock and roll? I mean, I hope that happens.
Look, prep is 100% part of the game, especially in this format that's never been seen before. 3 days, 18 consecutive matches day after day. I'm sure the preparation will be put into place now. Although the players might be tired after the 6 matches, I'm sure that motivation is going to keep them awake to see what's happening in their surroundings, what has caused their rotations to maybe not be as successful as Cammy and Japco's, as they were able to make it to the late game almost every single game, if not every single game. I mean, their worst placement was 5th place. Yeah. Second, first, 5th. I mean, they looked unstoppable. So it's all about adapting, making those micro adjustments on your mistakes from today and going into tomorrow with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, as a ex-pro player myself, kind of, maybe not pro.
That's okay, the flex is cool.
Okay, ex-amateur player, but hanging out with the pro players in Discord and just seeing what they do after the tournaments. They always get in the call, they look at their VODs, they watch the other people, they see what the other people are doing. All right, why is he in first place? What are we doing wrong? So I think tonight, maybe early in the morning, they might need some sleep tonight, but early in the morning, they're going to look at everybody's placements, how they rotate, what they're doing, and how they can use it for their advantage.
Absolutely. Getting the inside scoop right there from the fellas. I'm loving this. Also, as well, we have a daily MVP sponsored by Kadir as well. Let's take a look and see exactly who the MVP of day 1 of Gamers8 featuring Fortnite is. Here it goes. Who is it? Who do you think it might be? It is indeed Japco gets the daily MVP trophy to his name. I mean, this is a totally worthy winner of this MVP. He has been absolutely ruthless from start to finish their games 1 through 6.
Look at Unstoppable. I mean, the amount of eliminations Japco has been picking up today has been out of this world.
If I were to guess, I believe Cammy is the IGL, and IGL means in-game leader. He calls the rotations. This is what I'm just guessing. He calls the rotations. He says when to go and how to go. And then Japco is just the destroyer. He just, anyone he sees, I've seen his aim. I've been watching. His aim is just like it's laser focused. So when you have that duo and that like compatibility, it's just outstanding.
I would watch that sci-fi movie, Japco the Destroyer. I would happily watch that anytime. Obviously, that's one of our merit awards as well here in this competition, so everything counts towards those things too, so that's fantastic that Japco is the first winner of our daily MVP here. But loads more coming our way over the next few days. We have ourselves lots of action. Our schedule for tomorrow is looking mighty fine indeed as well. As tomorrow, Big Kev, we kick off with our game number 17, match 1 on the screen here, but that is when the points are going to change, as mentioned, to 125%, and things really get heated.
Look, this is just the appetizer for the feast that is coming tomorrow. 2 days left of competition, 12 more matches to be played out. We're just getting started.
Yeah, and you know how the eliminations were 12 points today? Tomorrow it's 15 points per elimination.
Hello.
And the placement points are even more tomorrow as well. So I feel like people might focus eliminations more, seeing Japco and Cammy all the way on top of the leaderboard with 50 eliminations. I think that they're going to use that strategy. They're going to be like, all right, we need to push more when we can and just get the eliminations up just a little bit more, but also play for the end game placement points.
Yeah, I think confidence as well. We talk about it all the time, but I think likes of Queasy and Veno, who haven't had the most amount of success in zero builds thus far, have had a great first day here. Like playing, I mean, tomorrow, do you think our leaderboard will shift tomorrow? Do you think we're going to see the teams kind of like continue this, or do you think there could be something interesting afoot?
Look, I'm sure there's going to be some duos that they're going to get a nice, good night's sleep, rest, and they're going to wake up motivated. They're going to wake up with a dog in them, ready to take home that grand prize. I mean, the biggest prize pool in zero build Fortnite history. It is not something to play around with.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for everybody, and I hope everybody can capitalize. And listen, like we said, everybody's a winner. Nobody's walking empty-handed home. So, I mean, nobody's walking home either, but nobody's going home empty-handed. so everyone's a winner.
Definitely true. Absolutely right there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today to day 1 of Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Big shout out to all the talent team, the broadcast team, all the production crew, all the players as well, and all you guys watching at home. It's been absolutely excellent. Of course, our wonderful stage hosts 2. Tomorrow we're back for game number 7. It's going to be really excellent, going all the way through to 12 where those points do change. You do not want to miss it. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much, and we cannot wait to see you on the battle bus again. Until then, take care, and bye-bye for now.
I'm very excited to play the tournament.
Being here, it feels amazing actually.
This is the biggest esports event in the world.
Macwood gone down to the zone, getting close and comfortable. Knight now, bombed down, it's the duo.